Yo, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. You guys are live, by the way. Heads up.
Doing it live
on my end too. I'm trying to get the fourth guy in here. Give me a second, please.
Sick.
Please, all the headaches, all the headaches that came with this panel. Please make sure.
Please make sure he shows up.
Mm-hmm.
Look,
so let it not be for naught.
Wick.
Oh, I still have to get caught up. There was a Mulalu drama, wasn't there?
A bit of one.
Dude, I need to get caught up. So Destiny and Mulali and Noor were fighting last night. So
unrelated. Unrelated.
That's what it is. No. That's it. He's right. You're right on that one.
Unrelated.
That was the drama. No, it wasn't Pisco. That was the drama.
That was
right
it.
there.
That was it. That's right. Yep.
Yeah.
That's right.
Packing the court panel with Pisco and pondering
on Wick TV. Make sure you get that Wick in there.
With
slide that Wick on in.
Really emphasize the H. Wick.
Yeah.
And then you said it was Wick with Dylan Esper?
Yes.
Is that what I heard?
DILANASPR. Oh, assuming he shows. He was texting me about an hour ago.
There's no way that he's not showing, and then we're gonna have to address the Mulali in the room.
Then he's gonna be on the Wick list.
I would be very, very annoyed.
Has this specific crew been a panel before?
Not that I remember.
Well, no.
Closest thing I can think about it is being on Lib and Learn.
I know that I've had JESSIAH and Pisco in the same room.
Yep.
I've had Counterpoints and JESSIAH in the same room. I've had Counterpoints and Pisco in the same room. But I don't think I've had all three of you in the same room.
This is
Like
like
Infinity Stones.
new, yeah.
Wick, did you text him, DM him? Did you do all the above?
I'm in his DMs right now as we speak, okay?
This is
texted you, right? Do you actually have his number?
We can post it now. Everyone can text
him.
him.
Fucking Twitter DMs, okay? I'm like,
Okay.
yo, man, he's been on my show before. He should still be in the server.
Wick is like, I fucked this bitch before.
Clarify that it was 6 p.m. Did you ever say it was 6 p.m. Eastern, or did you say
6
Mountain
p.m.
Time?
Eastern Tuesday, and he said, yeah, that should be fine. And I reminded him today, and he said, okay.
See, this is kind of like when Trump sets up this whole collusive lawsuit. This is a collusive debate. We've kind of like set counterpoints up as the patsy to like agree with us.
That's fine. I can get Ryan Mullally in here.
You know what it is? You know what it is? You know what it is? So Dylan got into his car, right? He's checking his rear view mirror, buckles it up, checks the mirror again. There's Ryan in the back seat with a carrot,
stabbing him,
chokes his ass out.
He fucking chokes him out.
Shows you
like
right.
A fucking horror movie.
Shows you right, colluder.
You see that bloodied handprint slide down the passenger side.
Oh, no.
I watched Obsession.
Then I start getting
so good
texts from Ryan saying, "Oh, I hear you have a spot free."
Yeah. How do you know? Don't worry about it. If I show up and I seem a little out of breath, don't worry about that either.
We had Wick on.
Check out.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say you guys should definitely check out Obsession. It's a very Obsession.
I loved it. I saw it over the weekend.
Excellent.
Great. Yeah,
it is. It's really good. That actress, I've never seen her in anything before. She was phenomenal. So
to answer the question in the chat,
we're gonna give her another. We're gonna give him another 2 minutes, and then we're just gonna fucking do this.
I'm fine giving a 5. I want to try to avoid. Yeah, I want to try to avoid the optics.
Yeah, we don't want a dog pile.
Yeah, that if possible. If possible.
Like I would be Counter's teammate for the thing just to balance it out. Or if there's if there is an anti-court packer in my audience who wants to jump in.
If he did not lose his shit on me in a psycho meltdown, I would be fine with that. But I did say he's the one exception. That bridge is burned. Or he can apologize.
He just needs to rescind it. Yeah.
Yeah. No. He needs to apologize. He needs to straight up go, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I made claims without any evidence. I apologize, JESSIAH.
I agree.
But I would love to litigate the claims. What were the claims that were made?
That JESSIAH messaged Wick, and Wick and him are lying and trying to set him up and bumped him because JESSIAH's trying to avoid him or something.
This is annoying me, and I'll just tell you guys directly. So here's what happened. So before the other drama, I was setting up a debate on court packing, and I asked on Twitter publicly, "Hey, who wants to be on my show about court packing?" Pisco volunteered. JESSIAH followed suit. And so I was like, okay, well, who can I get them as opponents? And I reached out to different people, and I got the things together. And I'm like, hey, I got a slot open. What do you guys want? And then the drama hit, and I messed up. It was my fault. I booked wrong, and I had to make a choice between whether I'm going to have Counterpoints on or whether I'm going to have Ryan Mullally on. And I chose Counterpoints for a variety of reasons, right?
Were any of those reasons because JESSIAH said a single thing to you?
No. JESSIAH was not consulted in any of this, right? The only thing I was consulting with JESSIAH is he said, maybe I can get this guy on.
Brad Palumbo.
Different thing, right? Ryan wasn't mentioned at all. And so Ryan DMs me and is like, what the fuck? I thought I was going to be on. And I was like, I realized that in dealing with all the drama, I was like, oh shit. Oh, thank God.
Thank God.
We can, we'll litigate the drama later.
Sure.
Okay.
He cams up. It's Ryan.
No shit. Fucking severed head.
It's Dylan. And he pulls the Silence of the Lambs.
What was all this for, Ryan?
Mission Impossible mask.
Yeah.
Oh
hey,
my
Dylan,
God.
How you doing? Can you hear us, buddy? Hello. Can you hear us?
This is Dylan.
Hi.
Hi, Dylan.
Hey.
Hi.
Hi.
You got a camera for us today?
I'll try. I'm trying.
Yeah, take your time. Take your time.
Where is it?
I want to be like, you have a dog, but I'm waiting for a no. I don't.
That's Ryan's dog.
He's trying to set up the webcam in his cell.
Let's see.
Give him a minute. Give him a minute. He's only been my show once. He's all good.
We're making progress. We're going in the right direction.
The fact that he came back at all.
Microphone. Where's the camera option?
Should be a big camera looking button.
Yeah.
Thanks, Pisco.
Play some video.
What do you want me to say? It looks like a video camera.
Wait a minute. Remember, that's what the president does. He's like, man, TV.
I passed the cognitive tests.
Congratulations, Pisco. You can be president of the United. Well, you're not old
aced
enough,
it.
but if you were, yeah, I aced the cognitive exam. Nobody takes cognitive exams like I do.
Did you edit your Trump impression to sound more like the soy pills? Be honest.
No. Okay. What are you talking about? The soy pill?
I'm just wondering.
You know, I'll be honest with you. He's pissing me off. Between the Trump impression and his workout vids, he's taking credit for my shit. And he's like trying to pass it off as his. Like when he's doing those lat pull downs, I'm like, why are you behind me in the gym recording me while I'm doing this? God.
We can see you, buddy. How you doing,
Awesome.
Dylan?
I think I successfully did it.
You did. Hi.
Hi, welcome to the
Wonderful.
show. Okay, let's get started. We're a little late, but I'll introduce the topic, and then we'll give all of y'all introductions, and we'll get into it. Sound good? Great.
That sounds amazing.
Great. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of WIC TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And today, we're going to be discussing court packing. If, hopefully when, Democrats once again regain power, should they pack the court? What does that even mean? What does that look like? Why or why not? What other reforms should we look at when talking about the Supreme Court of the United States? Is court packing dangerous? Why or why not? We got some great guests to talk about it. I'm going to give the mic to them to each tell you who you are, what you do, why we should listen to you, and what your thoughts are. We're going to start with counterpoints, and we're going to work our way around. Counterpoints, there's the mic. Give us what you got.
Let's go. Yeah, hi guys. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I try to be a Rhino Republican, a Republican who has honesty, integrity, nuance, and objectives. And in reference to this subject, I think that the Democrats need to realize that they've been dealt a good hand, but they don't need to overplay said hand. So what I think is going to be like, or what needs to be evidence, is that this is like a uniquely runaway Supreme Court. Oftentimes what I hear is the repeal versus Roe versus Wade. What oftentimes I hear is the immunity decision. And frankly, I think that's what we're going to be fighting about a healthy chunk of the time, is whether or not this Supreme Court has truly run away in a way that is like irredeemably evil. And so if you're on the verge of winning the Senate, if you're on the verge of winning the House, if you're on the verge of, if you actually play your cards right, winning in 2028, then going full-blown fucking authoritarian is you running to the other side of the ship when we're already on the verge of capsizing. I don't want to capsize the Republic of the United States. I want the Democrats to win temporarily so they can balance the ship, but I don't want them to capsize us in the opposite direction. I'm sure we can get into more details during the conversation, but I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you for being here. Looking forward to it. Dylan Esper, please.
Hi, I'm Dylan Esper. I'm an appellate lawyer and media lawyer in Southern California. And I often do analysis of appellate law publicly on Twitter and another fora. I'm not to be launching a defense the court. I think the Supreme does some things.
Oh, your audio is cutting out, man.
No, it does.
Hey, Dylan, we can't hear you.
I think there are many.
Dylan, your audio is cutting out, buddy.
Yeah, I don't know if you have a wired microphone, but it could be like the cord could be jumbled up.
Give him a minute, gang. Give him a minute.
It's lagging out too a little bit, the video. Maybe the internet's the problem.
Here. Try turning off your camera. Maybe that'll make it better.
The ultimate cope of any
I don't know.
video
I don't know, man.
it's no, I get it.
Okay, now we can't hear you at all. There's no pickup of the mic. Shit. Gang, look, this is wonderful Wick TV content. I understand. I get it. I know. We're gonna get through it. It's gonna be a great day. Oh no.
See, and Ryan's gonna laugh about this too, which is the worst of all possible worlds. He's gonna get enjoyment out of this. He is the devil.
Who do you think's fucking up his internet?
It's Ryan, of course. I know it's him. He wanted to get back at JESSIAH, and they're colluding behind the scenes with the fucking ISP, fucking everything up.
Dude, he's in the walls, chewing on the wires.
It's his modus operandi.
Okay. While he's fixing it, why don't we pass the mic to JESSIAH, and then we can get the other sides, and then hopefully
let Pisco go first. I'm sorry, I'm laughing.
Pisco, go ahead.
Sure. I actually don't think that the question is whether or not we can prove there's a uniquely runaway court. That's not what we're here to discuss. We're here to discuss whether court expansion is justified. And I'm going to give you a bunch of reasons why. Of course it's justified. The first reason is one of basic self-defense. The retaliation is justified. There was a court pack of the federal Supreme Court with Merrick Garland's seat. That did occur, and self-defense and retaliation is justified in response. And if you have a claim that it's not one for one what happened with Merrick Garland, I'll make the argument that it's actually worse what happened with Merrick Garland, because we didn't have the virtues present in legislative court expansion versus what they did with Merrick Garland's seat. And those virtues are as follows. Bicameralism, 2 houses of Congress, as opposed to 1 member of Congress, Mitch McConnell versus 2 branches of Congress, have to pass it. And then it needs to be presented to the president. That's virtue number 2, presentment to the president, right? So those make the conduct, the norm violation when it comes to what Mitch McConnell did, worse than a norm violation with respect to legislative court packing. So you're going to have to make a case that actually the norm violation for non-legislative court packing is somehow worse. Otherwise, it's retaliation, self-defense, 1-to-1. Reason number 2, we need more justices as an administrative matter. Look at all of the shadow docket opinions we're getting, all the bullshittery, the not enough cases that are coming out of the Supreme Court, the many number of circuit splits on issues of immense relevance that aren't being addressed by the Supreme Court. The next reason is it's not going to lead, right? There's no reason to think it'll lead to this parade of horribles like Connor is talking about the end of the rule of law, some people have said. We've seen court expansions of state Supreme Courts in Georgia, Arizona, Utah. Has it led to no more rule of law? Has it led to an endless tit for tat that we can't get out of? What is the empirical reason to believe that it's going to end to the rule of law? Is it the Lord of Flies in Georgia, in Arizona, and Utah? We just don't know about it. And furthermore, we have had this kind of court packing back in the 19th century for explicitly partisan reasons. Has our country broken apart? Were we unable to recover from the back and forth court packing early on with Madison and with Adams, or later on prior to the Civil War and then after the Civil War? And in a way, you can make an argument that the cause of the Civil War, at least one of its major causes, was a Supreme Court run totally amok in the Dred Scott decision. And then finally and importantly, packing the court, expanding the court will lead to good outcomes. Right now, the confidence in the court is like at an all-time low. Continuing the current strategy has not been working if what you mean by legitimacy is like public opinion. The results and the legal opinions of the Supreme Court have been totally inconsistent, bad, shameless. And so why do we have any reason to think that it will produce bad results to continue down the line that we're on? If anything, I think it will increase confidence in the courts and, crucially, for my purposes, help establish a good political agenda for Democrats, which otherwise will be consistently stymied by a biased and entrenched Republican court.
Thank you for being here, Pisco. Love to have you always. And we're going to give it to JESSIAH now and give Dylan the max time to fix the deck that we possibly can. Go ahead, JESSIAH.
I'll filibuster. No, I mean, Pisco covered most of it. I mean, look, I have a more cynical view, I think, of the court than even Pisco does. Look, I believe the Supreme Court was always a partisan political instrument, just not as much as the presidency or Congress. But over time, it has become quite partisan and quite brazen about it. I mean, the mask has slipped as far as the American people are concerned. Poll after poll after poll by the American people show that most Americans believe that the court is partisan, that they don't trust the court. The court seems entitled to the American people's trust without actually doing anything to earn it. So, for example, they're not particularly persuasive in their writing. They don't abide to a binding code of conduct. The power of the Supreme Court comes from the American people believing that they are a legitimate and neutral arbiter of the law. I'm not sure if such a thing ever existed, but if it did, it certainly doesn't exist now. So they have more power in certain respects than the partisan political branches and none of the democratic accountability. As corrupt as Donald Trump is, as unpalatable as I find him and the Republican Party in both the House and the Senate, at least I can say that they were elected, right? The Supreme Court, they are less active than the political branches, but in many ways, the mask again is slipping and that they're deciding cases that advantage the Republican Party, not just in terms of the Trump immunity decision, not just in terms of the Dobbs decision, but also the recent rulings with the Voting Rights Act in particular. And that wasn't just one ruling. That's been a process that spanned 10 years, starting in the case with, Eric Holder, and they've just been slowly whittling away. We see them violate the Purcell Doctrine, this idea that you don't want to intervene too closely to elections because it meddles. They ruled recently that Texas, for example, back in December, had to vote on an unconstitutional map because it was too close to the election. They didn't want to intervene. They violated that same principle to screw over the Democrats after the voting rights decision. So it's just rank partisanship in the worst possible way. Supreme Courts have been packed by Republicans at the state level, and if Republicans are willing to pack the Utah State Supreme Court, the Arizona State Supreme Court, the Georgia State Supreme Court for nakedly partisan ends, there's no difference in principle between that and the United States Supreme Court. If they would do it for state courts of last resort, they would do it for the federal court of last resort. It's just that we've had a conservative court for 50 years, and we're currently languishing under a conservative supermajority. It's not hypothetical. They've done the things that we are just simply talking about now. People are clutching their pearls. Oh my God, it's the end of the republic. It's the end of rule of law. Where were you motherfuckers when Republicans were doing it in Georgia, Utah, and Arizona? You weren't anywhere. You're lying fucking hypocrites who only want a partisan edge. Maybe not Dylan, because I don't know what his politics are, but the Republican critics of this, the conservative critics of this, the Lactoids and the Ryans and the people of that stripe, they just want a conservative court. I believe in political self-defense. If you all can pack Supreme Courts, we can pack Supreme Courts. And if we can do it for states, then we can do it for states. You would do it for the federal court, we can do it for the federal court. And that's why I believe on that. I also believe, by the way, that that Pisco is a really persuasive case, that they shrank the size of the court through norm violations during the McConnell, not speakership, but Senate majority. And if they were willing to do it there, which was lawful, it was unethical, but lawful, this is a lawful way to do it too. So again, I find it totally unpersuaded, and I do believe, by the way, that if we don't do it, much of a Democratic agenda will be dead on arrival in 2028 if we do win a trifecta. So pack the fucking courts. That's what I say.
1 second, I'm getting a replacement last minute. But in the meantime, talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah, I think we have to start with the self-defense argument, because I think that is the one. It's really intuitive to people. People have commented to me that it's helped them out. And so I think we should start with that, with Connor, and with Wick too, I think is against it. Would you agree that if it were the case that Republicans legislatively expanded the Supreme Court of the United States, that it would be justified for Democrats to do the same in response?
If they, oh, I'm sorry, just restating your question.
Yes.
You're saying if the Republicans did it first, can they do it back?
No, not can. It's not a question of possibility. Should they? Justification. Would they be justified?
I think they have the justification to do so, but that's the exact kind of runaway bullshit that I'm trying to avoid.
Well, sorry, but like if the answer is it's justified to do it in response, that I take that to be equivalent as they should do it, right? Do you mean to say that justification is different than what you think should occur?
Yes.
Okay,
absolutely.
so what do you mean by justification other than what you want to see, what you think is right?
So yeah, I'll try to differentiate this as briefly as I can so we don't
we want to see if
totally
Dylan,
autistic.
Before you do, Dylan, can you hear us? Okay. Dylan, I'm sorry. Your tech it's not working. We can't hear you, and I think you're frozen.
What if he? I don't know if this because I'm such a fucking boomer. What if he shuts the camera off and just tries to?
No,
talk?
it's not. It's not gonna. It's an internet issue.
Tried that.
Yeah, it's not gonna work.
Oh, we just did. Oh, okay.
We just tried that. I am so sorry, Dylan. I apologize. That's very sad. Yeah, I can't. We can't hear you, sir. Okay. Here we are.
Hear you.
Hello? Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work. Dylan, unfortunately, we can't hear you, sir.
Was this an issue last time he was on your panel?
It was not. I don't know.
Dylan, did your internet situation change, or can you use a different computer? I don't know if you've got like a hardwired one.
Okay. Do you have a phone? Yeah, I just don't think this is going to work. Okay. In the meantime, Counterpoints, continue your answer, please.
Yes. So, for instance, if I'll explain this instead of asking questions, that way we can get there faster. So, for instance, if somebody breaks into my home under the state of Florida law, I'm basically have castle doctrine. I'm allowed to presume that they have negative intent, and I'm allowed to shoot them with a firearm. I'm allowed to kill them. Okay,
but we're not talking about legal justification
because
are you contesting whether it's legal? No, you're not. I don't want to have your distractions.
Yes, I am.
We're not talking about legal justification.
Your fucking question, and you can chill the fuck out for 30 seconds. So, am I justified in killing someone if they break into my house? Yes, but clearly, if there's context surrounding that indicates that killing them might be legally justified, but could lead to deleterious effects otherwise, then I might recommend against.
But isn't it obvious I'm not asking about legal justification? Are you doubting whether it's legal to do this measure? I'm not asking about legal justification.
You just asked for my differentiation between
okay, so then let's put that to the side. No, then let's put that to the side.
That clearly things can be justified in multiple contexts.
So we're not talking about legal justification. So I don't want an equivocation there. So when I ask, would it be justified for Democrats to do a response? I'm not asking, would it be legal for them to do that? I'm asking, would you think it's ethically justified?
In the realm of moral, then.
Yeah.
Then let's leave it in the realm of moral.
So if Republicans, I want an answer to the question. I want a non-equivocation answer to the question.
I didn't ask you a question. How can you ask you a question?
We gotta
this is so stupid.
I'm sorry. I'm distracted.
You're the one who went for the throat 2 seconds.
No. You're not answering the question. You know you're not answering the question. The question isn't would it be legally just. No, the question is as follows, which you did not answer.
Okay, so don't say you're not answering the question.
So you know you're not. No. So the question is if Republicans did a legislative court pack, would Democrats be ethically justified to do it back? That's the question.
I'm going to go ahead and re-explain this, and I don't give a fuck if you spurred the fuck out, okay? So let's leave it solely in the moral realm, because legalism is tied to morality. If somebody breaks into my house, should I be able to shoot them morally? Pisco. I'll just demonstrate how absurd you are.
It depends on the situations. It depends on the situation.
Yes or no?
It depends on the situation.
Yes or no? Generally speaking, yes or no?
In the most cases, if someone's breaking into my home,
generally speaking, yes or no?
I would think that it's good to shoot that intruder.
Okay. Now let's say that there's an armed intruder with a fucking knife that's standing in front of my house, but there's a baby behind them.
Yeah, and
now, is it morally just to shoot the guy with the knife?
So in that situation, right? In that situation, no, right? Maybe it's not as morally justified. I understand other circumstances.
Wait, no, but there's going to be a deleterious effect. Correct?
Stop. I understand.
You know what I'm talking about.
No, wait, Connor, stop.
You're being difficult.
I understand the concept of extenuating circumstance or other considerations, but you can raise those in answering the question of would it be justified. You could say only if X weren't present, only if Y were present, and you can add those things. And so that's all I'm trying to get at is you can add those qualifiers in there, but we want something roughly approximating the answer, which is like, well, if someone shoots at you, do you think it's generally ethically justified to shoot back? That's the kind of answer we want. Okay, so why would it be unjustified?
So hold on. So I'll rip apart another part of your argument. So fucking Utah, Georgia, Arizona cited as the court expansions. Do you guys know the court affiliation by the numbers?
Yeah, we do.
Do you know the party affiliation by the numbers?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. So they're all
Tell
of
me
them. Yes, I will. All of them added 2 seats. Georgia went from 5-4. To a majority Democrat 4-3 to majority Republican 5-4. Yes. Why are you shaking your head? That is what happened to Georgia.
Because I just pulled up the.
That's in 20. Are you doing AI stuff? So in 2016, the court pact they did changed the composition of the court to 5-4, added 2 seats. In Arizona, it was already
which state? Sorry, which state?
Georgia, the state of Georgia in 2016, composition went from 4-3 Democrat over Republican to 5-4 Republican over Democrat. Why are you doing this off the fly research? Okay. And either way, it's irrelevant. That's not the comparison I was doing.
Because you made an assertion on a topic that I didn't necessarily like. This is extenuating to the circumstance.
But it has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
You're going to have to justify why you were doing something extreme, obviously. Right now, the composition of the courts are like 6-1, 7-9, and 8-1 in reference to like party affiliation.
We're examining the time at the packing, right? That's what's relevant, correct? At the time of the packing. Sure. Okay, so there we did see.
But are you going to say that Utah is identical to Georgia?
So identical in what respect? Depends on what respect.
Okay, so for instance, I've heard it cited recently in a debate that I think I watched you in.
Yes.
That in Arizona. Wait, was it Arizona? No, it was Utah.
Utah's the most recent one.
It was already majority Republican.
Yeah, that doesn't matter, right? That's what we're talking about. So I'll give you the following example. I'll give you the following example. I think the intent is incredibly relevant. So if the Democrats add 1 seat to the Supreme Court, would you be in favor of that? That wouldn't change the composition of the court.
I would. Well, depends. So, for instance, intent matters. So if the intent was the caseload, for instance, in Utah, that's what was cited, right? That's
all I need to do is cite you that
composition of the court. Hold on. They didn't change the composition of the court. They added justices in order to increase workload.
Yeah, you're just believing.
Well, if all the Democrats said, yeah, we want to add 1 seat to increase workload.
Are you that naive? Are you that naive? Yes, of course they have a face-saving rationale, just like they did in Georgia. They were like, oh, yeah, guys, this is for court efficiency, I guess. I guess we're fucking around with the jurisdiction, too. And in Arizona, they're like, oh, yeah, this has nothing to do with partisan results. Even, by the way, as the chief judges in both Arizona and Georgia are saying, hey, we don't need more personnel. We don't need a court pack. In fact, in the Arizona case, they actually showed up to the hearing, and they didn't recognize that the chief justice of Arizona was standing there to give testimony about why they didn't need it. And you're like, oh, yeah, they said it was for procedure stuff and for caseload. Are you really that naive to fucking believe them?
Why do you want to do it?
No, the reason is as follows. I gave you, you're not engaging with it. That is to say, on the retaliation ground.
I'm engaging with you directly because you're like, look at these malevolent cunts. They want to pack the court for nefarious reasons. And then you're like, let's do it too?
No, we need to get linearity here. We need to actually get you to address the point.
We're gonna hold on just real quick.
Fucking love linearity.
Just real quick. We got one more chance, Dylan. Hopefully you've fixed the stuff and we can get this working. And hopefully, thank God, this will be done. Oh, it's not looking good, gang. Oh no. Hello. Oh no. Okay. Sorry, Dylan.
Do you have that Gen Z attorney guy on Discord?
I've DM'd Lactoid. I've DM'd a few people. I've DM'd Gen Z. I'm DMing people as we speak. That's why I'm not moderating like I should be right now. Worst case, I will jump in. Okay, but Dylan, I am I'm so sorry. Buddy. Okay. Okay, and hey, if you've ever wanted to be on WIC TV, you might not have a better chance right now if you're anti-court packing. I guess my question for you.
Ooh, what about Jeb?
Wait, we're not getting an answer under what conditions you'd be okay with a retaliatory court pack. It hasn't been answered. When and under what circumstances you would be okay with that? I'm asking, okay, if the Republicans if they were to add, it's a conditional, if they were to add a few members to the Supreme Court using legislation, would the Democrats be ethically justified in general, barring some extenuating circumstance, to court pack back?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, it's my proposition to you.
Took like 5 minutes to get you to say generally yes, but if you shoot somebody and there's a baby behind them, that's bad. Yeah, that's why we went down that line of argumentation.
Yeah, if you had actually raised an extenuating circumstance, we could have engaged with that.
Don't tell me how to fucking
But putting aside the meta,
don't tell me how to fucking argue. I gave you a perfectly valid example.
It's my
freak the fuck
It's
out.
my position. It's my position that we've had something that's worse than a legislative court pack. We've had a non-legislative court pack by the Republicans, and
that's your contention.
Okay,
but who says that I have to agree to your framing?
Okay, so let's get into that. If you agree that what happened with Mitch McConnell is worse than a legislative court pack, then by the argument from the grader, it's going to be justified to do a legislative court pack. And what I've explained to you is what Mitch McConnell did is the norm violation of one person, and it didn't have the virtues of bicameralism, two bodies, two whole houses, and the virtue of presentment to the president. At the bare minimum, a prospective legislative court pack by Democrats would have to go through two branches of Congress and be signed off by the president, giving it legitimacy democratically. That wasn't what happened with Mitch McConnell. Therefore, what Mitch McConnell did was worse. How do you respond to that?
Okay. Do you think that you're going to be able to nuke the filibuster in 28?
That's a question of capability. That's different than the question of justification, right?
You already know where I'm going with this. So don't be obtuse about it. Because what's going to have to happen in order to achieve your worldview is you're going to have to nuke the filibuster, at which point we're at a 51-49 in reference to legislation. So then we start the seesaw of Democrats blanket passing an agenda at 51-49, and then uno reverso, the fucking Republicans win, and then they start repealing legislation.
Are you not addressing the Mitch McConnell point?
And we go down the exact... No, I am. And if you pretended to be not obtuse for 30 seconds, then you could deal with what the fuck I'm saying. Because you know exactly what the fuck I'm saying, which is effectively that you have to nuke the filibuster to get what you want.
Do you know what Mitch McConnell had to do? Do you know what Mitch McConnell had to do to get what he wanted?
Yeah, didn't he just say we're not going to hold we're not going to hold a vote on it?
That's part one of the plan. Do you know part two of the plan?
Tell me.
Literally to nuke the filibuster if it's for Supreme Court seats.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
He did nuke the filibuster?
Yes, he did. Obviously, yes.
He used to require 60 votes.
So how do we still have the filibuster now?
Because it's called the filibuster carve out, and so instead of getting rid of the filibuster for every piece of legislation, they can select for specific bills.
They were just like, oh, we want this thing, and so we're gonna carve
this particular bill.
We're just gonna we'll still have the filibuster, but it won't include this. They're fucking animals.
Wait, so this is something that you guys can do, right?
Yeah.
We could say, oh, we're carving out the filibuster just for judicial seats.
So
okay, we got a guy.
That the tit for tat that you're fucking looking for?
You're the one not addressing
the and nuking the filibuster in general.
Holy crap! I mean, that's a separate issue. The question of whether it makes sense to generally get rid of the legislative filibuster, we're not here to debate that. I mean, we could if we wanted to. Both Josiah separately want that to occur for other reasons, but it's just not what we're here to debate. It's not entailed.
Yes, it is, because in order to achieve what you want to achieve, you have to nuke the filibuster, motherfucker.
Shut up. I will mute you. Tom Fuller has agreed to come on and debate the other side with counterpoints.
Okay.
So we have someone who's going to be jumping backstage. We're going to pull him in, and we can make this an actual panel. Okay, great. That's all I wanted to say. Continue.
Okay, so where we're at right now is we're trying to find distinctions between what Mitch McConnell did and what would be entailed by a Democratic plan, because I still haven't heard why it was better or that Mitch McConnell did what he did. And the first way to distinguish is, well, one entails nuking the filibuster. Well, if you consider what Mitch McConnell...
follow your line of linearity. I would like to set up my own.
Because you can't answer to it. Because you can't answer to it because it crushes your argument.
Or
That's why.
you could just shut the fuck up and let me talk because you're not the only person here. So
yeah, hold on. We do have to hold on. We do have to give some space to JESSIAH to make his points and to Tom when he jumps backstage to make his points. Yeah, he's on his way. But
yeah, I'm gonna wait until Tom gets here because
sure,
I don't want to. It's not. It's.
I understand.
I don't believe in dogpiling.
Yep, I understand. Then go ahead, counterpoints, continue, and we'll.
Okay,
We'll just
so
do it like
you
that.
have a majority in the House. You have a majority in the Senate. You have the capacity to replicate what Mitch McConnell did by temporarily eliminating the filibuster for a single issue. You have that capacity in 2028, yeah?
Assuming so, it would be 2029, right?
Okay.
Are you proposing something?
So why can't you execute? So why can't you execute that agenda in order to appoint new justices? Why do you have to pack the court? Why are you doing that?
Wait. I'm saying. Well, sorry. The question isn't why aren't you doing this instead of that. The question is X justified, right? So I could say one is a better use of our time, one is a better use of political capital, and it still be the case that this is justified, right? So I don't have to. I'm not here to account for what's more important. I mean, I think I'm here to account for a court expansion plan. And although I'll answer you to say, and this is JESSIAH's point as well, that all of our other agenda is going to be literally skull fucked if we don't have a court that is at least amenable to reason. And this current court is not amenable to reason. And they're going to like strike down the things we need.
Do you think the repeal of Roe versus Wade was unreasonable?
It has nothing to do with what you could grant if you wanted to, that I do think it's unreasonable, but you could grant if you wanted to that it's unreasonable. It doesn't move, or so that it was reasonable to overturn it. It doesn't move the position at all. None of them rely on dispositions on particular outcomes. What I'm giving to you and what you can't contest is the retaliation argument and the self-defense argument. And there's nothing to distinguish what Mitch McConnell did in a legislative court pack. In fact, I've given you at least two virtues that would make legislative court packing superior to Mitch McConnell's discretionary non-hearings. And that has gone unrebutted. Why is what Mitch McConnell did better or worse than legislative court packing?
We have $10 from Soypill to say, Pisco, when you told me you blacklisted Ryan, did you know these tech issues would happen too?
I did, yes.
You knew I'd use my Jewish connections, huh? Okay. Well, we're bringing tomfoolery on, and we can get him up to speed and actually have a conversation. First of all, can I just apologize to my guests and to my audience for the tech issues and for all these things? I am sorry. Hopefully we can make a great stream. And thank you to Tomfoolery for
Thomas.
Jumping in
no!
Last minute.
All right,
no, he's
that was a virtual can. That's the virtual can. Right.
For jumping. I
should have DM'd Tom to be like Tom Freeze when you get in, just to fuck with Wick. Just be like,
okay, Tom, how you doing, buddy? You're muted on your end. You gotta unmute your own stuff. Yeah, it's one of those days, Kings. Give him a second. Hi.
No,
we can't hear you. Oh my god, if your tech issues, I will literally crash out if
Wick's gonna step off camera, and we're gonna hear a muffled shot and a body hit the floor.
I'm still getting set up. Okay, I got a message 2 minutes ago.
I apologize for the last minute. But
it's all good.
Okay.
I'm working on it.
Let's get in you in here, tomfoolery. Court packing, yes, no, maybe. What do you think?
I would say no. I understand the rationale for court packing. I understand why people want court packing. I think we would be completely justified in packing the courts after what it is that the Republicans did with Obama, Mitch McConnell blocking the nomination from him. But I also think that this is pretty much the end of everything. I think like if we do this, I think we might as well just go ahead full revolution at that point, I think.
So let's address that. So what Tom just said is very important. He said he grants the self-defense argument, right? That means there's no qualifying distinction between what Mitch McConnell did and what Democrats would do. What he's saying is, even if Republicans court pack, we shouldn't do it in response. That is what you're saying, correct? You're just saying that I
want to clarify. if it comes to point where I don't care if it's 80 years from now, if Republicans make any sort of picks, I would say we like block the next 3 that they have. But like, yes, I'm fully in favor of blocking picks that any Republican makes in the future.
And why that distinction, right? Because like I'm asking you the hypothetical: if Republicans did legislatively court pack, would you be against Democrats doing it in response?
You're asking if they added justices?
Yes, correct.
To the courts? No, I would be perfectly okay with them doing it in response, but I do think that the fact that they've held off doing that, when Trump has lost like a lot of
they did something worse, right? They did something worse, right? So what I'm telling you is what they did is something worse than and you're shaking your head, but like, can you contest that it's worse? Because I've just told you, right? We both agree that Mitch McConnell had the power to do what he wanted to do, and Congress has the power to add seats. So on the powers question, completely the same. We would agree both, I guess, are norm violations. They're both norm violations. And so I've said to you that the non-legislative court packing done by Mitch McConnell doesn't have the virtue of legislative court packing, of bicameralism and presentment to the president. In other words, you have 2 chambers of Congress that signs off on legislative court packing instead of 1 person, and then you have to present it to a whole other branch of government, that's the President of the United States, to sign off of it, and then a third one. That's a law now that's subject to judicial review in a way that Mitch McConnell's non-legislative court packing wasn't subject to judicial review. And so isn't it worse to do what Mitch McConnell did than legislative court packing on that view?
If you say worse as far as like morality goes or
yes.
like norms go,
yes.
I would say to an extent, but I don't know if the norm breaking is worse. Like picks for nominations from the president are denied at times. We agree with that, yes.
And court packing has happened at times. Courts are expanded at times, both.
Sure, but if what we're saying is we're doing partisan court packing, right? So we're saying that we're going to add seats and we're going to have these be justices that are likely going to be siding with liberals more likely. That is the part that I think is problematic. If
that's consistent with Mitch McConnell. That rationale was with Mitch McConnell.
Because
you gotta let Tom finish. Tom, go ahead, finish.
Well, I don't know what you mean. What do you mean? That's
Mitch. That rationale
that's
about
why Mitch McConnell did it.
Mitch McConnell did it for partisan reasons.
Yeah, he wasn't doing it neutrally. Like he was trying to keep a seat held over in the event that a Republican won the presidential election. And there was also talk among Republican senators at the time, including John McCain, who's like retroactively seen as a moderate. But John McCain, Ted Cruz, and other prominent Republicans at the time were saying that if Hillary Clinton won the 2016 election, they'd do everything in their power to keep that 9th seat open even during her presidency. So it was for pretty naked partisan reasons.
You don't dispute that, do you, Tom? You don't dispute that it was for partisan reasons what McConnell did. So then it's 1-to-1, right? So now we have parity now. So what you said is, well, this is different because we're not talking about like not giving hearings or whatever for a neutral purpose. This would be to get partisan people, but we just explained to you how they're the same, and you grant that, don't you?
Yeah, I grant that they are both for partisan reasons.
So what makes legislative court packing worse then? We're trying to find a distinguishing feature of legislative court packing that makes it worse than non-legislative court packing.
Well, tell me how many seats do you think you're adding when you're?
Well, all we need to get you to agree with is 1. And we win the debate. It's about court expansion. So all it would take for it to be considered,
which is why it's so fucking annoying.
Well, why don't you? Well, do you support court expansion or not?
Wait, shut the fuck up.
Hold on, please. Let counter make his point.
Yeah, let Pisco just run the conversation. Okay, all right, cool.
Well, yes. How many people here?
Pisco, I'm sorry, I forgot this was the Pisco show. Go ahead.
But like
hold on.
Wait, we're all here to execute your linearized logic. We're all here
because you can't contest with it.
Point for point, down whatever the fuck you want to talk.
He asked me a question. So Tom asked me a question. Tom asked me a question. He said, "How many seats are we talking here?" And what I said was, well, I think we win the debate if you agree with even 1. That's what I said. And we can go on and then talk about the 13 for 13, which I'll also support.
90 minutes. I don't want you to make a linearized point and then claim victory immediately afterwards because that's going to piss me the fuck off.
I want to know if you guys agree or disagree with court packing. The debate's on court expansion. If you agree with court expansion, then we can move on.
How? But then you could guffaw like a bitch.
Both of you, if you don't shut up. Okay, I'm a little flustered.
Pisco, shut
I'm
the
a
fuck
little
up.
angry, right? It's not any of your faults. It's just how it is. But counterpoints, can you tell us why that is an insufficient or we should have a different standard for this? What is your standard here?
Because
And then we
let's
can
say
get
that
into
we
it.
agree.
And I promise
Yes,
we can all get
use.
our points out, and it'll be great. But go ahead, counterpoints. I want to hear what you
I've
have to
been
say.
working on this analogy for the past few minutes, so I would appreciate it if you work with me on my analogy. So let's say that you're agreed to a mixed martial arts tournament, okay? And you are allowed to kick people in the thigh based off of the rules, but you're not allowed to kick somebody in the knee because you could literally shatter their knee sideways, okay? And what has happened is you've been kicked in the thigh repeatedly, which results in your loss in the match. What I and people like me are saying is that thigh kicks are a part of the game. So go ahead and throw thigh kicks. But if you're like, no, we need to moderate the rules slightly so we can throw a kick not at the knee, but at the tendon right above the knee. And we're like, okay, we understand what you're doing here. And you can say that this is still part of the game, but you know it's going to shatter the fucking knee. So let's not shatter each other's.
We can get into that.
Moderate the rules. Are you talking about the getting rid of the filibuster?
I basically think so. I think that the getting rid of the filibuster in perpetuity and then also packing the courts simultaneously is going to set the precedent that you only need to pack the courts at a 51-49. And we're also going to start this speed race to the bottom of passing a sweeping Democratic legislative agenda and then Republicans raping said agenda as soon as they have a 51-49. Yes,
Ryan,
you can shake
Connor,
your fucking head, but
go
everybody
ahead,
who's
Josiah.
worried
No,
about
let
this
Josiah
worries
go
about
then.
this. Pisco,
Hold on,
you're not
let
the only
Josiah go.
fucking
Let
person
Josiah go.
talking about this
Come on,
topic.
counterpoints, please.
Well,
You gotta
Connor,
let Josiah get
one
in
thing,
here.
yeah,
Josiah,
one thing
please.
I would say is set the filibuster. Like, I understand that for you, it's a fear of a twofer, but again, you know, we could just even make just an exception for, I can't remember the name of the act, but it was passed like in the late 1800s that expanded or locked in the Supreme Court at 9. It's some sort of judicial act. We could just do a filibuster carve out for simply just that law. So just set the filibuster aside. The filibuster would simply be a means either getting rid of it in totality or making a single exception to overturn the law, which caps the Supreme Court at 9, and then you could expand it to 13 to match the circuits or whatever, or just by 1. So set the filibuster aside. The thing is, what Pisco and I are talking about is what McConnell did was exercise power that was lawfully his to shrink the court. He didn't pack the court by expanding it, but he forcibly reduced the size of the court and kept it that way for a year. What we are proposing really isn't substantively any different because it would be within the power of the Democratic Party if they retake control of the Senate to, again, expand the size of the court. So I guess I'm still confused about what the meaningful difference is. You see it as an escalation. I don't see how it's an escalation. It's just a different tat for your tit.
Okay. So, and you're saying that the evilness here that we're identifying, that basically Tom and I are identifying, is partisan court packing. So, and basically that's like, let's just say that a runaway race to the bottom is the shattered knee. Okay, let's just use that for the analogy for a standpoint. And so what you're saying is the court packing. Functionally, Mitch McConnell already did that because he basically used
he did worse.
The levers of
he did
power.
Worse. No, we're saying he did worse than that. So you're saying it's your statement that he was within the rules, and we're saying, well, if he's in the
this
rules,
scenario didn't
hold on. Let
Josiah
me
literally just say that he would repeat the same process as Mitch McConnell. So wouldn't that be the same?
No, that's with no. He's telling you he's
trying to get something out. And
so what Josiah just told you is
I'm going to stop you from interrupting him. Go ahead.
So what Josiah just told you is put aside the filibuster because you could do. It's not entailed by our position that you would need to write off the entire filibuster, just in the way that it's not entailed by, I guess, Mitch McConnell getting rid of the filibuster for nominees, that you get rid of the full filibuster. In other words, it's on all fours no matter what. It's not entailed by the position. So put that aside. That's one thing Josiah just said. And the second thing is you're making this analogy to martial arts. I don't even reject an analogy to martial arts, but here's the way in which it's different. The violation of Mitch McConnell, what we're making an argument for is that it was worse than what legislative court packing would entail. And you're saying, well, doing what Mitch McConnell did is like it's kind of on the edge of the rules. This is totally playing by different rules. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is what Mitch McConnell did is worse. And I think you need to contend with that argument.
Sure, I'd love to, because I think I just figured out the argumentation, which is kind of shitty. So let's say that we just go ahead and say that the court packing or whatever is not the problem because functionally Mitch McConnell basically made the court conservative slanted through his actions,
through a
and
norm
it was
violation.
Worse actions.
Yes.
Okay.
It's worse.
So,
no,
so
I
let's
consider that
say,
non-legislative court packing.
Let's say that we have an opportunity. And you guys, and by the way, let's ignore the filibuster as well, because you're saying we have the opportunity to carve out the filibuster solely for this legislative package.
The way Mitch McConnell did. So if you would consider that a carve out, or
you can carve out the filibuster. Okay, so we've met those two thresholds. I'm going to present you with a silly opportunity. So let's say we had an opportunity to have, let's say we do 13. Okay, are there like 13 federal districts?
Yeah, but that's making it easy for you, right? So let's remove proportionality. Let's remove that.
Hold on, I want to finish. Thank you. What if we had 6 Republicans, 6 Democrats, and 1 independent? That way we could stabilize the Republic of the United States through bipartisan brotherly love, or we could have a 13-person Supreme Court that was Democrat majority, so you guys could rape the Republic with a Democratic agenda. Which one do you want and why?
Are you asking me my preference?
I would love like an honest answer to that question.
Either of those options, I can't speak for Pisco. I'll say either of those options are better than the current status quo as far as I'm concerned.
So my honest response. I'll answer. Yes,
a binary choice.
So that answer is, and I'll give you the extenuating circumstance, depends on whether the former is reached by a reasonable bipartisan settlement where there's actually buy-in for both sides, in which case I would prefer the first. But if it's a matter of they're still recalcitrant and they're still all the way they are right now, I would prefer the latter. Do you understand that? So I'm giving you the direct extenuating circumstance that conditions which of one of those I'm going to prefer. But in both of those are court expansions, and it is a dodge. The question isn't for us, as between scenarios of court packing, which do you prefer, is do we prefer court packing?
Because I'm trying to understand
and you're trying to dodge the comparison we're making, which is what Mitch McConnell did. And let's not get around that. Let's just address that. In what sense is it worse to do legislative court packing, all else equal, with one person, let's say, versus what Mitch McConnell did?
Reject your shit. Why? No, I'm going to reject you because this is exactly where the true criticism is coming from. The true criticism, where every single person who agrees with me is worried that you guys are high on your own supply, you have bloodlust, you're angry that you've been legislatively raped for the past decade, and so as a result, you're out for blood. So truth be told, I only kind of believe you when you say that you would like to have a bipartisan court with an
whether you believe me
tiebreaker.
Isn't the argument.
Frankly, well, no, it is, because that's exactly what every single person on my side is saying, is that you guys are freakish and out
they're
for
not
blood.
they like you are not responding to the argument.
If I may.
Yes, I want to be clear.
Tom,
I'm
going to give it to you in a second. But just to kind of lay the groundwork here. That is the concern, that this is being posited for dishonest reasons. Like, you guys want something different than what you actually say that you want.
No, we're the most honest we are.
It's like, for example, when Trump says he wanted to protect free speech, no one believed him that he actually wanted to do that.
No, but the thing is, we're the ones who are being honest. The people who are lying are people like Doug Ducey in Arizona and the Republican Supreme Court packers in Georgia, when they're like, oh, we're just doing this court packing for administrative reasons and for caseload. They're the liars. What we're saying is, yes, we're doing this for a partisan reason, and you can either work with us or work against us, but we're not going to stomach just unilateral disarmament. And that's why it's obvious. Yes, I want to do this for partisan reasons, to unbalance and unskew the court from what it is now. And that's why this self-defense argument is relevant. And that's why it's really apparent that you guys haven't responded to it. We're still stuck here because you won't respond.
And I want to add on that just real quick. I'm sorry. I just want to add on that real quick because it's a perfect punctuation to this. Moreover, the inverse is true. I can't speak for Tom because I don't know Tom's politics. I think he's liberal. I don't even want to speak for Connor here because he's one of the saner conservatives that I met. But as a general proposition, the conservatives who oppose court packing also oppose it, not on principle, but for partisan edge. They feel entitled to a conservative court. And when they don't have a conservative court, but need one, as is in the case of Georgia, for example, they expand the court to get one. If they have a conservative court, as is the case in Utah and Arizona, but they need it to be more conservative to get preferred outcomes because the current conservative court isn't delivering it, they pack it again. So Wick, I mean, again, I take your point that, yes, we have a fairly naked partisan agenda, but so do the people who mostly oppose this. Now, maybe you...
No, Wick said
Tom,
we're lying. Wait, no,
different.
Wick said something else. Wick said we're lying. No,
Hold
we're
on,
honest.
Hold on, wait.
No.
Listen. I am out for blood. Like 100%. I will say 100% I am out for blood. Like I feel like Republicans have just completely trashed all of our norms and our institutions, everything that makes this country important.
Because you're liberal, right?
And what makes it great. Yes, I am a liberal.
Okay,
I'm a
yeah,
Democrat.
Yeah,
When it comes to this, like I do think that like I said, like I think it's justified in a way, but I am more worried about the long-term consequences of this, the race to the bottom. And I feel like at this point, we know that anytime Republicans do something, if Democrats respond in kind or, raise the stakes in some way,
we can go there, Tom.
Republicans now act like they're acting in self-defense behind. So I wanted to respond to what you were asking earlier is when it comes to like adding one seat, I'm not, I don't think that that's wrong again, but for pragmatic reasons, like I wouldn't want 5-5 decisions and things like that. And that I do think that the long-term consequence of this is worse to where I'm hoping, I think that I'm upset that Biden tried to extend the olive branch and it failed. I think he did the right thing by doing that. He tried to bring back the norms. He tried to heal the nation. It failed. Whoever comes in next, I want them to be I want them to be just hanging everybody. I want them to go in.
Okay, so let's
like a bull in the
let's
china
address
shop.
that, right? So
this is one area where
let's address what you just said. So what you're saying is the self-defense argument goes through, but there are extenuating circumstances for which this is not justified, right? So what you're saying is you accept my argument about self-defense, but here are these extenuating circumstances. Extenuating circumstance number one is an even number of justices, right? And so that's a problem because we don't want 5-5 split rulings. Okay, I can easily address that. Just add 2. And 2 is the actual harm done because it's not just we took away 1. It was we took away 1 and added a Republican, which would have been a Democrat. So the mathematical answer is 2, right? So that gets you away from extenuating circumstance number 1. You should be therefore, unless there's another extenuating circumstances, in favor of a 2-person court pack. And then the second thing you said is it's going to lead to a race to the bottom. And I want to address that, but just be aware right now before I address that, you are saying that I think you're saying if Republicans do it first, if they were to do a legislative court pack, we shouldn't respond in kind. I think that's entailed by what you said so far.
Yeah, I think that at the point that they do that, my point is that at the point that this happens, there isn't much saving left.
We're already there, Wick. I thought you just granted that what Mitch McConnell did was worse. And so we're already there. Oh, sorry, Tom. We're already there, Tom.
So catching strays over here, bitch.
So here's the problem.
Hey, gang, listen.
The problem is there are people like me and JESSIAH who see that we're already there, and there are people who are ignoring it, right? So we're already there. And the reason you know we're already there is because you granted the self-defense argument, and you can't come up with a reason why legislative court packing is worse than non-legislative court packing that Mitch McConnell did. And so on that view, we're already there.
Okay,
I don't believe that we're already there.
But why? Then you would need to distinguish what Mitch McConnell did.
You may in a second.
If we are already there isn't anything to save. That's my point, is that there isn't even a reason to do this. It is just time to start prepping for some sort of revolution and to just kind of
how does that follow?
Rewrite everything. What do you mean? How does that follow?
Well, you guys literally brought up court packing before and after the Civil War. So I mean,
no, that was
I don't think Tom's perspective is totally out of whack, even with your own statements.
Tom, did you feel that way about gerrymandering?
No, not in the same way, but to an extent.
Why would it be the case for court packing?
The norms being...
Yeah, can you articulate a meaningful difference here? Because, to me, I understand that they are two different things, but I think that they're analogous enough that it seems facially or superficially, at least, kind of strange to me that you would tolerate one but not the other, because we're hearing the phrase arms race and race to the bottom used right now when talking about the gerrymandering situation. But
you're fine with it.
Yeah, surely you prefer Democrats trying to retaliatorily gerrymander as opposed to just rolling over, right?
Can I ask you, JESSIAH, do you support a national ban on gerrymandering?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So you recognize the harms that gerrymandering is doing to the system, correct?
Yeah,
I think the
gerrymandering
gerrymandering is...
And it would be better to just not do it and ban it outright, correct?
But we're agreed on that.
Okay.
Right,
okay.
we're agreed on that,
So
but also
I think that what Tom is arguing, and he can argue for himself, and I see your hand, Connor, we're gonna give it to you, is that rather than engage in this like tit for tat race for the bottom thing, which is going to, in some people's opinion, lead to disaster. And as Tom says in his argument, it's not my argument, Tom's argument, is like, you might as well just start strapping up at that point. Because
wait a minute, but there are two differences. There are two differences here. Number one, I'm opposed to gerrymandering on principle because I think it's undemocratic. I'm not committed to the idea that court packing is inherently wrong because I don't think that expanding or shrinking the size of a court is necessarily good or bad. I think gerrymandering is bad on principle because of the politicians
what about partisan
picking the voters. Wait a minute. Hang on one second. Then the second thing, Wick, do you know what a nationwide gerrymandering ban would do? It would undo the gerrymanders. I'm not going to get the fucking seats that McConnell took from me back. Now, if what you are proposing
is a neutral approach,
we would. Court backing ban, which takes away, so basically Democrats get to line up and McConnell says, fuck it. We either expand it by the two we stole or you get to take away the 2 seats we stole from you and then it's truces and it's all, then I'm open
down with
to that.
Yeah.
But what I'm not down for, and that's what I'd like you to address, is, okay, they hit us and we don't hit them back, but there's no recompense for what they did. That doesn't work.
That's the worst of all worlds.
Gerrymandering ban would undo what Texas did, for example.
Unfortunately, a nationwide gerrymandering ban would not undo the votes that happened under gerrymandered districts already, unless that is your proposal, that any election that happened during this gerrymandering time be undone.
And likewise, a neutral solution to court packing wouldn't get rid of those.
I want JESSIAH to answer that
I'm
directly,
addressing what you just said. What you just said is it doesn't undo the actual elections. And in a similar way, nothing about what JESSIAH just proposed undoes the court decisions made by the other court. So it's on all fours.
It wouldn't magically restore Dobbs or undo the presidential immunity decision. Those rulings would still be in effect. It's just that you would take either again.
That's a huge compromise from us, by the way. That is a huge compromise. How reasonable we are. We're willing to do a neutral solution if Republicans sign on to it. But if they don't, the worst of all possible worlds is they get to continue with their victory from the norm violation.
And Wick, you should also ask,
instead of getting dragged in, which it's my fault. I jumped in.
No, and you should talk about this at least when the panel opens up. I think you should put a pin in that. But Wick, I would also invite you the next time you talk to a conservative, to Jebtan or Lactoid or Ryan, you should ask them that too. If you're worried about the race to the bottom, surely then you would support a neutral solution that takes away the 2 ill-gotten gains that you all got under McConnell. And they won't go for it because they want a conservative court. They want the right to do whatever they want, but we not be able to retaliate. And I say, fuck that. That doesn't work.
I want to give it to Counterpoints and I want to give it to Tom Foolery. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Zero fucks right there in your chat. He just gave the game away. Because I know he says
hold on.
He says status quo. He says status quo is the neutral position. Case in point, right there.
Yep.
The only acceptable outcome.
No one here can respond to the self-defense argument.
Is a conservative court.
No one here has responded to the self-defense argument, even 1%.
Give it to Counterpoint.
No, I was laughing. Everybody's bitching about the balance because they're saying Tom's low and Pisco's super high. So I put Pisco down to like 20%, and I just see Pisco go like, it was at like 20%. All right, my bad. You're back to 100. So anyways, okay. So what I'm looking for, maybe this is my bias, but there are signs that MAGA's grip on the Republican Party is fracturing, and maybe we could get back to a relatively sane fucking republic. Case in point, J.D. Vance and Donald Trump tried to bully the shit out of the state of Indiana in order to gerrymander, something they were already going to do, but then they fucking pissed off the local Hoosiers.
The worst fucking example.
Correct me after I'm done,
let Counterpoints finish his point. Go ahead, Counterpoint.
So they fucking piss off the local representatives so fucking bad that they tell the federal government in order to fuck off. So there are Republicans who are ready to fucking reconcile.
Do you know what happened to those reps? Do you know what happened to those reps? How can you fucking say that? Are you? Did you not watch the elections?
20%. You are crazy pants.
It is crazy you're saying stuff. You have no knowledge whatsoever, and you're saying Trump doesn't have the position he does over these Indiana Republicans
He's
who stand.
Going to predict your rebuttal.
They all lost, but one or two lost their seats in nominations.
Go ahead, Pisco. Explain what I already know. Go ahead.
We are 10 years into MAGA, and we're still underestimating them. How can it be that we're still 10 years into this fucking crisis of constitutional magnitude, and you're still like, oh, it's just around the corner, saying Republicans are around the corner? All of those people you talked about, save for one or two, and those were squeakers, lost their fucking seats.
It's time to set up the Democratic Party for success in the midterms, not alienate fucking moderates. So effectively what happens is if they go further right in the primaries, because that's what happens, right? Primaries, you always run towards your partisan direction. So the Republicans voted for more extreme Republicans, but you know what's going to happen is they're going to alienate the moderates. And as a result, those seats are going to become vulnerable. You should be borderline thanking those fucking people, but instead you're fucking shitting your goddamn pants. So why don't you fucking get your shit together and stop saying, oh yeah, we're going to come into we're going to get back into power and we're going to fucking rape everybody. Because what you're already doing is you're setting up the next cycle of MAGA to come back. So no offense, but like,
yeah. So this is the argument.
You're like the perfect example of this too, because you're over here fucking playing twinkle toes, holding hands.
Don't hit us back
on the beach with total sociopathic fucking leftist.
I'm not going to address it. I'm not going to address it. Irrelevant.
I'm not going to take your bait there. Oh yeah, Pisco. I'm not going to take your bait. Sane and moderate. Go ahead and pack the courts. Rape me up my ass.
So this is what Connor is saying. Keep letting us hit you and don't hit us back. Otherwise, we'll get more mean.
I'm not on the team, this is
what Connor is saying to you.
When they hit you with fucking brass knuckles, but they're taking the brass knuckles back, don't put brass knuckles on.
So this is what Connor
because you're just going to reopen the fucking people hitting each other in the face with brass knuckles. So that's what's going to happen.
This is what Connor is telling Democrats. They're saying, let yourself continue to be hit. Let yourself continue to be hit and don't hit back, otherwise they'll get meaner. Can you imagine a more cucked position? There is no response to the self-defense argument that we've rendered.
The real position, Pisco. Let me know when you're done, and I'll tell you the real position.
Okay, Pisco, go ahead.
Yeah, no. So there's no response, right? So what Mitch McConnell did, and anyone step up and say so if you think differently. Does everyone here agree what Mitch McConnell did was worse than if he had passed it through legislation?
No, fuck that. No, you don't why is it not? Don't hit back and not have me address you. Fuck you, interjection.
Wait, address that.
You know what would be great? No, I don't want to answer your fucking question. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, because you can't.
I don't want to answer it. Yeah, you know why I don't want to answer it? Because I'm not going to follow you down your fucking linearity, fucking we must do whatever Pisco says, fucking argumentative bullshit. I'm fucking sick of it, okay? So, you're just saying don't hit back? Are you fucking kidding me? I'm literally asking, begging, pleading for the Democratic Party to get their fucking shit together so they can win the midterms and arguably win 28 so that specifically they can go after Donald Trump and go after his ilk through the criminal justice process.
You're going to radicalize them. Better not.
And criminal fucking prosecution.
It's going to make them mean.
You don't think that's hitting them back?
It's going to make them mean. Wait, no, you shouldn't do that. Wait, I'm going to be you. You shouldn't do that because look at all these nice Republicans over here, and if you do that, you're going to make them mean.
Sex trafficking rapist. Do you think that I need to fucking sweep for that?
No. What I'm
doing? Okay, I want to make sure.
I'm sweeping for Amy Coney Barrett, not Donald Trump.
I want to make sure we get some other people in here. I want to give space to Tomfoolery, then I want to give space to JESSIAH, and then we'll get back to it. Go ahead, Tomfoolery, then JESSIAH. Go ahead.
I mean, you keep saying that nobody's responded to the self-defense argument, but I've granted the self-defense from the very beginning and saying that we are justified in a way, but I'm just more concerned with the long-term consequences of this. That is what I feel like.
So let's address that.
Because I have granted the self-defense aspect all the time. So
I appreciate your time. I'm talking about
nobody's done the self-defense.
Well, you granted it. So you granted it, and I appreciate you saying that. All right. So what Mitch McConnell did was worse. So the only thing that could be sort of preventing this from enacting it is if there's some extenuating circumstances outside of the four corners of that argument. And so what you propose is something that a lot of people have proposed, which is the rule of law will be sort of destroyed, or it will lead into this cascading set of effects where law and order will break down and we'll have like anarchy, or we'll need to even think about revolution. What's the evidence that will occur, right? Because we've seen state Supreme Court packs that we've mentioned in Georgia, in Arizona, and in Utah has rule of law broken down there? Has revolution taken place there? What is the, and again, even in the context of the court packs that happened in the 19th century, right? Most of those occurred.
Those are not analogous in any way. We're talking about the Supreme Court.
So then what? So what is the evidence that
over the rule of law?
Right. So what's?
Wait a minute. Wait. I couldn't hear what Tom.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah,
Tom, could you repeat that? Could you? You said it's not analogous. I couldn't hear what you said.
I get we're all hyped up, but Tom has to get his thing out so we can all hear without interruption. So Tom, the floor is yours. Repeat that, please.
To say that gerrymandering hasn't eroded the rule of law, it's
no
not
court
the same
packs.
Thing because
no, we're talking about court packs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct. But you just said that. What is your evidence of this when gerrymandering has?
No, if I said that, I meant court packing.
He said court packs.
So court packs.
Okay.
So we've seen
the Utah State Supreme Court was packed, the Georgia State Supreme Court was packed,
Arizona
State Supreme Court,
and in the 20th century, in the 20th century, there was packing of lower federal courts. In the 19th century, packing of the Supreme Court many times, and decades before the Civil War, so 30 years plus removed from the Civil War, there was this battle of court packing, and then Abraham Lincoln did a court pack. So what is the evidence that court packing leads?
The founding fathers
themselves, right? So
President Adams and Jefferson.
Jefferson going back at it.
The size of the court
for explicitly partisan reasons. So what's the evidence that you have that we are going to destroy the rule of law if we were to do this?
The makeup of the Republican Party right now, the lack of respect for the norms and for the institutions currently, I don't think this has existed in the past. And the fact that how about this? JESSIAH, if we did this, if we did packed courts, we add 2 justices and we do it in a partisan manner. We add 2, Gavin Newsom picked justices. Do you believe Republicans will likely add more picks afterwards? Do you think that's likely?
Yeah, yes, probably. I do. Now, if we did that, it wouldn't change the balance of the court. It would still be a conservative majority. It'd be 6-5. So maybe they'd be less inclined to do it because they think that it still leans conservative. But yes, I say if we did anything to the court, I think if we did what McConnell did to Trump. I think if we did that, or if we just added 2, or if we flip the balance of the court by adding more liberal justices such that it becomes a liberal court,
they'll do whatever it takes.
Yes, I think, they'll do whatever it takes to either keep or preserve.
That is what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
But why is that worse than now, right?
Let him answer. Go ahead.
That is what I'm talking about, is the back and forth. On top of that, I think there's rumors that there's 1 to maybe 2 justices that are thinking about retiring, that the Trump administration is trying to push to retire quicker so that they can go ahead and get them.
Yeah, but why is that worse, Tom? So you have to address why it's worse, right? Because number one, the evidence we have out of Georgia, Arizona, Utah, there hasn't been a tit for tat. In 2016, it happened. No tit for tat there. Okay, so it doesn't seem entailed that there's a tit for tat. But even assuming,
I don't know why you're bringing that up.
Wait.
If you already agree that you think that's going to happen, and you think that
I think they'll try. I think they'll try. I actually think it might be more hard for them to accomplish it than we think. But even assuming that it will, why is that worse than the current situation? Why would an oscillating court that sometimes shifts Democrats, sometimes shifts Republicans? Republicans already have a huge advantage when it comes to the Senate and many of these other institutional factors. Why is it better for them to have the permanent Supreme Court as opposed to it oscillating?
Yeah, to really put a fine point on that, Tom, I want to be clear. I would rather have a liberal-dominated court 4 out of every 8 years than no time.
0.
Right? Because the way it's looking, based on who they intend to nominate, if Alito and Thomas, strategically retire, we could not only have a 6-3 conservative supermajority for decades to come, but within that 6-3 conservative supermajority, a MAGA majority court, with 5 justices appointed by Trump. And I would rather have my way 50% of the time than 0% of the time.
Can I ask y'all to repeat that just so I can make sure that I heard y'all correctly? Because it actually is one of my fears. So to hear y'all say it so casually is actually kind of alarming.
We would rather have an oscillating
court. What you're saying... I'm sure you're about to repeat it. But so basically, let's say we go up to 13. Then the Republicans get in, they add 2. They're in a majority. Then the Democrats get in, they add 2. Then the Republicans add in and get 2. that is a preferable state of affairs for you two fine gentlemen here today than just trying to try to unfuck it
then
through the system we presently
50
have.
years of darkness under the current court with like insane rulings, perplexing logic, shadow docket bullshit.
I thought insane rulings weren't pertinent to this conversation. Why are we talking about why are we talking about insane rulings?
They're not necessary.
Can I just add on top of that? It's not just that it would be decades under a conservative supermajority, a MAGA majority.
Wait, why are we talking about a dark Supreme Court? You guys said the court rulings aren't even necessary to this conversation.
You don't like to be interrupted. I don't interrupt you.
Yes. I know, I'm being obtuse.
That's between you and Pisco. So it's not just that. It's that it would be a conservative supermajority and a MAGA majority that was procured through ill-gotten gains in the first place. Like, they got this court by the very sort of norm violation that people who oppose court packing oppose. It's like playing a game where you and I are playing and I cheat and you are just losing the game in perpetuity, or let's think of a really long time horizon for a game, that would not be tenable for you. Like, it's not like I'm just better. It's not like I just won through sheer skill. It's I cheated and entrenched an advantage. So that's the double reason. Like, that's another reason why it's unacceptable.
Of course it's better to have it oscillate than to have it permanently in one way, right? Especially with, and that's why it's not necessary, the fact that it's a dark court and that they're insane, yes, that is something I consider, but it's not even necessary. Even put that aside. Like, why does it make sense
to
have
permanence coming from? Why do you keep saying permanent?
When we say permanent, eventually we're going to have entropy will all be disassociated. So when I say permanent, we just mean long time, Tom, all right? I don't mean permanent to the heat death of the universe.
And to really drive a point on that, it's when we say permanent, you also have to factor it into a political environment where the other institutional advantages favor the Republicans such that it will be difficult for Democrats to sustain long-term power. What do you need in order to change the balance of the court? You need three things. You need a vacancy, unless you expand the court, right? Somebody has to die or resign, so you have to have a vacancy. You have to have a Democratic president, and you have to have a Democratic Senate at the same time. Because, Tom, I'm sure you would agree. Let's say in 2028, Democrats win, but let's say Republicans keep control of the Senate. Do you think Republicans will vote to confirm a Democratic Supreme Court nominee in
a non-election year? Yes.
Yeah.
I would feel like they'd have to at this point. Like after I think they would at this point. Yeah, I think they would. But not if we were like attempting to pack the courts. No. Like
this is what's so offensive.
Well, hang on. I just want to be clear. Wait a minute. I want to be clear because I could have just presented the hypothetical wrong. I want to make sure I said it correctly. So let's say in 2028, Gavin Newsom wins the presidency and he's in office from January 2029 until January 2023. And there's a vacancy on the court in 2029, 2030, 2031, 30, whatever. If those 4 years, and there's a Republican Senate majority.
Are they going to confirm
You think they would vote to confirm a Newsom appointee to the Supreme Court?
Are you saying, okay, just to clarify, are you saying one Supreme Court justice, or are you saying 4 Supreme Court?
No,
any vacancy. Any vacancy. Let's say Clarence Thomas dies.
If they're going to pull another McConnell.
Yeah, not in an election year or in a year before an election year. Like the minute after he's in office.
I have that fear, but I don't have like reason to believe that they would do it again, especially after the amount of shit that they got the last time.
Can I ask you, Tom, why not?
Well, we categorically disagree on that
crazy.
one.
That's crazy. So you and Connor, unfortunately, I like you both a lot. You're suffering from the same thing.
Hold on. So as I was saying, like I think that they got a lot of shit the last time that they did like end up giving justices to Trump when in the period that totally violated whatever norm they claimed was in place at the time, and that yes, I think that like last time I think that this was they
got away with it, Tom.
Happens. Sure they got away with it, but
they didn't get any shit for it.
If they did. What do you mean they didn't get any shit for it?
The only shit they got from it is from us. It didn't matter to anything.
They didn't suffer any political consequences. Is the point, right? We didn't see a mass revolt against the Republicans in the Senate because you fucked over Barack Obama.
Trump won, right? Yeah, Trump won, and the only reason Democrats won in 2018 has to do with Trump stuff. People didn't give a shit about that stuff. And when Can I just diagnose something right now?
You guys are interrupting each other.
This is the overall issue that and I like Connor and Tom. That I like Connor and Tom. You're fucking me up, Tom. I like both of you guys, and you're both like decent guys. But here's the problem: you are suffering from Trump derangement syndrome. You're forgetting that for 10 years. These monsters have operated without any scruples whatsoever to their pure political advantage. They are not beyond anything. Right now, Donald Trump is stealing $1.7 billion from taxpayers, and nobody gives a shit. They're doing grumble. It doesn't matter. So for you to pretend that it's even conceivable that under a Democratic administration, if they controlled the Senate, they wouldn't be like ready, willing, able, and absolutely unified in preventing that person's placement on the Supreme Court is insane. Have we not suffered these same 10 years together, Tom?
The fact that you think that that's a functioning system is ridiculous to me. That, like, to me, that just isn't a system that's even worth having anymore. Like, it is time to just tear it all down and start from scratch.
What are you talking about?
What do you mean? What am I talking about? Why the fuck would we want to have oscillating Supreme Court justice?
Because it's preferable to the current status quo.
The majority. But that is not a functioning system. That is not a functioning system.
It's more functional than the status quo. It's more functional than the status quo.
Hold on. More functional is fucking bullshit.
So then what do you mean by functional? Then what do you mean by functional? What do you mean by functional?
It means that, like, there is some there is some decor, there is some
so what happened in Georgia? Did Georgia fall apart? Did Georgia have Lord of the Flies? Is Georgia Mad Max? Is there fucking like people in spikes going around and driving fucking big ass? Well, they might be driving buggies. I don't fucking know about Georgia, but is that what's happening in Georgia? Did the world fall apart in Georgia?
Too far, and then you started describing Georgia.
Yellow Trump flag.
But be honest, right? So in Georgia in 2016, they did a partisan court pact. They didn't hide it, and it flipped the court from Democrat to Republican. Did the world end in Georgia? Do we still have rule of law in Georgia?
No, but that's not the...
We do, right?
Are there bumpkins rolling around in Mad Max trucks shooting guns in Georgia? And we're like, yeah, Pisco, that's exactly what's happening.
No, not more than before.
That's
not more than before.
That's incidental.
But you know what I'm talking about.
I'm sorry. What'd you say to that? I'm curious because it's a good example.
You guys seem to be granting that the courts are likely going to be oscillating back and forth, but that's not the example that you're giving in Georgia. I live here in Georgia. Like, the idea that it's going back and forth from Democrat to Republican to where the laws are being partisanly chosen, but depending on which side has the majority, that's not happening. But that because
Republicans keep winning.
Circumstance that we're talking about here. Yeah. Hold on. No. That is the circumstance that we're talking about with the federal Supreme Court. You are already granting that is going to be the case, and you're okay with that, and I'm not.
Wait a minute.
I'm saying we do everything we can to avoid that, and then once it gets to the
so as long as we don't flip the court, you're fine. As long as we don't flip the court, we're fine.
Tom, I got a great example. Okay, actually, I've got two examples here, real quick, and I want Wick. I'm going to get my answers to both before anybody else talks because then we'll never circle back to it. Okay, two things. You say you live in Georgia and we don't have that in Georgia. Now, I don't remember all the Georgia composition breakdowns. So this pack occurred in 2016. It was a 4-3 court. It went from 4 Democratic appointees and 3 Republican appointees, and the Republican governor and the Republican General Assembly packed the court and flipped the balance of the court. Have you had a Democratic governor and a Democratic Georgia Assembly since that happened?
No.
Okay, so number one, the reason that it hasn't oscillated, at least one of the reasons, is because there was no Democrat to oscillate. Number one, there was no you would need a Democratic governor.
If they were, you would be condemning them, wouldn't you, Tom? If a Democrat got in office in Georgia and they're like, you know what, let's unfuck the court from 2016, you'd be like, don't do that, then it'll oscillate.
Well, wait. Well, actually, I'm curious.
If it was oscillating, I would say yes. Like this is totally fucked. We need to put into place like actual laws that change the regulations around when you can and can't put these people in place, and have like maybe third-party commissions. But we would have to scrap the entire system and start over for sure.
Wait a minute. So wait a minute. I'm looking for clarity on that answer. That was not my second question, and I will get my second question asked and answered. But on that note, if a Democrat, because there's a gubernatorial election this year, right? In Georgia?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so let's imagine I can't remember the Democratic candidate. Let's say the Democrat wins and you guys are able to flip the General Assembly to Democrats. So you get a Democratic governor and a Democratic General Assembly. You would or would not support. There's been no oscillation yet. The Republicans made the shift and they flipped the balance of the court. Would you support a Democratic governor and a Democratic General Assembly in Georgia either unpacking the court and taking away 2 Republican appointees or expanding the court to flip it back to a liberal court? Would you support that?
I'm in favor
Georgia?
of unpacking the courts. Yeah, I'm in favor of even like if we're talking about impeaching some of the justices that are currently on the federal
Set
Supreme Court,
impeachment. Set impeachment aside for a moment because Pisco is going to have an aneurysm, and there's also the constitutional threshold there. You need a supermajority. Set that aside. So you would support a Democratic governor and a Democratic General Assembly in Georgia removing 2 conservative justices to make the Supreme Court liberal again.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Pisco, put a pin in that because I'm sure you're going to want to follow up on it. Here's my second question. This is a hypothetical I give to Wick all the time. I know you fear oscillation, and believe it or not, I am also concerned about oscillation. So are Pisco. We just think it's worth the risk. But do you know what the best way to avoid oscillation and any sort of retaliation in the future in terms of this Republican Party? There's one way to totally eliminate that. You know what it is?
Doing what they do so that they're not willing to do it again?
No, I mean that there's a risk of oscillation there as we're all conceding, right? That's the tit for tat, right? It could inspire. The best way to avoid any oscillation is for every Democratic official to resign their office and give all power to the Republican Party. The best way to avoid an escalation in a fight is just to lay down and take the ass kicking. You would agree with that, right?
But that's not what that's not what I said though. I
didn't say. Well, wait a minute. I didn't. Wait a minute. No. I'm not saying that that's what you're saying. I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm trying to test where your limiting principle is, because this is where I get Wick every time. Wick. Well, when we'll have the conversation, he opposes
me to get in on this.
He's got you many times, Wick. Apparently,
stop. No, don't weaseling. Don't let him do this. Come on.
So and Wick, when the panel opens up, I'm sure he's going to pop in. I'd love to have this.
But ask your question, okay?
If you really fear oscillation, if that's the maximum fear, why don't you support every Democratic lawmaker and the liberal justices on the Supreme Court? So Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, all the Democratic senators, all the Democratic congresspeople, Ketanji Brown Jackson, Elena Kagan, and Justice Sotomayor. Why don't we all resign and just give all the power, all of it, not most of it, but all of it, to the Republicans? That's the best way to avoid oscillation because there's no way to swing back. They would have all the power. You obviously don't support that. Why not? If you fear oscillation.
Because we would lose all of the Democrat power for the things that we believe in. What do you mean?
So is it fair to say then that you do have a willingness to take the risk of oscillation? It's just where you draw the line. Is that fair to say?
You say the risk of oscillation. I don't know why you say the risk of oscillation when I'm saying that there are other opportunities, other options that I think that would be better, and I'm giving those as another option. You're saying, well, it's like this or like nothing, and I don't know why we would even propose that hypothetical.
It's this or nothing. No, he's saying that you don't have like a pure commitment to non-oscillation. The question is how much risk of oscillation are you willing to tolerate? You tolerate some amount of oscillation risk. None.
None. I'm saying that at the point that we think that it is likely to go to oscillation, not just like it's a possibility, but we think it is likely, that at that point, I think it is better to just
that's
get
democracy, bro.
Just go ahead.
One party gets in control, other party gets in control.
So is revolution. So is revolution. So is full-on riots, revolution, and taking over and starting from scratch.
Okay. So you don't think there's a risk of oscillation? How do you define oscillation? Is it just constant swinging back and forth, or a swing at all?
Yeah, Tom, if you want me to back you up, let me know. But if you want to keep fighting, fight.
What if I told?
I was just going to say I think you guys know, and I feel like you're playing a little bit dumb and cute here. Like, obviously, there's oscillation when a party swaps power with another party. That's
then what are you talking about?
We're concerned about. What we're concerned about is a rocking boat eventually capsizing.
No, I'm not even talking about that,
setting
Connor.
into motion intentionally oscillation.
Connor, that's actually not what I'm talking about, and I appreciate that. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. I don't mean an oscillation of like handing over majorities. What McConnell did, do you all agree that what McConnell did was a form of oscillation?
Yes, that it shifted the balance of power incorrectly or immorally.
Tom, would you grant that? Tom, would you grant that?
Yeah, of course.
What did Democrats do with the Supreme Court that McConnell was responding to?
Nothing.
Correct. That's my point. That's my point. It's not Democrats getting in majorities or Republicans. That's not the oscillation. What I'm saying is Republicans don't need a predicate reason to initiate a power grab. We've seen them do it. With the court, an opportunity presented itself. It's not that we ever did it to them. They're like, holy shit, this opportunity is here. We are initiating and we are going to do it. So the only actual way to avoid that sort of scenario is for there to be no Democrats in office and just let Republicans do whatever they want. So wait, do you understand what I'm saying?
I do, but you guys keep using the gerrymandering as an example, right?
No one just used gerrymandering. What do you mean?
Now, hold on, not just now.
Let him get it out. Let's see what he has to say.
If what's happening right now with gerrymandering was happening every single election cycle, I would also say this is a broken system. We need to start over. Like that, there is no democracy there anymore, especially when a minority party or a party that has like a minority favor is able to do everything they can to hold those seats when the majority of people don't want them there. Like this is not a functioning democracy anymore.
So we haven't had a functioning democracy because partisan gerrymandering have existed for decades. We had it for decades. The term arises
the amount of damage that, like when we were talking about Trump getting into office and being that he was going to ruin democracy in our country. I think we're there. I think we literally are there. And I think to actually consider the fact that to continue down this road of just fucking everything up versus just saying, okay, our democracy's fucked. Like it's time to just like hit the erase button and start over. I think that's
the legislative branch is designed to have a check on the judiciary. They're given powers to even strip jurisdiction away from the courts, strip them of appellate jurisdiction, and they've exercised that authority at times. For you guys to think it's inconceivable that a court which is endowed with the authority to even fund the Supreme Court in the first place, and certainly the authority to have some oversight over the Supreme Court, to impeach in the Supreme Court, and yes, sometimes to do fuckery like Mitch McConnell did, like it would be our democracy couldn't continue if we added members to the Supreme Court. What is the basis for that conclusion? It's totally baseless. There's still democracy in the United States of America if we were to do this, and there's no reason to think there won't be. What you're advocating for is something for which you have no evidence, is to suggest that if we were to respond in kind to what they did, that somehow that would be a worse situation than the one that we find ourselves in. But it just won't be, right? Because why would it be preferable?
That's not what I said.
You granted, right? You granted that in Georgia. So you said in Georgia, you would be okay with Democrats, if they take hold of state government, expanding the court, didn't you?
No.
Of removing justices in Georgia for partisan gain.
Yeah.
Okay.
Removing, yeah.
So are you in favor in the federal context of removing justices for partisan gain?
In the federal courts, yeah, if we removed like the one pick that McConnell blocked and then what was immediately replaced with that Trump was able to nominate, yeah, I would be totally in favor.
No fear for oscillation there?
I would say it'd be two. Because there were two norm violations. They violated the norm in 2016. They changed the rule. No Supreme Court confirmations in an election year. And you had Lindsey Graham, who was either the highest ranking or the second highest ranking Republican on the Judiciary Committee, which is the committee of jurisdiction over the Supreme Court, saying, use my words against me. In 2020, if President Trump has a vacancy on the court, we're going to adhere to our own rules and we're not going to nominate one of his judges. And then he fucking lied. They all lied and they did that. So
because we were mean to Republicans.
Right. So it would be two. I want to be clear. The only way I'll countenance your solution is Gorsuch goes and Amy Coney Barrett goes.
But let's be clear about this. No. What you've just granted, I don't know how many people watching this are going to think that you're not in favor of court backing too, based on how the definitions are. But I'll just want you to realize that the distinction between us, Tom, is we're okay with adding 2 seats. You're okay with taking 2 seats away. Is that really a big difference in terms of what you think the outcome will be in terms of the political climate of this country? Is that really the big difference? Go ahead.
I do want to get to Super Chats in a second, and we're going to go a little longer than later before we open up the panel to Collins because we had a little later start because of the tech issue. But to answer that question, I think there absolutely is a difference between removing and adding, right? We
No,
can
in terms of
point
what you
to-
expect for the population to
Yes,
respond.
yes.
Okay, go for it.
Yes. We can make I think, a very strong and sound argument that say, hey, what McConnell did violated norms and was immoral, and all these reasons that we've given, right? And the Amy Coney Barrett thing, and we can point to those two things and say, this is justification for why we are undoing this. And I think that Republicans couldn't really point to the same thing with other justices. So it would limit their ability to respond in a way that packing the court by expanding it would not. Does that make sense?
I don't see. So I don't think so. In terms of Republican justifications for themselves, I think that if
Tom, you get what I'm saying, right?
I'm trying to address what you just said, Wick.
I agree. I think they're different in kind. That's what I told him earlier. Is I think
I know that subtraction is different in kind than addition. Okay, what I'm talking about isn't
I think that it has different effects on people's psyche on what's happening, and I think it looks different to the public. I think that it's easier to get public approval for one than the other. I think that all these things matter in terms of what is going to happen in the future and how to mitigate risks for just breaking the system as a whole. My issue,
I want to respond to
court
that.
Packing, yeah, I'm going to let you respond in a second, but just to finish real quick, my issue with court packing, my fear, and it is a fear with court packing, is that you will functionally cease to have a justice system in America if we if we go down the route of every time different party gets into power, they just put more people onto the court. I think that it just
and it becomes explicitly partisan.
So first, on public perception, you have a strong intuition that the public is going to respond like better to removing Amy Coney Barrett from her seat, hauling her out of the Supreme Court. Similar things with, I guess, Neil Gorsuch or whatever, than adding two seats.
Neil Gorsuch more than Amy Coney Barrett, to be clear.
Okay, but like that's your intuition. I don't think you have any empirical evidence for that. I have a strong intuition to get opposite of that. Okay, my intuition. Yeah, you don't have any evidence that suggests that people would be more likely for it, right?
It's true, but I do think we can make inferences based on little to no evidence based on past behaviors and just what we know about human psyche, or what I understand, or my intuition, as you would like to say, about human psyche. And I think the argument's sound.
Really, because I look at Virginia, where they weren't proposing adding seats. They were trying to retirement age the fuck out of everyone and remove them, and they reacted like the sky was falling. Any thought process that thinks that they're not going to respond to a 2-seat where they're taking particular justices, and making a meal out of it, I think that's like totally, without any basis or merit. And I think that they would respond. This is my intuition, that they would respond better to an expansion plan than to a retraction plan. But I think we have to grant that there's not a strong empirical basis to think that they're going to respond differently, other than our vibes, right?
When it comes to the Virginia situation, the justification for removing the Virginia seats is way weaker than the justification for removing Gorsuch and Amy Coney Barrett. You'd agree, right?
No.
No.
Yeah, no.
So the justification, as I understand it, for removing the Virginia Supreme Court justices by changing the retirement age is that they made a ruling we didn't like.
No, there's more. Well, I have a different justification. I'm not bound by the justification of idiots. I have a different justification, and my justification is based on the explicit court packing that occurred in Republican seats, specifically some of them to affect gerrymandering decisions in those states. It's 1-for-1, same retaliation.
In Virginia?
No, you don't. I am giving you my rationale, and it's not based on arbitrarily drawing lines around Virginia. All right. And saying that we have to only
Virginia as the evidence that you think that people wouldn't be for evidence that removing.
I can explain that the Republicans in Virginia, they did not react to, and they would have reacted similarly if Virginia had proposed a 2-seat court pack. They would have reacted similarly, in my view, as how they reacted to the overall retirement age play. The only reason the Democrats didn't...
Yes, I agree. And I'll tell you why, is because Virginia, and why they're changing the Supreme Court in Virginia, I think they have much weaker justification, right? We have a weaker argument.
You're not understanding, right? So let me explain. So this is not about the overall justification. This is about how people consider the action of removing justices versus adding them. And my intuition is they're going to treat those equivalently to the extent that it affects a partisan skew. So we're taking the, like, because you're saying you're actually in support. And I just want to show on Wick, are you or are you not in support of removing Amy Coney Barrett from her seat?
I am not in support.
Okay, so then what is this bullshit? Why are you doing this thing? Okay, so Tom, you would disagree with Tom, because Tom, you do agree with taking Amy Coney Barrett off her seat, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so
for what reason?
To unpack the court, he said it.
Yeah, because
I would go after Thomas for bribery before I would go after ACB for unfairness or whatever.
Just the wait, what?
So Justice Thomas has been like competently accused of bribery and corruption.
I got you.
So I would try to impeach and remove him.
Tom's preferences, and I think the same thing. Like, I personally prefer Amy Coney Barrett. Like, if I had to choose between who I'd want in the Supreme Court between Amy Coney Barrett and Clarence Thomas,
well, just also as a matter
we'd
of
all
procedure,
agree,
right?
We would all agree, but I think the basis would be because she was the most recent conservative justice, and her appointment was done under a cynical, dishonest rule change from another dishonest, cynical rule change.
Huh.
It just seems like that will engender more resistance from even Democrats and liberals, and it's just easier, cleaner, just to add seats. I don't understand why we have this intuition that it'll be less damaging to the fabric of the republic to just add a couple seats like it's been done before than just doing untested rules
there would
on.
Still be risk.
Because
can I ask the opposition what they think?
Hold on. Wait, because this is important. The reason that it matters is because I think adding seats is fine in theory, but when you add seats in a partisan manner, like if you say like, oh, I think we should just have more people who are making these decisions, like this is 9 isn't enough, something like that. I think adding them in a partisan manner is where the problem comes in. Whereas if instead you're like, hey, I think we should add 2 people, we'll let some Republican pick one, and then we'll have
I just don't know why that seems like special pleading. Why is it the case? Why is it the case that like all of the fears of
special pleading? You really think taking the partisanship out of it is special pleading?
No,
really?
What I'm saying. No, listen to what I'm saying. What I think is special pleading is you've attached all of this negative risk to court expansion and reactions to court expansion and the downward spiral and the tit for tat. All of that is being attached to this. But for some miraculous set of reasons that I think are incomprehensible for me to understand, that kind of risk isn't present in a tit for tat removal strategy. Like,
No. It's not present. It is just less because we have a stronger argument to say we can point to a harm that the public can understand, that McConnell behaved poorly. He went against the system. He violated norms. And therefore, we are doing this to correct it, right, in a way that we are undoing the harm. Whereas if we do it and say, in order to undo the harm here, we have to add more seats and we're just going to fill it.
I think if you polled the public, they think that's more extreme.
Again,
I think if you polled them, they think that's more extreme.
I acknowledge that I don't have
really. So Pisco, just to be clear, you're saying Pisco, you're saying you think that adding seats would be less
extreme,
less radical.
Yes. Most people, I think most people would consider, this is my intuition, removing justices to be more of a shock to the system than adding justices. I do think that, actually, yes. And you'd have all these op-eds by these these hand-wringing libs about Amy Coney Barrett was actually good for us in these concurrences, and it's just way cleaner. And like, I don't think there's a good basis to believe that the country ruining aspects that you're invoking, like the kind of like, we might as well just do revolutionary war, that to the extent that any of this is dependent on Republicans' reactions, I think they're going to behave pretty equivalently.
Dude, how many times have you talked to Republicans, like had debates with them where you bring up what it is that Mitch McConnell did and they defend it? How many times, how often does
basically
that happen?
Every time.
Okay, I've never had somebody defend it. Almost every single time I bring it up to a Republican, they're like, yeah, okay, I disagree.
Well, wait a minute. Listen,
you're not talking to them.
To be clear, I understand what you're talking about, Tom.
On a consistent basis.
I don't know what Tom, to your point, I do hear that too. I hear a lot of like, well, I mean, it wasn't great. I'm not saying it was good. You guys definitely shouldn't do it to us. And
they outplayed Democrats, is what they say. They outplayed them. Definitely shouldn't do anything about that. I will concede that it was a little underhanded, but
it's fine. Like that's usually what it is. You'll get a half-assed Brad Palumbo
Yeah,
to his
they're
credit.
allowed to do it.
Brad says it's
Palumbo
bad.
is,
Yes.
Yeah. Brad Palumbo's the one exception, but although again, he's saying this as a conservative who generally likes the tilt of the court. So like, even not to throw Connor under the bus, because, I understand that he's anti-Trump and anti-MAGA, but I think he genuinely likes the jurisprudential tilt of this court, right? He would prefer, as a conservative, a more conservative court than a liberal one. So set the actual partisanship aside, Democrat versus Republican. He's certainly anti-Trump and anti-current GOP, but he has a vested interest in keeping a conservative majority court because with the exception of like the immunity decision, I'm sure he agrees with a lot of the rulings.
I've been on my best behavior for the past 20 minutes, so I want to roll a proverbial grenade into the conversation, but we can also just leave the pin inside the grenade. So there's a argument to be made for like textualism versus originalism in reference to like the Supreme Court and judges in general, that effectively like progressive judges will basically do a plain text reading of legislation, then they'll just make up whatever the fuck they want instead of actually doing the historical like reading in order to figure out what was intended by the legislation in the first place, and then translate it based off of that way. And as somebody who was raised in a conservative society, if you want to change the meaning of a law, then you should have to repeal and replace the law. You shouldn't get to make up whatever the fuck you want after the fact.
Meanwhile, the VRA is like cringing in the corner.
You want to talk about guns? You want to fight about guns? Let's fight about guns, motherfucker. Let's talk about Hawaii and California and DC and Chicago.
Rights,
you son of a bitch.
No, voting rights is huddled on the floor of the shower, weeping with a black
whipped
eye
by Alito.
After Clarence Thomas.
Don't rewrite the law. Alito's like, we're just
going
to adjust it. We're just going to adjust our precedent.
That law that had been repeatedly reaffirmed by bipartisan majorities. I can't, and Pisco might have to correct me on this one. There was at least one case where the Supreme Court, tried to rewrite an element of the Voting Rights Act.
Yeah, the intentional aspect of it, and the Reagan. In the Reagan administration, they changed it to correct the court's error. So it's just hilarious.
Yeah, the Congress was like, no, Supreme Court, this is what we meant, black and white. And so, I mean, that's part of the problem is, I wish I agreed with you, Connor, but I would say that Pisco and I don't trust that. Like the thing about originalism, and we see this with the immunity decision, there's no consistency here, right? If the court was truly originalist, then there wouldn't have been the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment ruling, which was a 9-0 ruling, from a few years ago. There wouldn't have been the Trump
unoriginalist opinion
decision.
Trump versus United States unoriginalist. I mean, there's so many unoriginalist opinions recently, but even not all originalists are created equally, right? We could be in favor. There's some liberal originalists that I think are based. Akil Amar, he's a liberal originalist. Ketanji Brown Jackson, she's a liberal originalist. And so on originalism score, I think that you can find even if I were to limit it to only originalists, which, okay, I mean, we don't have consistent conservative originalists. By the way, even conservative commentators recognize this. Alito is not a fucking originalist. Roberts is not a fucking originalist, even on their own accounting. They don't even try to make a pretense of it. So we're just not maximizing for originalism, and certainly not consistent originalism. So all of that is just irrelevant to the overall argument, because you can find liberal originalists. And even if I constrain myself that way, it'd be better.
The statement that you made that I think is a pin in the grenade that I would like to leave, in there is effectively not all originalism is created equal. That's a perfectly fine summary of the situation.
And the current situation, so far as originalism is concerned, is horrible. I mean, they're not good historians. They're just not.
Let me get to some super chats, and then we'll continue the conversation. We're going to open this up in about, I'd say, 20 minutes. So yeah, $10 from your mom shows something. I don't know. It says Dylan is already better than Ryan. Well, thank you for the $10. $2 from my listening library to say, damn it, Ryan Mullally. Pisco probably. We already read this, but $10 from Soypill. Pisco, when you told me blacklisted Ryan, did you know these tech issues would happen too? You know I use my Jewish connections, huh? Funny. $5 from Esoteric Dichotomy.
Can I respond to Soypill real quick?
Go ahead.
Soypill, if you're watching, I want Joe to define what he means by what was the word? What was it that I sent the super chat about? Wait, come on. What was the debate?
I don't remember, bro.
God damn it, there was a meme. Fuck it. I'll have to go back and check. Go ahead.
Owned.
Oh, Populism. Can we explain
Populism.
Yeah.
Soy Pill, I want you to have a conversation with Joe and let him define populism and stop rudely interrupting him, for God's sakes.
I don't have a 5-hour stream prepared.
Who is Joe?
$5 from Esoteric Dichotomy. They should expand the court, but have the next admin get to pick. So they have to win an election after. Kind of like Congress pay. Thank you.
No, I don't want to do that. I just don't understand. Like, if there's buy-in from the other side, sure, we can find some neutral solution. But if there's not, I want to unskew this court, right? I'm glad that Tom has granted the self-defense argument, but I think by it's entailed, unless you believe, as he does, that there's some material difference between removing justices and adding seats to the Supreme Court. I mean, he's very well entitled to that view. But if you agree, as I do, that the public wouldn't have a distinction, or at least there's no basis to believe they would have a distinction in those responses, I think you're bound to say that Democrats are justified in adding seats to the Supreme Court. I think you just are.
I mean, Connor, are you saying you don't agree with like any sort of return fire in this case whatsoever after Mitch McConnell?
Well, the return fire, I don't know why. I know why. I know it's because it's more difficult. Mitch McConnell used a specific weapon in order to injure the Democrats. And I'm saying use the same weapon to injure the Republicans. And they're like, no, fuck that. It's too hard.
But imagine in your police
context.
Real quick,
I'm
you
sorry.
do agree with
I'm
the
sorry.
return fires. Okay. So just real quick, just to be clear, he does agree with self-defense. He does agree with
of course,
self-defense. He just agrees.
Dude, I would love to see Donald Trump and or his cronies prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Absolutely.
Breaking news: Thomas Massey lost his primary. It's official.
Damn.
So.
I screamed fuck into the microphone, but
damn. What do you say?
Democrats should capitalize. Hold on. I'm very serious about this point. If the Republican Party is going to continue to follow cultists who are sociopaths, who will sweep for an ephemophilic sex trafficking fucking presidentially corrupt fucking dickhead, then the Republican Party, it doesn't even matter what I say. I could say all the principled shit that I want. Karmically, they will reap the fucking whirlwind. And I will be there to say, I told you so, you fucking dipshits. Thomas Massey is a schizophrenic, but you cannot argue that he's principled.
Well, here's the thing you have to consider in light of our
Republicans.
And Brad Raffensperger is currently losing. He hasn't been called yet, but he's losing the gubernatorial primaries, and he's the most Brian Kemp. Like, he was the one who fought against the Stop the Steal thing in 2020.
So here's what you have to realize and how it plays into it, because it is relevant here, is we need to stop pretending that this Republican Party is about to turn the corner and like not embrace MAGAism anymore. There are some people who are leaving Trump because the economy is bad. But the Republican Party
in a more extreme direction,
and they're
not really what I'm
extreme
saying.
As hell. So
I'm not saying the Republican Party is like, we're right around the corner from everybody looking like Mitt Romney. I've never said that shit. I would never say that shit. So don't pretend I'm saying that shit. What I am saying is there's a power struggle where the cult is not as popular as it was a year ago, and people are already picking at the corpse once Donald Trump leaves the Republican Party and has gutted it principally from floor to ceiling. So that war needs to be fought aggressively.
No, the war that needs to be fought. The war that needs to be fought. The war that needs to be fought aggressively is the war for our country. We are in an emergency right now, and one of the ways in which we're going to get out of this emergency is making sure that MAGA continues to lose and lose and lose. And unlike what Tom, I think, is suggesting with his physical gesticulations there, we are not going to get out of this emergency by just lying down and taking it. In fact, it is necessary to expand the court. And if we don't, we're going to be running around because of Supreme Court bullshittery with some crazier version of Trump as the president with unchecked power again, because this court loves to give deference to him. And that cannot be allowed. And it's not helping us. It's not helping us to pretend that Republicans are going to hold to these norms.
I do want to get to the rest
in
of
the future.
Hold on,
and I'm sorry, Democratic Supreme Court candidates in Georgia, because there are two, they are not doing well in the current race as well. So
so hold on, Wick. This is incredibly important. I don't know why I bother saying things at this point, so I'm just going to say what my opponents are saying I'm saying. So Democrats, lay down, get raped, it's over. Don't respond anywhere. Don't ever vote. Don't win in 26. Don't win in 28. Republicans are tops. You are bottoms. Just take it up the ass, metaphorically, literally, politically, in perpetuity.
Well, I mean, also to be clear, I literally say that I'm saying, yeah, like don't fight back. I'm literally over here talking about full on fucking revolution. So I'm on another level of
no, but we don't need to go there, right? We need to.
That's where we're at.
We don't need to go there. Like
5 pounds from Riz. What the fuck to say? Very basic point. But what about the slippery slope? What stops the Republicans packing it further? What if Trump does it first?
We've all so guys. It's been packed. I don't know what I have to do to get you guys to understand the position, right? We've offered now multiple opportunities for someone to distinguish what Mitch McConnell and company and the Republicans did in this interim period and how it would be better or worse compared to a legislative court pack. And nobody has been able to provide a reason why what Mitch McConnell did was somehow less bad than a prospective legislative court pack. No one, right? So it's already been packed.
And through this conversation, hold on. And through this conversation, you articulated, both you and JESSIAH articulated, that compared to not court packing and leaving a long-term conservative Supreme Court, you would prefer to oscillate the court every 4 years. And that is what Tom and I are afraid of.
Yeah, but you guys
it is what it is, man.
You guys
Also, lay down, take it up the butt, stop clenching your sphincter, just take it up the butt, relax, it'll be fine.
You got to get a little more money, gang. Let me get through some of these, okay? I promise.
Don't forget to breathe.
We're going to get through it.
Yep.
$2 from Nick Costanza to say, MAGA is allowed to do everything and Dems nothing. Clown face emoji.
Correct. Take it up the butt. Don't fight back. Don't vote. Don't do any of that stuff.
Even
though you've heard me 1,000 times say win the 26 and 28 elections and criminally prosecute your enemies.
You're not engaged in the conversation.
What I'm actually saying is lay down, take it up the butt,
relax. This is so stupid.
We're not engaging.
The memes are...
No, you're not engaged.
As long as we're accused of this position, I'm going to start repeating it. I'm just going to start repeating the position I'm accused of having.
I understand. $5 from Audacity to say, yeah, Wick, go get Jeb's opinion, Lamau. $2 from my listening library to say, get zero fucks into the debate. Hunter Kozak for $10. JESSIAH is right about court packing, but his Star Wars takes are bad enough that I will pretend that he's wrong about it.
Rise of Skywalker is the best of the Star Wars sequels. I'm prepared to die on this hill.
£5 from Riz, what the fuck?
Oh, I'm going to kill you in your sleep. Are you serious?
Yeah, we'll talk about it.
Okay, we can...
Not now. Not now. I'm just saying we will talk about it.
Yeah.
I'm going to Darth Plagueis you. That is crazy.
£5 from Riz, what the fuck? Has anyone thought about alternative, nonpartisan ways to set court composition? Other countries don't have this problem with their highest courts.
Other countries, by the way, have functioning democracies where legislature has way more control over the judiciary, right? Like, just because, like, there is a situation in which the legislature would have more control over the judiciary doesn't mean you don't have a functioning democracy anymore, okay? And that's me even preferring, in the best of all outcomes, to have a fully independent judiciary. I mean, I do think that that would be preferred. But that's not the question presented. The question presented isn't what's the best possible solution in the best possible of all worlds. It's, is the current solution one that should be considered in that it should be enacted better than the status quo, right? Because if you agree with any level of court packing, even one, by the way, in which there's definitionally no oscillation, I think Tom has to deal with that one now. Okay, let's get the following. Tom, if there is a court pack, an expansion of the court, but there's no oscillation, there's just one additional seat that's offered. You're in favor of that, right? No oscillation, no change in the composition of the court overall.
Well, I said that I was against like an even amount of justices.
Two wouldn't change the composition of the court in terms of Republican versus Democrat.
You're saying we know that there's not going to be oscillation afterwards? Yeah.
No. I'm not saying sorry. There just is no oscillation by that action in terms of the composition, in terms of Democrat, Republican, Democrat, Republican. We've just packed it by 2, and it's not resulted in a change in the composition of the court. It's still a majority conservative, but it's just a less conservative majority. You understand what I'm saying? So you're not reaching the... Okay. So currently there are 9 seats on the Supreme Court.
If you add 2,
it would no
longer be a conservative majority.
it would still be a conservative majority. There are 6 conservative justices on the Supreme Court. There are 3 liberal justices on the Supreme Court. If you add 2 justices, there's 5 liberal justices, 6 conservative justices. That doesn't change the current composition of the court. Would you be in favor of that? Yes or no?
Yeah, maybe.
So you're in favor of court. So you're definitionally in favor of court expansion.
Maybe. Maybe is not definitionally in favor of it, but I would
wait. So when you say, so what is there to think about?
Tom and I are worried about turning on and off the Supreme Court like a light switch and getting decisions based off of
now
a
there's
light
a new
switch flip every 4 years.
So now there's a new oscillation concern.
Yes, we're not principally opposed to the concept of expanding the court. We're concerned about the oscillation. That's been the point the entire time.
It's like the tail wagging the dog. Anytime I set as equal the thing you claim to be concerned about, the result still is, it's not clear that you're going to support it. Even when we address
What about this? Let's say there's a Democratic trifecta in 2028, and let's say,
inshallah,
Alito, Thomas. Let's see who else we'd need to do. How many would we need to flip? We would need to flip 2, I guess, right?
Alito,
2.
and Thomas?
So let's say Alito and Thomas either resign or die under a Democratic trifecta, and let's say that Democrats fill those vacancies with their Democratic Senate. So let's say we finally have, for the first time in 50 plus years, a liberal majority court. Connor, Tom, can you guarantee that if and when Republicans retake control, let's say in 2032, that they wouldn't try to expand the court? Or do you think they would tolerate a liberal majority court? Can you guarantee me that there's no risk of oscillation?
I can't guarantee it.
Right.
And
Tom?
Yeah.
Tom?
No, of course not.
Okay.
Okay, can I ask you, JESSIAH?
Wait a minute. I would like to follow up on that. So I'm curious.
Well, I let him finish a question. I didn't know he had a follow-up, okay?
Yeah, so my question is, should we fill those vacancies if you can't guarantee that the Republicans wouldn't try to expand the court if we have a liberal majority court without changing the law surrounding 9 seats or without removing justices? It just happens naturally. Because the reason I'm asking that question, I do want an answer, is because I believe the Republican Party is at a point, they're so radicalized, and these election results make me even more convinced of it, that they will simply not tolerate a liberal majority court, no matter how the liberal majority court manifests. Court packing, not court packing, deaths, resignations, impeachments, that they'll say, 10 years ago, the Democrats talked about court packing, because they did this, by the way, when McConnell withheld the hearing for Merrick Garland. They would say, Joe Biden, Senator Joe Biden 15 years ago talked about possibly withholding confirmation votes for a Republican appointee. Yep. So we're just applying the Biden rule. Can you guarantee that Republicans wouldn't
Somebody
do
literally
that?
sent me the Biden rule in Discord DMs.
Yeah. Yeah. So can tell me about that? What do you think about that? And what should Democrats do about that in a situation?
So what I'm looking for, and I promise you, I'm not trying to be evasive at all. What I want is an adult in the fucking room. And so what I'm worried about is that if you, JESSIAH, man that I love and respect, Pisco, who I love and respect, but pisses me the fuck off, if you guys are out for blood, then effectively that you guys are a weather vane on the Democratic Party. And so what's going to happen is I feel like I'm losing my adults across the aisle that I can expect to be sane and moderate. So I can't promise you that the right wing is going to somehow stabilize and be sane in the next 5 to 10 years. As a matter of fact, they have broken every single principle I was ever raised with to believe in about being right wing. So maybe it's aspirational, maybe I'm being idealistic, but what I'm praying for is that we have touched the stove twice now in reference to Donald Trump. And I really wish we would learn our goddamn lesson and the adults in the room would start piping up and actually taking charge and handling business. But if you ask me like, hey, Connor, can you speak for the Republican Party? Can you speak for the populist
anything
masses?
but strength.
Right. Well,
absolutly not.
They
As a
don't
matter of fact,
respect
you probably
anything
be
but
right to
strength.
not trust them.
They don't respect anything but strength. Tonight's result should tell you that.
I'm also curious. I want to hear what Tom has to say about that. So again, Tom, I gave you a hypothetical and I gave you my opinion on it, which is that I don't think the current Republican Party will ever tolerate a liberal majority court, no matter how that liberal majority court manifests. I do not trust them. Do you? And in my hypothetical, how do you think Republicans would respond? And if and when they got back into power, would they expand the court? Would they try to impeach? What would they do? And based on your answer, how do you think Democrats should react in such a world? Like, should we be worried about ever having, a liberal majority court because it might provoke the Republicans into doing something drastic to get a conservative court back? You understand what I'm asking?
Yes. I'm not sure. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I might be rethinking my entire thought process here because I don't know why, but I think I came in here thinking that there was a 5-4 split, and
It's a 6-3.
Yeah, now thinking about it being 6-3, adding 2 justices on the liberal side would not be that big of a difference because it would still be a minority.
Well, we're going to give you
so
grace
yeah,
because you did come in last minute. I understand, right?
Yeah,
I was not prepped for this debate whatsoever.
You're fine.
So
You're
yeah,
fine. We love
No,
you,
and that's
buddy.
fine.
But
And that's fine. But I am curious as far as like my hypothetical goes. Again,
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Yeah.
5. Well, I have some. We're gonna get to it. $10, I should say, and this kind of speaks to something that
I'm listening, but I've got to step away because I have to pee desperately.
Okay,
so I'm
you're
listening.
This super chatter is asking a question I think that I also have, and one of the problems I have with court packing, or I guess objections to it, is I don't think it's necessary, and this is why. $10 from Ruth. Would you even need to pack the courts if you win the Senate in 26 and the presidency in 2028? You could just replace Roberts, Alito, and Thomas in the 8 years after 2028. Roberts, Alito, well, not so much Roberts, but Alito and Thomas are thinking about retiring, right? And Roberts is, I think,
this is what I brought up earlier.
Let me address it.
Right? And Roberts is the next up. So I understand worries about them trying to block replacements, but there are fixes to that worry that do not involve court packing that we could, and I feel should explore before we go to the court packing. So if we all we have to do is wait a couple years, I think we have it is a better world if we can fix this without results.
So let me address that completely and totally. So the first question is one about what you mean by necessity. If you mean strictly necessary, like ontologically necessary, no, nothing is necessary on that view. So necessary here, I'm assuming mean like reasonably necessary to achieve an end, right? Yes. Helpful, right? Helpful. And the answer is, it is helpful. So the first reason it's helpful is, one, it's justified, right? It's even if Roberts and these other people retire, that's in the sense of like normal, what we would consider within the bounds of then existing norm vacancies on the court. And so it doesn't recover the injury. The injury is still being felt even if we have those vacancies on the court. So nothing about having other opportunities within the norms doesn't like repairs the injury that was done back in the day. So it's not really relevant in that course. And obviously having
if I
go
may,
for it, yeah.
If I may address that,
I'm not done, but yeah,
I understand that, and I do believe it is an injustice, and I agree with you that there is a self-defense. Your self-defense analogy works. I agree with it. I buy into it. Right. I am just saying that if in order to get justice, we end up creating a situation that is objectively worse for the country.
That's begging the question. Yes, me too. Me too.
I'm willing to forgo getting that justice if we can correct it over a short amount of time, 2 years, in order to replace these things without doing the harm.
I understand it, right? So if I thought it would be objectively better off not to expand the court, I wouldn't be in favor of it in the first place, and including in the scenario that you're talking about.
I mean, this is a disagreement we have, right? That you think it's objectively better.
Well, that's the whole issue that we're here to debate, right? You can't assume it as part of the proposition as a choice. Well, do I choose court packing that doesn't obtain the objective good end, or do I choose the objective good end?
The argument of why it's not is because we can fix this without using court packing. And
okay, so I'm trying to address it. You're not letting me.
Because at
You're
the end
not
of the day,
letting me fix
the goal is to get a liberal judicial, right?
Okay. No, that's not the goal. That's not what I said, right? That's not been my the reason why I've said everything.
That's not your goal. You don't want a liberal judicial system.
Well, no, that's not the ultimate goal here. I've given you the goal. The goal is retaliation, rectification for a constitutional norm.
Okay, that's not my goal.
It's not your goal. What is
No,
your goal?
my goal is to get a liberal justice system, a liberal Supreme Court, I should say.
That is your goal.
We would prefer a liberal court.
No,
I mean, again,
stop. Everybody shut the fuck. No, I'm going to address this. No, I'm going to address this question fully. I'm going to address this question fully. No, I'm not going to let this question go unanswered. I'm going to answer it fully. No. I got interrupted. I'm answering the question fully. I'm answering the question fully. I'm answering the question fully. So the first response to it is it doesn't address the injury. The injury was done, and having these vacancies that arise in the ordinary course doesn't address the injury done. So that's number one. So in terms of necessity, when we're talking about reasonable necessity, is it helpful? Does it help our aims in getting to the injury? Of course it doesn't, because it doesn't get to the injury. Number two, is it helpful in other ways? Of course, in the ways that you're talking about in terms of getting more favorable rulings for liberals, for Democrats. We don't have 2 years to wait out Roberts. We don't have 3 years. We have to operate like we're in an emergency situation, which we fucking are. And we can't just pretend, unfortunately, like many Democrats want to, that it's going to go back to business as usual. Tonight should be a testament to that. We cannot sit around with our dicks in our hand. We have a limited amount of time and we need to act fast. So no, I wouldn't be in favor of that.
Yeah. So the other thing is that's where
just real quick. The terminology that you guys are using is bothering me a little bit, because when you're talking about the goal, like there is a reason for it, and that's what we're talking about. It's the reason for why you would want to pack the court, why you would want to take out a justice, not necessarily the goal, but that it is the reason for doing this in the first place, and the reason for it is because of what Mitch McConnell did under Obama. That is like the saying goal doesn't really.
I use those as equivalent. It's
talking about. Yeah,
it's action driving.
Know, it's an important distinction.
I don't really see it as a distinction.
So let's get back to the question, the hypothetical. I think it's an absurd. Restate what it was, because I was thinking, I'm thinking to myself, the
conservatives are just going to retire all at once under a Democratic administration.
Well, that's why I want him to restate it one more time. Before I respond.
Would you even need to pack the courts if you win the Senate in 26 and the presidency in 28? You could just replace Roberts, Alito, and Thomas in the 8 years after 2028. And again, this isn't written in the super chat, but this is assuming that Alito and Thomas, at least, and maybe Roberts, are going to retire soon. And Alito and Thomas specifically have been talking, right? There is scuttlebutt around them retiring soon, right? Or do we disagree?
Yeah, no, I'm
so naive.
Oh, man. Why would they ever retire under a Democratic administration? There's no fucking way they'll do that.
Die. They're old.
Yeah, you can't rely on you can't put a date on that.
Right.
We can't rely on that. We can't rely on them dying.
Yeah, number one. Number two, I mean, again, because here's the thing. This is where in the very beginning, when we were talking about the need to deal with the Supreme Court in 2028, part of the problem too, and I mentioned this, the structural disadvantages. So the 2030 census is coming up. And after that happens, there will be the reapportionment of electors. Blue states will lose electors. California and New York are going to lose electors. And so are some other blue states. Red states are going to gain electors. Based on the current projections, Democrats are going to have a much harder time winning the presidency because simply winning the blue wall will be insufficient. So the path to sustained Democratic power, because the anti-majoritarian, red, Republican, conservative-skewed system known as the Electoral College, is going to be even harder. It was already not 50-50. We had to overperform. Now the odds are going to be even more against us. The Senate is already hella malapportioned. The last time we had a 50-50 split Senate, back in 2021, the Democrats represented 44 million more Americans. The Republicans have an advantage there. They have an institutional advantage with the court, with the House because of the gerrymandering and the Voting Rights Act being gutted, the Electoral College and the upcoming census, and the Senate. So the premise is absurd. We have no reason to believe that we're going to get
we don't have time.
We don't have sustained Democratic control.
You need to start thinking about this in the time sense, okay? What is dooming Trump's alleged presidency right now? He's running out of time, okay? And we have to think in the same way. We don't have time to just say, please, Roberts, die. or somehow Robert or fucking Alito, please die, or grow a spine and resign under a Democratic administration. And like, so for us to just sit around with our thumbs up our ass and never do something, how about we be active and do the thing that actually addresses the injury, which this wouldn't, and achieves the result, which that wouldn't necessarily. So no, we shouldn't rely on that. And we, just because it's possible that it happens that we get additional vacancies. No, we want more.
Yeah, it's like saying, like, you know, I know you need more money, but instead of doing X, Y, and Z, why don't you just win the lottery?
Just
like,
in case, I mean, you could win the lottery, so and you don't even go get a ticket because someone might gift it to you.
Panel, I'll address this more, but let me finish these super chats. I promise. Okay, $5 from J Ray. I'd like to be the one team allowed to score 2 goals by blatant handballs and offsides, and trying to come back by playing by the rules.
Yep, I mean that's
My
it,
listening
right?
library for $5. Right now,
Is that the
MAGA
real drag?
Republicans are winning. MAGA are my parents and aunts and uncles. They are everywhere and plentiful. I disagree, but fair enough.
MAGA is they are the Republican Party. MAGA is
but
omnipresent.
the Republican Party is losing overall, but fair enough.
I don't know where that people have gotten the hopium. Like I have hopium, and I am hopeful for the midterms. But do not underestimate your opponent. Don't underestimate Trump. That we cannot get into this position where we're again underestimating him. Even in 2020, that was an election through the skin of our fucking teeth. People need to get a lot more serious.
No, I understand that you don't want to underestimate him, but it would be absurd to deny the fact that if you just take this moment as a snapshot in time and you had to bet who is going to win the midterms, it's going to be Democrats, and it's going to be by a lot. We're not talking just 10 seats. We're 20, 30, maybe even more in the House. And the Senate's a toss-up, which is crazy based on the which Senate seats are up for grabs this election cycle. And that is, we are in such a strong Democrat position right now that I'm
warning you, do not get overconfident. I'm warning you all, do not get overconfident.
We'll talk about this when the panel opens up. We'll talk about it.
$2 from Meta to say, T. Ross is the first AI slop film to be in theaters.
Talk about the Rise of Skywalker. We'll talk about that too when the panel opens up, asshole. Get in the queue.
Oh, fair enough. $5 from Old Scotty. Connor and Tom, can a conservative court just rule any Democrat legislation unconstitutional?
What do you mean, can they? What are you asking?
Can a conservative Supreme Court just rule anything unconstitutional?
Yes.
Don't you think they would have to back it up with some kind of legalistic rationale?
They would have to.
They could try
something down on paper.
Yeah, they'd write something on paper.
Yes, by judicial review, unless the legislation has some sort of jurisdiction stripping language in it, which I don't even know the last time that's been done, what that would look like. Yes, any federal statute is subject to judicial review. This conservative Supreme Court can strike it down. They have the ultimate veto. They have the presidential veto times infinity.
So $2.
Isn't that just descriptively true of the court in general?
Yeah, that's the question. That was the question.
Even if you just added the adjective, a hypothetical Democratic Supreme Court has the capacity for judicial review.
But that was the question.
It would be able to rule anything unconstitutional.
But the question is implying something about you, Connor, which is assuming that Democrats will be able to do what's necessary to save this country while having an improperly skewed court towards conservatives. I think that's what the question is actually getting at, is the notion that this isn't necessary.
Dude, I already changed my position. Lie down. Take it up the butt. Stop fighting. I don't know. You guys said, all you're saying is don't fight. Stop fighting back. That's my new position. You guys said that was my position. It's my position.
I want to address that. I do want to address that from the prospects of police action, right? Because you would say, Connor, right? Like the analogy of self-defense. If someone comes at you with a bat, you don't have to have a bat yourself to hit them back, right? You can, if you have right next to you, maybe you can shoot them for sure. But maybe you could also grab a book or something and hit them in the head, right? Something less serious than a bat.
With the wind, bitch! Boom!
So I just don't understand.
If you use improvised weapons,
right.
You know the excitement's what counts.
So let me get there. I'm almost there. If it's okay to use lesser means for self-defense in the context of the police confrontation I just told you about, and if you agree that the legislative court packing is a lesser means, since you haven't been able to distinguish in which way it's worse than what Mitch McConnell did, why wouldn't you therefore be justified to use the lesser mean of legislative court packing to self-defend against the Mitch McConnell bullshittery?
Because, as I've analogized earlier, you got shot in the stomach. Somebody's breaking into your house. They did something wrong. You have the right to defend yourself. You should be able to shoot them. But in my opinion, there's a baby behind the person you're about to shoot in the stomach that you rightfully can shoot in the stomach. But when you
shoot a baby hostage,
I'm worried that you're going to hit the fucking baby. And the baby is the Republic of the United States. And what's scary to me is that in this conversation, Tom and I both articulated that we're afraid that the bipartisan oscillation of the Supreme Court, and that even implies bipartisan oscillation of legislation. We didn't even get that far.
But then you just like don't agree with like that's wait. So in any system where like parties change hands and like we have different legislators, that oscillation is not good.
49, it's a lot more fucking dangerous than a fucking 60, a supermajority.
Can I adjust your hypo? Because I'm not even saying these hypos aren't helpful to be informative, but like how I see the hypos differently.
You also endorse them, though. That's another point. You and JESSIAH both said we would rather live in that world than the world that we presently live in, because you keep telling us to unclench our sphincters, and we're tired of taking it up the butt, metaphorically.
So I'm trying to riff on your hypothetical with the baby and the self-defense. So we're not talking about legal justification here, but just in terms of ethical stuff, you're saying there's extenuating circumstances. How I see the hypothetical is the person who is assaulting you and in your house is standing at the door. You're holding a baby, and one of the only ways to get to the hospital to take care of your baby is to deploy the self-defense and get to the hospital. You don't believe that this action is going to be conducive towards the extenuating circumstance of helping our country, but I do. That's the difference. You don't see the road that we're on currently is leading to a fucking disaster. It's leading to a cliff, and you don't see it.
I love this analogy because it allows me to talk about tinnitus. So there's two options here. You can hold the baby close to your chest and cup the baby's ears and then shoot at the guy that's preventing you from going to the hospital. Or you can hold the baby by his neck in front of you and use the baby as a human shield and then shoot at the guy next to the
what are these
the guy
visuals?
Next to
what are these visuals like?
And so one of them,
we're running around with the baby. Anyway, sorry.
So in the second scenario, weirdly enough, you have the same chances of success. As a matter of fact, you might even have an increased chances of success because you're holding the baby hostage. But what's going to happen?
I literally said to hold the baby hostage earlier, and nobody reacted. And now you're appropriating my example. What the fuck, man?
Look,
sorry, my bad. So anyways, but what I'm saying is when you fire the gun, there's a chance that if you're not cupping the baby and holding their ears and doing everything prudent, you're going to injure the baby by giving them tinnitus. And you're just like, fuck it, YOLO, there's a bad guy in my house. I'm going to give my baby tinnitus and I'm going to maximize my chances of survival. Fuck you. And I think that's funny, but I'm worried. I'm worried that the baby's going to get tinnitus and the baby's going to get injured.
Where's the Connor?
Sorry about that. I just got a call from the Supreme Court, and they are ruling analogies unconstitutional. We're going to have to stop using that. They are now illegal.
After tonight, that's fair.
It was a 6-3 decision, unfortunately.
Where we've left it, though, I think, is that Tom is considering the viability of a 2-seat expansion. I think, Connor, would you be okay with removing justices? Or
just to be clear, I think it would be a little bit more justified, but I still do think that like the better option is there, and that like even with the fact that like it still is a more likely scenario that the conservatives just come back and start adding seats and the oscillation happens. Like that is still the thing that I'm more afraid of. And not to, go too deep into analogies, but like I feel like if I just try to like walk into a room, but everybody stubs their toes like 2% of the time, but I can just walk around through another way and not stub my toe at all. I feel like you're saying, yeah, but you can get in the room. You could get in the room.
So would you vote for it or not? What is all? Can we just like get straight answers from you motherfuckers? Would you vote for it or not? It's status quo, up or down, 2-vote expansion. They've rejected all the other Yeah, okay. So then I think we're left with Wick. As I understand Connor's rationale.
You agreed with my moderate court expansion in an ideal world, though.
Well, no, wait.
Like the 6v6 with independent moderate deal breaker.
No, if Republicans bought into that, I would be with Connor. Yeah.
You keep ignoring that. Like, if there is a better option that people are like, okay, well then,
I'll go with a better option if there's a better option.
Just admit that there's like the drastic option.
Tom,
remind me. Tom, what specifically?
What do you think the
remind me what specifically? No.
Hold on. One at a time. JESSIAH.
Yeah.
And counterpoints.
Tom, remind me. Refresh my memory. What are the stub toe-less options that you're proposing again? Specifically, in lieu of court packing,
blocking their picks in the future, or even just
but that doesn't arise. What if the condition for that doesn't arise? That's what we're saying. If that's available, maybe we can do that. Yeah, but like, what if that isn't available? What if what he's offering, that is counter, isn't available, the neutral option? We would prefer that, maybe, yeah, but what if that's not available? The question is, would it be preferable to the status quo? And I think that your answer is yes, it would be. That's the sense in which we think that you support court packing.
When you say it's not available, the only way it's not, if one isn't available, they're both not available. What do you mean? That's not the case.
Scenario So for example, if there's no vacancy, the McConnell option is not available. The McConnell option only exists with the existence of a vacancy. So it's not the case that analytically, just because you have an opportunity to expand.
But the other option that I gave is just removing one, like removing Amy Coney Barrett. The other option.
No, I didn't really press it that much because I didn't want to get into it, but there are a lot of issues there, right? Number one, I really do think you guys are underestimating the degree to which people are going to have this connection to Amy Coney Barrett or particular justices and want to defend their seats. And even Democrats will say that's too far, because I do think that removal will be seen as a greater sanction than adding seats. That's number one. Number two, legally, it's on uncharted ground. I do think that the Congress has the authority to unmake a seat and then re-add it. I do think that that's available for them as a remedy without impeachment, but that's been untested. And so it's on shakier legal ground than the precedent we have of expanding the court. And so there are a lot of reasons why you might not prefer it. Yeah.
And what seat would it be? Because that's the other thing, too. Remember, Amy Coney Barrett is not the most recent justice appointed. That's liberal Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. So I don't know what the particulars of that legislation would look like, if that's even constitutional, to say we're not only are we shrinking the court, but we're shrinking the court by a specific justice because she was appointed by the Republicans. Like, so I don't even know if that's viable.
And for what benefit, right? Like, no one really cares about this.
By the Republicans,
that wouldn't be the argument. We wouldn't say, well, the Republicans appointed her, so we're removing her.
That would never. What would it be? That was taken from Obama. That was replaced with her. So we would. Was it replaced with her? I thought it was
Gorsuch. It was Gorsuch.
It was Gorsuch. Okay, so that's what I thought. Okay, so so it would be Gorsuch, not Coney Barrett. I thought.
Yeah. So like, I just don't know why we
more recent.
It's just so much more trouble to do this.
Well, wait a minute, because remember, there were 2 norm violations. I don't concede that there's only one. There was 2. They changed the rule in 2016, technically, when Justice Scalia died. They prevented.
I don't think that logic
Obama.
works. If we argue that what Mitch McConnell did, that was never a norm, and then they went back to the norm after that. Like, I agree that they are saying this is a new norm, and then they're violating that thought process after. But if we're saying what Mitch McConnell did was never a norm,
even still, Tom, it's 2. Tom, even still, it's 2.
It's 2 because they changed the rules twice to pick up 2 justices.
Well, you can do it that way.
As I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong,
I'm not saying they changed the rules. I understand the logic, but really they just violated.
Yes.
And then they reverted
the norm
to the old rule.
Hold on, wait.
Coney Barrett. Is that
There
correct?
is a norm. They violated that norm. It was one time. They violated it one time. That was the norm the whole time. They violated one time. That is my logic. I understand the logic.
No matter what. If that's your logic, Tom, it's still 2. If that's your logic, Tom, it's still 2. Why? Because it wasn't just preventing a Democratic a seat, right? It was adding a Republican seat, right? So it's 2, right? It's not. They didn't just have one less justice.
That is what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying is that if you take out Gorsuch and then you replace him with another person, while Gavin Newsom is in office,
that would rectify it. Yes. No. Well, but I just want to say though. There's 2 ways to look at it. You could look at it the way that JESSIAH did, which is like you count each norm violation as its own thing. And I think that that's a perfectly legitimate way to look at it. By the way, I don't think we're bound to only respond in kind. I think that that's like silly, right? Like the notion that for proportionality purposes, we can only go to the very limit that what they did. I think you can go a little bit further. So I wouldn't even be against it in that way. But I think another way, a legitimate, fine, good way to do it is the way that you just did. It's like, well, let's look at the effect on net seats on the overall scheme. And then it's still 2 seats, right? So like, I don't really care how you get there. I just think that we all... Because so you take away you take away 1 seat and that has the effect of what you're saying, but adding 2 seats would do the same thing. If you just add 2 Democratic seats, it would have the effect of removing a Republican and adding a Democrat. And so I just don't know why you go through the trouble to remove a seat when you can just add justices. It's just way more trouble.
I still think that both norm violations need to be punished.
Yeah, that's fine too.
They changed the rule for Gorsuch, and then they said we would adhere to the rule change for Amy Coney Barrett, and then they broke their own rule. They broke the original rule, and then they broke their own rule. Those are 2 norm violations as far as I'm concerned.
That's a fine way to look at it too. I don't have a problem with that.
Chats, and we're gonna get to closings, and then we're gonna open it up, and I'm gonna get a little bit more, make some arguments, and bring some people on. It'll be fun. I want to give everyone a chance to have closing thoughts, closing arguments. But let me finish these 2 not Supreme Courts. Let me finish these 2 super chats, and then we'll get into that. Is that cool? Everyone good with that?
Yeah.
I hope so, because that's what we're doing. $2 from my listening library to say, Wick TV, what if the midterms are close or we lose? If we lose the midterms, then I have to rethink all my priors. I have to rethink all my knowledge of how politics works. That would be a catalyst event for me that I would need to do some real soul searching.
There are generic ballots that only have Democrats up like 2.
We can talk about this if you want to when you open up the panel. But I think you are. I'm confident that Democrats are going to flip the House. I share that. But a 40-seat wave, I don't know anybody. Laksha Jain, Nate Silver. Well, I thought that's what you said. 20, 30, 40. I don't know anything. I don't know any pollster who has said that based on the data shown. Now, if the trend keeps going and we continue to see that aperture widen up, then maybe. But like even Laksha Jain,
for the Republicans, that is my instinct that things are going to continuously get worse for them. They are going to continuously double down. They are incompetent. They are incapable of governing. This will reflect in the American public's opinion of them, and we will get like a 20 to 30 seat flip in the House. And
your lips to God's ears, baby. Your lips to God's ears.
That is my instinct right now. And I think I can back it up with evidence and the trend lines, and I think the polling data supports that, and the directional polling data supports that, but we'll get into it. $5 from Old Scotty. Should we have Supreme Court oversight? If the court is not reformed, the conservative court will never let oversight pass. It will be ruled unconstitutional.
I think some of it is unconstitutional. I mean, I really do think that the court reform people need to be more specific and tailored with their proposed regulations, because a lot of them I don't think pass muster. And I have an obligation to the Constitution, so I'm not advocating for something that I think is in violation of the Constitution. Maybe we should propose an amendment, but it just does seem like term limits and stuff.
You think are unconstitutional, but we'll get into that opening.
Term limits.
For now, well, fair enough. For now, what I'd like to do is give each of these lovely individuals, these beautiful individuals who struggled through the tech issues that we had at the beginning. Dylan, if you're watching, and I know you are because you texted me, I'm sorry, buddy. It just wasn't working out.
It wasn't working at all.
Yeah, I'm sorry, buddy. We're going to give it first to, we're going to let Counterpoints have the first word, and we're going to let Tom have the last word, and we're going to do like a sandwich thing. So go ahead, Counterpoints, then we'll go to JESSIAH, and then we'll just go around. Counterpoints, closing thoughts.
Sure. I would be much indulged if my opposing, I don't even know what you call them, my opposing counsel, if they told us how likely they thought the court packing was on a percentage basis. Like, what do they think the chances of this happening are? I understand the existential arguments. I understand that they're saying Republicans are worse. I understand everything that they said tonight. But I will bring up insincerity that they did say, we would prefer a oscillating Supreme Court where we just add on 2 justices every year, or every 4 years in perpetuity. We would prefer this over the status quo because we do not think that we can get the Republican Party back with the tool that they used against us. It's not a certain bet, and the fate of the Republic is in the balance. I will cite you over to my analogy where you have 2 options. You can cover the baby's ears and shoot the bad guy that's preventing you from getting to the hospital, or you can hold the baby up as a human shield, and then you can fire a gun right next to his eardrums. And while I do think using a baby shield and firing a gun right next to their eardrums increases your chances of success, it's not something that I am personally willing to do. So I'm not going to do that. But since every Democratic, liberal, and progressive who just heard me speak didn't hear a word of what I just said, what I really just said is lay down, metaphorically, spiritually, physically, just take it up the butt, grab some lube, buy it on your way home from work. Don't fight back. Don't vote. Don't do anything. Just let the Republicans win. Thank you.
Thanks for being here, Counterpoints. I do appreciate you, buddy. JESSIAH, go ahead.
Well, since Connor has officially said he wants the Democrats to roll over and not fight, and that's his official position, I'm fucking with you. Look, listen, court packing is a necessity. It really is. So we're at an institutional disadvantage. The odds of sustained Democratic power are slipping increasingly so for all the reasons I articulated earlier. We have to strike while the iron is hot. The precedent is there. Republicans have packed state Supreme Courts. They have packed state courts of last resort. They have flipped the partisan balance of state Supreme Court for nakedly partisan ends. So when any fucking Republican or when any liberal cuck tells you the Republicans wouldn't do it or hasn't done it, they're either dumb or they're lying. They have done it and they would do it. It's a matter of fact. If you disagree, I'm right, you're wrong, objectively, black and white. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. We can't have a functioning system where one party is violating norms with abandon and the institution is so disadvantaged that we can't just rise above and defend ourselves. Maybe you would have a point if their norm violations made them impotent or they were impotent despite it, but we're in an existential crisis here. The Republicans packed the Supreme Court. They forcibly changed the size of the Supreme Court under Mitch McConnell. They changed the rules for naked partisan ends, and then they violated their own rule change after swearing they wouldn't. We have every right and every precedent, and it is self-defense. And this idea that, well, if we do X, Y, or Z, they will simply escalate, then by that logic, we should simply resign from office en masse and give them total control at the municipal, state, and federal level. That's the only way we avoid a risk of oscillation. Everybody has a risk of oscillation and escalation. And the fact of the matter is this Republican Party started it. They weren't retaliating when Mitch McConnell did what he did. They initiated it. Why? Because they feel entitled to a conservative Supreme Court in perpetuity. They will not abide a liberal court. Even Tom and Connor agreed that they can't guarantee that if a liberal Supreme Court naturally emerges through deaths and retirements and legitimate practices, that this fucking Republican Party won't go, well, shit, we had a conservative court for 50 years. 15 years ago, pondering politics, we're talking about court packing, so I guess that means we can pack the court now. That's what they did when McConnell did what he did. There is no good argument against it. And those of you who are afraid, sack up. I would rather have an oscillating court than languish under an ill-gotten conservative majority. And even Wick's audience, which is centrist as fuck, shows us winning by about 2/3. Court packing is here. We are right. You are wrong. Pack the fucking court.
Wick's audience. Okay. Well,
we're
going to have words about that in a second.
Question.
Thank you for being here. Hold on.
Percentage. What do you think is the percentage chance that it's actually going to happen? I did ask that as a part of my opening, and I would appreciate it if you answered the question.
We can have them answer in the we can have the answer
Oh,
once
okay.
we're done with closings.
I haven't gotten to my closing yet.
Yeah, we'll have them
Closing time.
once we have the
Neither's
closing.
Pisco.
JESSIAH,
Could have just said
thank you for being
5%.
here. JESSIAH, thank you for being here. I really appreciate you, buddy. Let's give it to Pisco.
Oh,
Go
you're
ahead.
saying you wanted them to answer that in their closings.
I don't know, 27%.
Okay, yeah.
27%.
Yeah, I was gonna say 20%. I think a year ago it would have been like 5%, but we're seeing like Kamala Harris of all fucking people is like, you know what, maybe we need to pack the court, and she's the most cautious Democrat I can think of.
So I think that in this debate, the self-defense argument was like all but conceded that what Mitch McConnell did was worse than legislative court packing, and therefore self-defense is justified, with the caveat unless it's some sort of extra circumstance, some non-considered circumstance outside the four contours of, or the four walls of the self-defense argument. So in other words, there has to be some like great cost that's being pointed to, some great like negative effect from the action of the self-defense, which I think everyone here grants would otherwise be justified, right? Otherwise be justified. And there just isn't a good basis to believe that the consequences of not doing court expansion exceed the don't exceed the consequences of doing the reverse. And the reason for that is, number one, you have seen in state Supreme Court packs where they've either changed the composition of the court from Republican to Democrat, or have added more conservative justices to far too little conservative court, that rule of law hasn't fundamentally broken down there. There's not precedent of rule of law breaking down fundamentally because of a court pack in the United States of America. It hasn't happened. When there was oscillation back and forth in the 19th century, it didn't result in the end of America. And there was a big gap between the last court pack and the Civil War, 1860s. All right. So the last one before that was like in 1830 or something like that. And so I don't believe that a court pack either was responsible for the Civil War. The reason for the Civil War was slavery and stuff related to slavery. Arguably, the Supreme Court run amok. And so what is the basis to believe that we're going to lose our country if we have Democrats expand the number of seats on the Supreme Court? Really? I know that that's what everyone says, but what is the evidence to suggest that that actually will be the case? JESSIAH says it completely correct. If Republicans were facing a legitimately obtained Democrat majority on the Supreme Court, they would be doing the exact same thing. The only reason they're talking about norms now, imagine that Republicans talking down to and chastising Democrats about norms after all we've been through, to think that these should be preserved when there's a very legitimate self-defense case that no one has undermined at all, I think is just way beyond the pale. And we just need more Supreme Court justices. As a matter of administration, as a matter of case law, that is an additional reason to be in favor of it. So if there is no reason to believe this cascade of horribles, the parade of horribles, and if it is the case that it's justified on a self-defense view, then we should implement it. The other additional benefit is, obviously, it will give us the ability to implement a legislation that both takes to task MAGA corruption that we've seen, but also puts our country on the right foot. The last thing we want is to rest on our laurels and to think that the MAGA threat is ending after Trump. It's not. We have to stay activated, and part of that means unskewing the court. And so given that, and given the fact that I don't really believe this parade of horribles is likely to obtain, I think it's obvious and it's almost conceded. The self-defense argument goes through. We should expand the court. The question is by how much, and we can talk about that. I do still think there are proportionality concerns, but I'm fine with 13.
Okay, thank you for being here. Really appreciate it, man. Last but certainly not least, and gang, we love this guy because he came in last minute and replaced something. So
True.
Bravo, hero of the day, tomfoolery. That's why you're getting the last word, by the way. So tomfoolery, last word is on you.
Okay. Obviously, like the term packing the court, like when we're talking about blocking their choices or replacing them with other liberal options, obviously this is going to be some version of packing the court that I would be in favor of. I'm more so just arguing against adding seats to the current Supreme Court, getting the majority in the House and the Senate, getting rid of like things like partisan gerrymandering, undoing Trump's pardons, removing justices for norm violations, removing justices for blatant corruption, removing justices for having January 6 flags in their yard. These are all things that I am totally in favor of. So this is not like a scenario where I am saying, hey guys, like, let's just take it easy. Let's keep extending the olive branch and hope that this time they'll accept it. Definitely not. That happened under Biden. I am not falling for that shit again. I do think that this is time for Democrats to fight back pretty hard. But in the end, if we're not going to do things that are for the long-term betterment of our country, then I'm not going to be in favor of it. I'm at a point where I think Dems should be trying everything to hold the current Republican regime accountable, right all of the wrongs that have been put in place, regulations that will hopefully stop these things from happening in the future, so that we are actually moving towards a better country and saving our country. But at the point where it's like tit for tat, race to the bottom, everyone smells bad, so let's just cover ourselves in shit. I don't think there's much to save at that point. And so I don't think we're at that point yet. I do think that we should be doing what it is we can to hold people accountable and improve our country and move it in a better direction. But the oscillation of Supreme Courts where every 4 to 8 years we're getting just decisions and unjust decisions, that to me is not a country worth saving.
Well, thank you for being here, Tom. I really appreciate you. Gang, if you've enjoyed this content, if you like this content, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We do all this stuff all the time. And if you have been sitting there in chat screaming at the screen saying, Josiah, you're a fucking moron. Pisco, you motherfucker. Tomfoolery, you're a
And that's just Wick. That's just Wick in
Tom.
chat.
No, I love Josiah, but you're dead wrong on these things, and I'm going to explain why. Or counterpoints, you motherfucker, right? Jump backstage. I already see some lines, and we're going to pull you in one at a time. We're going to talk and things like that. I do really appreciate you all for being here, so thank you. You know what? Let's bring in the first caller, and then we'll.
While you're doing that, I just want to say, so Thomas Massey again lost his primary, and I just saw the most fucking. These people are such fucking losers. Randy Fine, Congressman Randy Fine says, he says,
rest in peace, Tom Massey.
This is at real Donald Trump's Republican Party. The rest of us just get the privilege of living in it. And I thought like he was being sarcastic.
He's right about that.
This is a fucking cult. No, I thought he was being sarcastic. Like for a brief moment, I forgot who Randy Fine was. I'm thinking, oh, so he's just like basically like, yeah, I guess this is Trump's party. The rest of us just get the privilege of living in it. He's celebrating this. He's happy about this.
I have a sincere proposition.
Yeah,
I know how the Democrats can win. So make the acronym Failed America Great Againers. Add the T in somehow.
Nice.
And then just call them the F slur. And I swear to God, if you called the MAGA movement the homophobic F slur, you would win.
Look, I'm not against slurs, but I think they should be safe, legal, and rare. Okay. But here, look, let's give it to
just saying it out there.
Yeah, let's give it to Smash. What are your thoughts here? Who's right? Who's wrong? What do you have to say?
I listened to the entire thing. Like, I understand the point of like wanting to pack the court. Okay, like we've been like dealing with like Dobbs. We've been dealing with Calais. We've been dealing with the overturn of Chevron. We've been dealing with a lot of this stuff. We've been hearing a lot of reports about like how Alito and Thomas and all those people have been like doing a lot of shit in the back rooms, and we basically want them to do something like that. But I really want to know, is there shit beyond just court packing that you guys are basically going to propose here?
No, it's a debate about court packing. You fucking idiot. Of course we're only going to talk about court packing in a debate about it.
I mean, of course I know it's a debate about court packing. I'm saying that is it like the only solution that we have in order to fix the court?
Well, if the debate proposition is whether we agree with it, and that's what it's going to, largely center around. If you're asking, is there other stuff to do? The answer is yes.
Like I understand. Like,
are you asking? Okay, so what I think he's asking, let me translate a little bit for you. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Is that your opinion that there are other steps that we should take instead of court packing?
Or before we get to court packing?
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, what?
Yes, we should inaugurate the president. We should pass legislation that like is a budget or something like. Okay, but what do you? But if it's in lieu of it, I'm asking. What is it in lieu of that would do the thing that isn't that we're proposing be done with our solution?
Like, for instance, like would there be a case that like not like that like packing the court would not like overturn prevent another Calais from ever happening again?
None of our rationale here has been centered on overturning a particular decision. So I don't think it's fair to say.
I'm not talking about overturning a decision. I'm talking about preventing another Calais, preventing another Dobbs, preventing any of that.
Smasher, what was your question? Can you say it one more time?
What would be other things like, because in my opinion, there might be other ways to get back at the Supreme Court if for the liberal side, right? there are other ways to get back at the Supreme Court. But what do you think would be other ways to do it besides court packing?
So wait a minute. So you referenced Calais and what was the other decision? Dobbs. There are only two.
Calais,
there are only
Dobbs,
two ways.
overturning a Chevron.
There are only two ways. You would either need to expand the court, or you need to pass a constitutional amendment, which is non-justiciable. So no, there are no practical ways. I mean, I appreciate the question. Like what?
I'm sorry. All right, I apologize.
There are some ways, but they're more devious and frankly more scary than court expansion. I'll tell you what they are. Right?
You mentioned earlier.
Jurisdiction stripping. I guess.
So you could strip jurisdiction. That's more extreme and radical. That's like scarier to me, at least. That's my intuition. Another one would be make a law that's as opposed to like specifically stripping a bunch of like categories of jurisdiction from the Supreme Court. You make a law that's unreviewable, and you pass a law that's unreviewable, and then you just stop obeying the Supreme Court or something. But like all of those seem way more radical than just adding members.
Well, I mean, we could add more. We could add more circuit courts, right? We could create more types of courts,
but
right?
wait a minute. But
that
the Supreme Court would still have jurisdiction over, like, a circuit's an intermediary between the Supreme Court and the district. So you could create all sorts of new circuits or district courts or whatever, alter the lower Article 3 courts, but the Supreme Court would still have ultimate jurisdiction unless you either strip the jurisdiction from
just
them,
like strip all appellate jurisdiction from the Supreme Court and then put another intermediate court above the appellate system or instead of. But it's just like you're recreating the same issue, right? Because it's all being funneled. That would be the effect of wiping out the entire Supreme Court and putting in a Democratic majority if you do anything like that. So it's all recreating the same problem.
But instead of doing it like that, though, how about we have a different way of doing like a federal appeals court, a different way of doing it like that?
So it's either all funneled up to the Supreme Court, in which case the Supreme Court's going to oversee that stuff substantively, or you strip them of jurisdiction, in which case you're doing, in effect, you're just replacing the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court is like largely only limited to its original jurisdiction and not doing the major stuff that it's doing, in which case that's more radical.
Exactly. Put them back in the basement.
Wait a minute.
Go ahead.
Let's stop right there for just a second. So why are you asking about alternatives to court packing? What's your fear of court packing? Like, why are you wanting other things?
Like I said, I view court packing more as a band-aid to a gash that's bleeding out of the American heart.
Oh, you want to do more radical stuff?
I want to do more things that basically.
It's like, okay, let's go.
I want to do more things. I want to do more things besides doing that, and to be balanced on this. By the way, instead of it just like having like individuals being chosen like on the new course that we create, we basically have a new sort of process that we do to like basically choose like all the judges which we get from all of our current circuit courts, have them being chosen by a different part of the judicial branch, have them being selectively randomized to basically hear specific cases about the constitutionality of these things. Because
Pisco would have to look at that.
A lot of aspects of that,
yes. Because I thought it's constitutional that the president's the one who makes federal.
Yeah, so the appointment process is going to.
But even on top of that, you don't have to do it that way though. Like currently, we have like restrictions on when it is a president can or can't run. You have some restrictions on when it is that you can appoint a justice. But you could have it to where the Senate can only reject a confirmation. Hold on one second. Hold on. Just stop. You could have it to where like the Senate isn't they have like restrictions on what it is that they can deny somebody off of based on like some sort of immoral behavior or some like things like this, not like, oh, we just made up a new rule that you can't do it in the last 6 months of your presidency sort of thing, but that like there are sets of standards to where you can reject a nomination. Like these are things that would kind of fix a problem like what Mitch McConnell did from happening again in the future. That's what we're looking for, is something that actually like fixes the problems.
Okay. My thing.
One last thing, then we got to cycle you out, buddy.
All right, no problem. Like my thing is that like the justices will still be appointed. People are still appointed to the court. All the people that which are appointed by the court, the president still will be able to nominate them. It's just that from the federal districts of which we already have, like throughout this new randomization process, those justices that which have already been appointed by the presidents will be thrown into that. That's basically what I'm saying. That'd be one way to go about fixing the Supreme Court.
I mean, you could reorganize the lower federal courts. You could, if you wanted to, have some inventive new system that would probably require a constitutional amendment by which we're oscillating courts like specific justices. I'm not sure if that would be constitutional. I think you might need an amendment for that. That's all
Which would require
possible.
2/3 of both chambers of Congress and 3/4.
It's just less feasible. It just feels less feasible.
We haven't even gotten to the feasibility of court packing, but we will.
Well,
right?
like,
Thank
if
you, Smash. Oh,
50 votes,
quickly,
baby.
And then we got to
That's it.
cycle you out, buddy.
Yeah, like there's nothing. All right, there's nothing that would prevent Congress from doing any of this stuff. Like you could still do this with majority because it's up to the Congress to be able to choose how many people are added to the court, how many courts there are, and all this other stuff, and how the courts can possibly be processed. Especially if they were to do something like this federal, like the idea of like a let's say a federal voting rights court. They'll be able to look at those sorts of cases when it gets to them by a random selection from other judges to say these 9 judges are going to listen to you. Okay. That's all that they could do. That'd be the example in here. It could be random people from Texas. Okay, I'm hearing from Texas to
Yeah, you
Texas,
could do that. You could have courts of specific jurisdiction you could have courts of specific jurisdiction. You could have courts of specific jurisdiction. You could have courts of general jurisdiction, but it's separate from the issue we're identifying. The issue we're identifying is the partisan skew of the court, not necessarily issues related to their lack of specialization.
Oh yeah, there's also things that they could do there, but I'm running out of time. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, buddy, and calling in. I appreciate you watching the show.
Well, while Wick brings in the other person, it just occurred to me too. Again, I keep going back to Massey. With Massey losing, I wonder how Cenk's going to react to this, because hasn't Cenk been saying this whole time?
I was thinking of tweeting it. I was thinking of it, but
the GOP. You should. The GOP is salvageable. It's not a fucking cult. I don't really want to. Thomas Massey.
I don't really want to celebrate over it, because it's just like. How many times? How many times did it need to be proven to Cenk that he was wrong about like this right wing populist based shit? I mean, I don't know. I don't feel good about it anymore.
Wait,
Shorty quit.
We move to the next caller, Josiah. Who was the representative that said that tweet?
Randy Fine.
Okay, I'm on it.
Well, and I think Lindsey Graham said something similar as well recently, where he said like, "Oh, we're all just doing whatever it is that Trump wants."
Okay, new caller, before you go in, here, let me just kind of give you guys my overall concern, I guess, about all these discussions and all these incidents. I think it's very concerning. It's a very bad situation that we are in. That no matter what ruling is given, if it's a partisan ruling, the other side will, the first instinct that they have is to somehow get rid of the judge that did it. So if someone rules for MAGA, against MAGA, a lot of Republicans, a lot of MAGA people will be like, it's a woke DEI appointed judge.
Do you see what they're saying about Gorsuch right now? Trump, every time he loses, they're like, impeach a judge. That's their inclination right now, bro. You're not going to take that inclination away from them because they're fascists.
Yes. No, you're making my point. You're making my point. This is my point, is that this is a situation we currently live in, is no matter what ruling is given, it's either MAGA calling them woke DEI bullshit, or Democrats saying them that save their country break no law, and decides to like lower the mandatory retirement age for judges just to get people out, just so that they can get a better ruling. It's very bad for the rule of law that is the first.
Yeah, and so how does adding members to the court affect that, or not doing it, right? If they're going to do it no matter what, it just seems very irrational to consider that as part of your calculation. That's priced in.
Okay, but we have to understand the context in which we make changes and how those changes will play out. My worry is about, my concern is we have a situation where the health of our institutions is in an all-time low. Packing the court will make it. Well, I think that it will be more likely that Republicans and MAGA and those types will simply ignore the court in the future and say, it's illegitimate. It's illegitimate. We're just going to ignore it.
Oh, okay.
That's an apocalyptic scenario to me. Does that make sense?
I don't think that there's a basis to believe that the Trump MAGA-led Republican Party is going to be more apt to ignore orders more than they already have because of this plan. Now, you can claim that they will be. I think that is like giving in to the fascists, and I don't think that is true. To the extent that there's any principle left, I mean, Trump, if this Supreme Court, right?
Hold on. I take issue with you claiming that this is giving into the fascists. I have other solutions that I would like to explore before. I gave JESSIAH, JESSIAH, do you remember my line that I said I would change my stance on this if this happens, and I would be all in on packing the court with you? What was that line?
Was it if Donald Trump ignored a Supreme Court ruling?
He did.
No.
He did.
Oh, I can't remember.
Oh.
Okay, the line was the birthright citizenship.
Oh,
ruling.
Sorry. Yeah.
That is
if the Supreme Court
that would be the line.
Supreme Court strikes it down.
Clearly, well, first of all, I believe it's
line.
going to be 8-1 in the favor, or I'm sorry, against Trump. I think 8-1 against Trump, maybe 7-2 against Trump. I think that's going to happen, right? But if it doesn't, and they win that ruling, I think that showcases that the court is so extreme that it's actually illegitimate right now. And
by illegitimate, what do you mean? By illegitimate, what do you mean?
That they are no longer taking the actual law into account when they're making their rulings and simply doing it on a partisan basis.
What was Trump versus United States? What was Anderson?
Is not the case. I think that you guys oversell it that the court is illegitimate.
I don't say no. When I say people will use illegitimate to mean like different things. And so what you're saying is like illegitimate, I mean, they're not actually considering the law. You're always going to find a court that like will cite laws and will give some sort of face-saving explanation or something. I think most people, when they say illegitimate, it's kind of vague. Like they could mean, should it be followed? I think the Supreme Court even now should be followed. They could mean public perception of the court never been lower than right now. Never, ever been lower than right now. So it's just like...
Wait, that's what you mean, right, Wick? I'm pretty sure that's what Wick means as well. When people say it's illegitimate, they're saying that there is no constitutional basis for the decisions that are being made, right, Wick?
Yes.
If that's all they mean... Wait, if that's all you mean by illegitimate, then... is there not court cases that you think have no basis in constitutional law?
No, I think that they are using, and while I might disagree with their reasoning on occasion, right, especially when it comes to the Voting Rights Act specifically, and
I think there's a good faith rationale. Yeah.
And there you can point to ones that are concerning. I do think that the current makeup of the court, even though I don't like it, is still actively trying for the most part to follow the Constitution and follow.
Okay, if it all is turning on good faith, right?
And that's why my line is what it is. Because what would change my mind on that is a case where I think it's just textually clear, right? It's just absolutely clear that this is the right way to go, and this is what the Constitution
There's
says.
so many examples of this. Is Bogger's belief that there's so many examples of the Supreme Court doing that. If that's your line, like, holy shit, like there are so many instances in recent memory of the Supreme Court just ignoring clear, operable text and not acting in good faith. I don't think there's any good faith explanation for overturning Humphrey's executor that they're about to do, and they're like carving out the Federal Reserve. It's like, oh, the Federal Reserve can be protected from the president because reasons.
It's purely prudential. Yeah,
it's so fucking dumb.
Yeah. They don't want their 401ks impacted by a Federal Reserve that's, completely at the whims.
Look, I know that you are much more knowledgeable on the Constitution when it comes to the law and legalese and things like that. I do not follow Supreme Court cases as much as you do. That's not my content. I simply gave one where I know what the correct answer is. And if I see them make the clearly wrong answer, then okay, I'm convinced. That's it.
Can I ask
what about the oscillation? Aren't you worried about the oscillation?
Well, that's another concern. But
well, then why would you be convinced? Because the oscillation would occur, wouldn't it?
Because then the problem of oscillation has been overturned or overruled.
It's dropped in priority. It's dropped in priority.
Yes, Pisco. Right? Earlier, you were demanding a principle that was like drawing a line when this would be okay.
Right, and so his line is
drawing a line. Now
his line are the anchor babies. I'm using that term ironically. So his line are the anchor babies, ironically, but like not presidential immunity, not fucking the massive corruption.
That's the one. Wait a minute, that's the one. Why, if the birthright citizenship is your red line, I'm curious. Why wasn't presidential immunity?
I'm topic enough that I can make I've learned not to trust what people tell me. Okay, and so this is something that I have researched for myself due to various debates that I've had and things like that, where I've poured into the text and I've actually done the research on this, where I can say that okay, this is the correct answer. No offense to any of you, but I have learned through sad experience just not to believe it when some streamer tells me a thing. Does that make sense?
Fair enough.
I would look up the presidential immunity. Fair enough. I would look up the presidential immunity decision.
I went through the presidential immunity decision. I felt like there was justification for it.
Oh my God.
But to an extent. I felt like
what
to an extent. I felt like there were parts there were parts where they were off on like other people being able to testify against them, like how that applied to Mike Pence in that case. I felt like that was absolute bullshit. There was no justification.
Connor, wait a minute, Connor, are you listening, Connor?
Outside of
what was your take on the presidential immunity case? You disagreed with that one, right? The presidential immunity decision?
Moderately, but
you were
I don't
like
think
Fed
it's the
posting about it, weren't you?
Crisis that
You were
Pisco
Fed
has
posting.
portrayed it to be.
He Fed posts all the time.
Okay, so I know
the
I was
day
just
that it came down.
Yeah.
I wasn't Fed posting. I was calling representatives homophobic slurs.
No. The day that it came down, I was on a panel with Connor on Prime Kais, and he said, like, no, this is the right decision. Presidents should have immunity.
Fucking Connor called out. I'm so happy about this. That's great.
Yeah. No, wait. I'm Tom.
It wasn't called out.
Can we give it to the caller? Can we give it to the caller?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. I want to let
the caller also reacted with disgust when people were defending presidential immunity. He seems like a based and learned man.
I mean, that one is just as clear as any of the other lines in the sand you can draw.
This fucking guy, I like him already.
Yeah, based.
Yeah,
I wanted to
hear.
I was so happy when Josiah brought up what I consider the kill shot argument, where it's the Republicans are going to do this regardless of what the Democrats are going to do. What is the counter? Why is the oscillation the break point?
How to prove that?
Prove that there's going to be an endless spiral in the end of rule of law. What the fuck kind of epistemic standard is that?
Hold on. He argued with me. Hold on. He argued with me years ago that we have to pack. This is during Biden's term. That we have to get rid of the filibuster because the Republicans are just going to do it anyway. Have the Republicans gotten rid of the filibuster? No. So
they did
wait a minute. What did I say?
They carved it out.
What did I say?
Correct.
That's not. You're ignoring a proviso of what Josiah always talks about and what you should if you're being rational, which is if it suits them, if it's in their interest. They're not going to do it if it's not in their interest.
Okay. No, the senators love their institution of the Senate, right?
No,
I think you're underestimating the fact that many of them are like, we love the fact that our institution is substantively different than the House of Representatives.
You're naive, Wick.
Like
they don't give a fuck about that shit. They don't give a fuck.
That's why when
why did they carve it out?
Again, Trump had told them.
Great question. Yeah, why did they carve out?
And he said it again.
Why did they carve out the wait? Why did they carve out, if they care so much about their lofty institutions, why did they carve out the filibuster when it came to Supreme Court justices? Now, what you're going to say is
it
because
was retaliation to what was his fucking name?
Harry Reid.
Harry Reid.
Yeah, Harry Reid did to get Obama's
which was
appointees passed.
Because
appointee. Okay, Harry Reid used the nuclear option on the filibuster to remove the ability to filibuster.
Because why did he do that?
Presidency, right? Because he wasn't being able to get anything through.
No, because the Republicans, just like they did with Merrick Garland successfully, weren't giving fucking hearings to lower court federal judges. That was the initial norm violation, and now they're like not listening to the parliamentarian on some stuff. They were
gave justification to McConnell in order to use the nuclear option again in order to do that, and he said he was going to do that. He's like, if you do this, I will do this, and lo and behold, that's what he did. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. We can look at that.
Whose fault was this?
Harry Reid did a mistake. Wait. So you're saying Harry Reid made a mistake because if Harry Reid had just let them skull fuck our lower federal court judges. Wait. Let me finish my fucking thought. Let me finish my fucking thought. This is what Wick wants you to believe. I want to finish this. Are you going to let me finish the thought?
I don't know. Are you going to make a fucking thought that's coherent?
So this is what Wick wants you to believe. Wick wants you to believe that if Harry Reid hadn't done something about them skull fucking our lower court federal judges and not letting them have hearings, they would have treated Merrick Garland better. Why the fuck would they do that, Wick? Why would they give hearings to Merrick Garland? Because we didn't stop them from not letting them skull fuck and not give hearings to the lower federal court judges. How does that make any sense whatsoever?
When you break a norm, you make it easier for the public to swallow another norm-breaking thing. That's why they didn't suffer any political blowback, because they convincingly made the argument to the public that this was in retaliation to something that Harry Reid had done. You have to understand that these decisions aren't made in a blank room, right? You have a third party that is watching what these people are doing and the decisions they're making, and more importantly, the reason that they're making them, and baking that in the cake. They're rewarding the people they think are doing well. They're punishing the people that think they're doing bad.
So let's ask the question. Wait.
Practical, pragmatic.
Let's ask the question.
Reid gave them what they wanted.
Wait.
Right?
Let's ask the question. So let's assume that Harry Reid didn't do that with the filibuster, and then any lower court federal judges get through, and then
Wait. Let
me get the question out. Let me get what are the other options to get them through?
I can't give you the one. I didn't prepare for that.
No,
right?
no. You think no? There were not other options. Okay, but let's assume that you're right. Let's assume that they take a hit on lower federal judges, and then we get to a vacancy, Scalia's vacancy. Now, this is the Wick answer. Is Mitch McConnell going to do the same thing to Merrick Garland if Harry Reid?
He wouldn't. He wouldn't have.
14 months. This dude is. They had an 8 Supreme Court. just
how can you say that, Wick? That's an insane.
Wait a minute.
Thing
Wait
to
a minute.
say.
Wait a minute. Because there are two things. Wait a minute. There are two things. So first, remember. Let's remember the timelines. Be very clear, because maybe the answer will change for Wick. So in 2016, Scalia dies. I think it's February 2016. President Obama wants to nominate Merrick Garland, but McConnell says immediately, Mr. President, you will have no nomination hearing. None.
And he doesn't say because of Harry Reid. He doesn't say because of Harry Reid.
Yeah. Right. Now, what he does cite for Harry Reid is a year later.
Yes.
When they have a Republican president and they still have control of the Senate. Then they said, hey, we can't get Gorsuch confirmed with the filibuster in place, so we're doing a carve out of the filibuster. And Harry Reid, you did it first for President Obama's circuit and district nominees. So there are two things. So, Wick, I'm confused. Are you saying that Merrick Garland invoked the filibuster because of Reid, which I agree still has agency, but that was his cited rationale. One of it was because
Mitch McConnell.
Right. Mitch McConnell.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
But you're also saying he wouldn't have blocked Merrick Garland?
No, he probably would have blocked Merrick Garland.
Okay, wait. So they would have blocked Merrick Garland, and so now we're going into a Trump presidency. You have blocked Merrick Garland, and all of a sudden, this is in the situation in which Harry Reid has not nuked the filibuster, right? So there's still no filibuster on lower federal court judges. There's still a vacancy on the Supreme Court. We get into Trump's first term, and he nominates somebody, and now, Wick,
and the Democrats block it. The Democrats blocked it with the filibuster in place. You're telling me they would keep the Supreme Court under Donald Trump and a Republican majority, 8 seats, and leave that vacancy
Not
open?
A chance. Not one chance.
No, wait, let him answer. I want to hear it.
I think that it would have played out differently. Now, is there a chance
that's
that
obvious?
After a year of the filibuster
that's trivial.
blocking these things, we would have had a different nominee that they would have had? They would have been forced to come to the table to make a compromise to have a nominee that we would find more acceptable.
We're not talking about the same people. I mean, like, this
is
the same issue.
You say they would have nuked it. You guys keep saying they would have nuked it, and even though you have the one that
here's the evidence for that,
in
Wick.
this debate, they are a cult. Right now, correct? We have said that several times that they are a cult. That they follow.
They're bad people. That's why.
And yet, even in
they're
this
moral.
They did not nuke
monsters
to pass the SAVE Act.
No, this is.
Wait a minute. Wick. Number one, we don't know. Wait a minute. Number one, we don't know that it's necessary to win. There are competing analyses about how effective this
was dead. Because
about how what I'm saying is, we have competing analyses about the impact of the SAVE Act, whether or not it would be ultimately on net beneficial for Republicans or net negative. Number one. Number two, the reason that they're not getting rid of the filibuster is not because they have a principled commitment to it. By definition, if they had a principled commitment to it, they never would have made an exception, regardless of what Harry Reid did.
Do you have a principled commitment to democracy, Josiah?
Why is that relevant to his line of questioning there?
Let me ask the question. Let me answer, and I will explain.
Yes, we do.
We'll
yes.
explain it. We'll get there. Josiah, do you have a principled commitment to democracy?
I don't know, because I'm imagining there are some situations in which I would defy democracy.
Okay.
No. But we're talking in general. No. Hang on a second. So if what you're saying is
because wait a minute, because what he's going to say, because if I say yes, he's going to ask if are there under any circumstances where I would defy democracy.
Point to a specific circumstances where you're willing to do that, which is gerrymandering. You were saying you're willing to violate your principle on this for gerrymandering because the other side is doing it. Correct?
Right. Right,
Correct.
right. So
that's the same. That's
but
the,
that's
that's
but
the same.
Wick, but Wick, I saw that coming a mile away, and that's why I
And you
didn't
walked
say
right into it
by,
anyway.
No.
no, because I
Okay,
didn't give an
no,
answer.
that's
Wait a minute.
He
Wait a
didn't even
minute. I
say it.
said.
That
Wait
is
a minute.
more democratic.
Wait a minute. I said specifically, I don't know if I have a principled commitment to democracy.
Depends what you mean. It depends what you mean. It depends what you mean by principled. If what you mean, if what you mean is that you'll uphold democracy under any and all circumstance, the answer is no.
Right. Precisely. So, Wick, let me ask you, what do you mean by a principled commitment to the filibuster or principled commitment to anything?
To anything that there are certain
or whatever it is.
What do you mean by that concept?
Democracy to filibuster.
Yes, what do you mean?
When I say that you have a principled commitment to something, that means that unless under like severe extremis, you would not do this. So even if you would maybe lose, like for example, I have a principled position against killing kids. Okay, but there I can imagine a scenario where
nuke the planet.
So dire
nuke the planet.
I would have to do that.
Right.
Like, so for example, if there was
so you're talking about a general principle, right? Yeah. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So this isn't one of those scenarios. Wait. So Wick, it falls apart completely because this isn't one of those situations. Because the kind of examples when you're talking principled commitment, it's like end of world scenario. I can imagine there being some just like overriding purpose, some really powerful incentive, and what you have here is like small potatoes, like the federal judges, right? The lower federal judges.
Right. So like I'm principled enough committed to democracy that I didn't think that Joe Biden should try to steal the 2024 election from Donald Trump. Right. Yes. But I am willing to engage in retaliatory gerrymandering. OK, now I want to be clear, though. What is your definition of a principled commitment to the filibuster that you think Republicans have?
I think that the reason that many Republicans and Democrats, to be clear, don't want to get rid of the filibuster is because senators care about their institution. They care about the rules. They do. And you laugh at that, but we have evidence that that's the case. And my evidence is they had ample opportunity to end the filibuster. It would have helped them demonstrably.
They're letting Trump do illegal tariffs. They're letting them steal their authority. So the Senate, as currently constituted, is just letting Trump do an illegal war. They're letting him steal legislative authority. He did the appropriations. They didn't give a fuck. The fact that you can sit in America in 2026 and say the Senate has this austere and august commitment to its own decorum and principles is fucking laughable. Part of their Senate composition are people, freaks of nature like Tommy Tuberville, and discussing like, I don't even know to say what Ted Cruz is. These are abominations of filth.
Right.
Because what is missing from your argument is what is Trump not doing now that he would otherwise do if the Senate, if the
they have their own skeevy partisan interests. They have their own skeevy partisan interests.
Just full Trump dick suckers.
So Trump,
I will acknowledge that they got just a tip in right now, and they have failed in their duty. I will acknowledge that, but it could always be worse. And I'm thinking the evidence that they are not fully committed to just letting Trump.
They diverge from Trump slightly.
Wouldn't they have impeached him like 20 times at this point if they were doing like half?
Yes, number one, actually, fantastic point. Yeah. Number one, because he's committed impeachable offenses. Number one, that's a fantastic point, Tom. Good for you. Number one. Number two, the tariffs would have been shot down on day one. Number three, we would be out of Iran at this point because it wouldn't have passed the Iran war resolution. They would have struck that shit down.
Wait a second. Can we do war powers real quick? Wait. The war powers resolution just passed the Senate, and who voted as the deciding vote in favor of the war powers resolution? No.
It wasn't
it's a little.
You're talking about who passed?
Yes, there was one flip vote. Bill Cassidy. What happened between him voting?
I know it's a side thing, but Fetterman was the deciding vote in a recent vote.
To vote it down.
Yes, to vote it down. Who just voted in a dispositive fashion to vote in favor of the War Powers resolution? It was a guy by the name of Bill. Yes, it was. It was a guy by the name of Bill Cassidy. And what changed between this vote and the last vote they took?
I don't know.
He lost his primary.
He lost his primary. In other words, Wick, they have sacrificed their institutional rigor time and time again for naked partisanship. Now, they haven't done it in every instance, but for you to say that they have a principled commitment to the institutional rigor of the Constitution, or even the Senate is
They
insane.
wipe their ass with it, Wick. They wipe their ass, and they laugh at people like you and me who actually care about our fucking country. They laugh at us and they wipe their ass with it.
I know that this isn't a popular position, and I know that my chat is going crazy at me right now, but I think I have good evidence that they are not willing to violate certain norms. And again, this is something
That's
that
for
they
their own benefit.
hard for. The SAVE Act is the kill shot here. They pushed hard for that.
Not a
Trump
kill
was saying,
shot.
They don't want that.
To pass this, you had Elon Musk pushing for this, that the democracy would die unless we pass the SAVE Act. They had all this huge campaign, and yet they were not willing to end the filibuster to get that passed.
Not everything
on the
that Trump wants.
Wait. That was
in
not.
Their interest.
Hold on. Wait. But wait. That was not any sort of commitment to democracy, though. They were the only reason that they didn't remove it when Trump was pressuring them to do it is because they wanted to have it when they were the minority again. It was not.
Yeah,
because
there are a lot of reasons that people want the.
No, but that's what I was trying to say earlier.
Wait. But the difference is that people who do want it removed, they want it removed for the sake of democracy, whereas they don't want it removed because they don't give a fuck about democracy.
But
what is the reason that they cite? What is the reason that the
democratic institution on its face? It is meant to be an
Listen to JESSIAH. Thune admits it. John Thune admits it.
What is the reason? What is the reason that Senate Majority Leader John Thune and the Republicans cite for not revoking the filibuster? They give you two reasons. Number one, they say the votes aren't there, and number two, it protects us from a Democratic majority.
Yes, this is the reason they value it.
Yeah, it's not a principled commitment to the institutions. If that changed, this is JESSIAH's point.
No, that doesn't make it unprincipled. My principles are in place because there are certain things that I value, and that doesn't mean that just because I get benefit from holding these principles, that it is not a principled position.
It is if that's the reason you're making the
but
decision.
But it means if you adjust it
based off of hold on. If you're only making the
most of the evidence points one way
and benefits to yourself and not based on principle, you're making it sound like it's based on principle.
If you hold a principled position, you will benefit from it.
No, the principle is helping Republicans and themselves keep their wealth and their jobs. The principle, I mean, you're right, they're principled in some sense, but the principle isn't the august institutions of the Senate. It's to themselves and their constituents.
Wait.
By which I mean the corporate interest.
We have the term, liberals have always said, I may not agree with what it is that you have to say, but I'll die for your right to say it, right? That is not you just saying this just benefits me. You're saying, I want everybody to have this right of freedom of speech because I think that is better for the country, right?
Yes.
They're not saying this is better for everybody. They're saying this is better for us. This is a partisan tactical decision. This is better for us.
Yep.
So two other things, and the thing is, Wick, if they were committed to it, they didn't have to invoke the nuclear option for Supreme Court nominees. Yeah. They made a choice. They were not obligated to go nuclear. They could have just said, "We're preserving the filibuster here." They made a choice.
We'll get a more moderate nominee. Well, Trump, why don't you nominate someone more moderate?
Actually, that's a great point, Wick. Actually, that's a phenomenal point.
Can you
Wick,
repeat the point?
Why didn't they? Okay, shit. The Democrats are blocking Gorsuch. We'll get a better nominee that will win bipartisan support. Why didn't they do that?
Because we gave them an excuse that they didn't need to.
They would have done it anyway.
So they're not principled.
You don't need excuses.
They're not principled.
Say that. I don't think that you have evidence that that's the
case. I do have evidence because I have evidence of that.
Wouldn't a principled actor who cared about preserving institutional norms and rules have tried to win bipartisan support for a Supreme Court nominee instead of just going straight for the nuclear option?
No, because one of the things that they used as justification is we have to, in order to preserve this, punish the people who violated the principle in the first place, and so we're going to punish the Democrats by doing this.
This is fantasy.
Well, okay. Oh, you know what? Actually, wait a minute. Then there you go, Wick. Then I have a principled commitment to the Supreme Court and the Senate too, because that's my rationale. We got to punish the Republicans.
And the American people will understand.
That is the argument,
and they'll understand.
So wait,
so Wick, they'll understand.
So you would concede?
No,
so wait a minute. You would concede
that on a pragmatic level. It's going to be worse for us.
Wait a minute. So Wick,
for the country.
Wick, will you concede?
Going to be worse than the status quo. The status quo is better than what you're advocating for.
Will you concede then that Pisco and I and this other gentleman here whose name escapes me because he seems to be supporting court packing too, that we have a principled commitment to the Supreme Court and the Senate too. We
yes,
just
would
also
never say that Pisco's unprincipled or you
I appreciate that.
No, that we have so you would agree that we have a principled commitment to the Supreme Court and the Senate. It's just that we want to change the rules.
You are making is that by packing the court to punish the
we're not committed to court expansion. We just have to do it.
And McConnell did, and the Republicans did. I think that the results of that are going to be worse for the country. That is my argument there.
Because the country would not. So the country's going to understand. So, and this is what Wick wants you to believe as well. The country understood Mitch McConnell because there was an argument and there was this third party that was observing everything, and they're not going to understand us, right?
And Wick, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
This goes back to the argument where I think that if you did it by removing it, we would have a stronger argument and the public would be more willing to go along with it.
Okay.
Right? Because we could point to the McConnell thing that he did and say this is just a direct contradiction. Even though I think that would still be probably overall worse, it would be less worse than packing. And by
Wick, why did the Republicans in 2017?
I understand, but can you at least acknowledge that makes sense? You might disagree with the point.
No, I don't even think it's a rational inference. No, I don't even think it is a rational inference. I mean, I think what you're suggesting.
I don't know what to tell you then. I mean, it's a pretty clear logic chain, right?
So the logic is, if a body like the Republican Party or I don't know the Republicans in the Senate do an action which on its face seems to violate a principle, it will be accepted if there's a good justification for it.
Yes.
Right. And then here it is like, so we present you, well, if the Democrats do something that in principle would be an institutional violation, the public will understand if there's a good reason. But it just feels like you're contradicting yourself because they're not, you're not willing to accept that the public's going to accept it for Democrats, but you did say that they would accept it for Republicans.
They accepted it when it came to McConnell and what.
May I interject in order to say goodnight because I love you, beautiful folk, but I'm getting tired.
Sorry,
good night.
We love you, Counterpoint.
Hey, stay cool.
David, if David, you're gesturing, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, the question I asked was specifically I wanted your answer was to Josiah's question of that. Do you think that? So you posed the question of like, what percentage would you put on the boat rocking stuff?
The probability of actually doing court packing. And Pisco, did I hear 27% from you?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
And now I want to know what is what do you think the probability is? Let's in the world where Democrats don't do court packing, no court expansion, no tit for tat, anything. That if the Democrats got a majority through totally normal means, that the Republicans will undo that through abnormal means, through norm violation, just like they did with Obama.
Yeah.
Like that they would pass
if you do nothing, then like 80%, 90%, absolutely. But I, once again, okay, Pisco. Yeah, you want to start laughing?
I agree with you. No, I agree with you.
That you told me to take. Don't do anything.
Connor, I agree with you.
Don't do anything ever.
Connor,
just bend over, take it up the ass.
Connor, I agree with you. That's Josiah and I's point. Josiah makes that point beautiful. You're making that point beautiful. If that's the view, and that's the vision also of how McConnell did the norm violation and whether or not it was a principled commitment, why would we hold to it?
But what I resent about what you guys are saying is that I'm saying fuck him the way that he fucked you. So
I don't want to break into the robber's house.
All right. So what I'm saying is, let's say that there is a nomination during the last year of a Republican's term. Then fuck them. And when they complain about it, laugh about it.
That's what I say about the legislative court packing.
Follow up.
But the thing is,
I'm not for court packing because, court packing implies an expansion of the Supreme Court of the United States.
Yes.
And in general, I do not support that unless we have a good motivation. Now, weirdly enough, my good motivation is because I want to stabilize this country, is if you said, Connor, we want a court pack, but instead of trying to fuck Republicans up the ass, we actually want to stabilize the nation. So we're going to do 6 Republicans, 6 Democrats, and 1 moderate Chief Justice. Then I would be like, that's beautiful.
You know what that would look like, Connor?
I don't think that's what you want to do.
You know what that would look like, Connor?
Pack it with Democrats. Wait a second.
Connor, your plan that you said that you would agree to 6 Republicans, 6 Democrats, 1 independent. And you know what? I'll take that plan. Let's make the Supreme Court. Let's make the Supreme Court 13. We'll pack it with up to. So now we'll have what will this be? 4 Democrats. Or, so would it be 3 more? Yeah, 3 more liberals, and we'll get the Democrat to appoint 1 independent person. Would you be in favor of that?
Yes.
So you're in favor of court packing, and we keep the current court, and we take the Ro Khanna plan, but we just nominate 1 as an independent. Thank you very much. That's the argument. That's the debate.
You crowing because, so much of fucking Twitch and YouTube politics cannot track a conversation. Okay. Wick says, do you want to talk about court packing? And of course, I think my otherwise sensible Democratic friends want blood and vengeance against the Republican Party.
You want to add 3 Democrats and 1 independent. You want to add 3 Democrats and 1 independent. We're aligned. We're good. Hey, we're good. You want to add 3 Democrats and 1 independent.
Of course,
I'll take that.
I want to come on to the beautiful Wick TV panel show and say, no, you guys should be responsible. And if you do anything,
6 Democrats,
try to
6 Republicans, 1 independent. You said it. I agree. Let's do it right now. Let's sign up.
Fine. But what I'm going to say is, since you're taking the opportunity to dunk from now on, whenever I swear to God,
I love you, Connor.
When any Democratic debater says, oh, you just want to do nothing, that's going to be my position for the remainder of the debate.
Okay.
I'm just going to adopt that aggressively. And instead of having all these things about let's do criminal prosecutions and let's hold people accountable for corruption.
No, I just want 6 Democrats,
about our future
6 Republicans, 1 independent. Let's just do that to stabilize the country. 6 Democrats, 6 Republicans, 1 independent, stabilize. I'm in favor of that. We're all aligned, I think. We're all aligned.
Okay. Can I ask?
Perfect.
Just real quick.
Now the chances of that happening is less than 10%.
Thank you. I know you have to go. I appreciate you, Counter.
Bye, Connor.
Yes.
I love you, dog.
I love you, Social Josiah. Good to meet you, David. Pisco, I do love you too. Tom, I hope you have a beautiful night. I don't know if I love you, but you're a good egg. And Wick, thanks for having me on. I socially love you guys. I hope you have a beautiful night.
Okay, now back to why you guys are wrong.
Bye, guys.
So you guys admit that there's a very low chance of court packing actually happening, correct?
No, I think
it's increasing by the day.
Decent.
About 20%. I think it was double where it was 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
You ever play D&D and roll a 20?
Sure, I understand. But the problem is I think that one of the reasons it's so low is it's because it's so unpopular. And so if you are sitting here wanting us to advocate for a very unpopular position, do you think that will increase our chances of winning or decrease our chances of winning?
I don't know. How did civil rights work there, Wick? How did anti-slavery work?
Do you think that...
I've been on for a while. I want to let other people in.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
We can make a case. We can be like them. They made a case for the Mitch McConnell.
They famously never argued against slavery. They famously never brought up being in favor of civil rights. They didn't talk about it. They didn't say it in polite company, did they?
Same as these things?
They're exactly the same. Okay. Yes, that's my view, that they're exactly the same. But do you understand my point?
You're wrong.
Well, but 2 things. So number 1, it is true that this is relatively unpopular, but number 2, a case hasn't actually been made. Political capital hasn't been spent to make it.
Well, that's why we're doing this debate, baby, so you can make the case.
100%.
And we've done it so far. By the way, we've done it such that Connor is in favor of adding 3 Democrats and 1 independent to the Supreme Court, and Tom is strongly considering adding 2 members. I think we're doing a decent job as far as this panel is concerned.
And again, we're already seeing otherwise.
No, I literally
cautious...
said that I was not considering that. I was.
Oh, did you change your mind again, Tom? Change your mind again, Tom? Huh?
After you heard my argument,
changing my mind. I said that I was
wrong.
And I literally made a very clear argument to say that I was still against the race to the bottom, and there was no fucking argument to why this is a good idea to just totally fuck up the entire government.
And we're already seeing. And we're already seeing. Set Tom aside. Okay, with all due respect to Tom. We also see prominent Democratic politicians who are famously known for their caution and their love of institutions, like Cory Booker and Kamala Harris, talk more about maybe we do need to expand the court.
Cory
think
Booker, yes.
Certainly.
Kamala Harris, no.
Say what?
Cory Booker, yes. I agree with your framing of who Cory Booker is. Kamala Harris, no. I don't agree with that framing.
With what? What's the framing of her?
Cautious. I don't think she's notoriously cautious.
She's cautious,
Oh, we
bro.
totally disagree on that. Yeah, we totally disagree on that.
I would point to
Yeah,
her
okay, but
2020 primary run and the positions that she took. I just don't think she's
2020 Kamala Harris and 2024 Kamala Harris were radically
It's hard
different
to
animals.
know because of those two differences.
We're radically different
No,
animals.
But Kamala Harris was being safe in 2020 for the primary. She was appealing to a safe, a juicy core.
1% of the vote or something. She was being.
What she thought.
No.
She was fucking wrong.
No.
I don't think she was thought. She was
everything in its context.
It's not worth it. Wait a minute.
Okay, whatever.
Wait a minute. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. The fact of the matter is there's an increasing number of prominent Democratic politicians who weren't talking about this a year ago who are now risking the conversation now. So I do think we're starting to see a gradual increase. I think there's a good argument for investing the political capital and making a persuasive case. Okay. But number three, even if that weren't true, Wick, we're not talking about the political feasibility of it, whether or not it's popular. We're talking about whether it's right and justified, whether it should. Okay. But here's the fourth thing.
I agree with you, but part of my calculus is the feasibility and will it lead to actual victory, right? Will it?
I think, and listen, fair enough. Hutch is in that position now, but the thing is, Hutch, I think, said 75-25 on last night's Lib and Learn that he supports court packing. He just doesn't know about the political viability of it.
We're gonna.
Can we stop with this like Babel infantilizing of Hutch? I will not hear it.
You, Pisco. This is a joke.
Okay.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. And then the last thing is, Wick, I was just trying to ask you this 20 minutes ago, is okay about the institutions thing. Why did Senate Republicans in 2017 under Trump revoke blue slips for circuit court judges under Donald Trump? Why did they make it so that Democrats no longer had the ability to effectively veto Trump's judicial nominees in their states? Democrats didn't do that. Why did Republicans?
I can't answer that question. I don't know enough about the situation.
The blue slip rule?
You should look it up because I bring this up to you every time we talk about it. It's worth looking at. They do not have a principled commitment to norms and institutions. If they see a direct barrier between them and a goal that they are absolutely committed to, and I reject the idea that the SAFE Act is one of them because, again, there are competing analyses about whether or not the SAFE Act would benefit Republicans or work redound to their detriment. Set that aside. They make exceptions to institutions and norms. When it got in the way of a Supreme Court nominee, they invoked the filibuster. They were not obligated to invoke a nuclear carve-out for the filibuster. They could have said, Harry Reid changed the filibuster, but we Republicans were so principally committed.
Is a great example as well. That border bill, like they everything that they should have wanted was there, but they chose to reject it just to help Trump win the next election.
And it's right.
Last one
on that strengthens my argument that, because yes, on the border specifically, right? They have less of a principal commitment to that than they do to the ending the filibuster.
But that's their whole fucking platform, though. Their whole fucking platform is about the fucking border. That's their whole fucking platform. Like, the reason that they're
only
in these positions is because they whine and cry about the border 24/7.
Right, only because it benefits them, Wick. You're repeating our fucking point. And the last thing I'll say on that is, wait, you don't what? You don't agree with that point? You don't agree?
Go ahead.
And it's also, it's this, they're all cut from the same cloth, the same breed from the state Republicans, right? And you have to just look at Georgia, Arizona, and look at Utah. These are, the Republican Party is Trump's. And when they had the power to do it, and when it did suit them, instant court pack in Utah when they get a wrong decision. What happens
in Utah? Well, the court was 5. The ruling
doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's about
0. It does matter. It does.
It's
matter.
about increasing. I'll tell you why. Because their outlook is increasing the likelihood of good rulings.
And they invented another court in Utah. They created a new one to hear the sort of constitutional challenges that stymied them in the previous version of the Utah Supreme Court.
And
they did two major institutional changes. They packed the court and they created a whole new court to hear the sorts of challenges that were getting cock-blocked by the previous court. Wick, I know you try to see the best in people. This party is not principally committed to anything other than winning.
With you, the Republican, look, I think that I agree with you. I agree with both of you, and I've said this publicly. I've said this on Twitter, and I keep saying this. The Republican Party has abandoned many of their principles. But I think
they've held on to the filibuster. That's the one. Rule of law, free speech, fucking war powers. They abandoned that. But The filibuster. God
Well,
God
there's
help
a
us.
few.
Except
There's a
when they
few.
don't. It's like I'm married. It's like me saying I am committed to my wife, except the times I fuck other people. Like, what are you talking about, man?
It's the zip code rule, bro.
It's the filibuster, bro. No, that's the one sacred principle that they have. They've abandoned.
Except when they break it. Except when they break it. That's
Can
what
we
I
hear
mean.
from our guest? I'm sorry, we've been just over talking.
Yeah, go
Sorry,
ahead.
yeah.
Go ahead, Kay. KO Dave. Go ahead.
Hello guys.
Okay, bro.
What up, Kay?
Hey Wick.
How's it going?
Hey Tom, how you doing? Okay, so my number one fear about all this court packing nonsense is that to me the Supreme Court is an institution that shouldn't be politicized to begin with. And I get it that the Republican Party has politicized it. That's bad. It's really, really bad. I don't think that further politicizing it is going to help the problem at all.
Why?
Which is why I'm against.
Why
because
wouldn't it
it'll
help?
just make it worse?
Politicizing it help it. That's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
question.
I'm not convinced it'll make it worse. I'm convinced it'll make it better.
How would it not make it? So
Well,
okay, so here's the problem, right? Here's the problem.
Hold on, wait. Hold on, Dave. The thing that you would have to contend with is that like it seems like it's already being politicized and it's going to be politicized one way or the other. It's just that if it's not that from their side, I have a totally different argument from you. So I'm just giving you the like obvious like if they're going to keep politicizing it from the right and it's not being countered from the left, that makes it more political than if there was actually some sort of balance of liberal
And it's bad politics.
conservative justice.
It has the
but-
additional vice of being bad politics. But yes, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I don't want the I don't think the Democrats should do nothing about it. I just don't think court packing is the answer, because it would further politicize it. The problem here is that if the people of the U.S. do not have faith in the institution, then what? Like that's it, right?
But I don't think this is going to hurt the faith in the Supreme Court. I think it's going to help it.
Yeah, of course it will.
Yeah, if it's going to, well, you say, of course it's going to hurt the standing of the Supreme Court in the public's eyes. Why do we think that? The court has not been packed. And in point of fact, the court has not been packed. And it's at an all-time low. So why do we think, I have reasons why I think it'll help it, but why do you think it'll make it worse?
So the court is at an all-time low, especially among Democrats. I think that if the Democrats pack the court, then that all-time low will just swap demographics. It'll stay an all-time low.
So then it won't affect it, right? Then it won't.
Because
By your own lights. Then by your own lights, it won't affect it.
Hold on. No. Because if the conservatives would still have the majority in that case, where they're saying they would add 2 justices, that would be liberal justices. Conservatives would still have a majority in that case, so they would still have like the majority of decisions leaning in their direction to some.
That's another point.
Extent, like it would be a little bit more fair. Like that wouldn't. I likely would not change the. It wouldn't change the amount of faith people have in it just in and of itself.
If you just do 2 people,
that I think would cause the problems. Yes, the 2 people by itself wouldn't.
Yeah, I just want to make.
I don't know.
Also,
Republicans tend to overreact to these things. I don't think that they would take it well. I don't.
But
think
hang on a
take
second.
it well at all.
But you don't think the Democrats would take it well? And so, do you have an intuition about how Democrats and Republicans won't counteract each other on your own view, right? You think the Democrats would be better? You just said it would swap. And so, what's the good case that if you do this, what we're proposing, that the numbers that you gain from Democrats offsets any loss in Republicans?
Democrats, to me, seem to care more about the institutions, and this is a politicization of an institution. So I would suspect that the Democrats would not.
You don't think they'd welcome
this? I do not think that they would approve of this to the same degree that the Republicans would hate it. So maybe when I said swap, I don't mean exact swap. I think it would just get worse, and then the oscillation will start because we've granted that it will start, and I do think that it would start, and that would just further add in confusion and chaos and just go on over time to just further erode.
But then you have to grant the following. If Republicans were to do a legislative court pack, you would be against responding in kind.
Yes.
Okay, so
we
just disagree on that.
I would. Instead, what I would do is I would impeach and remove justices.
And that's going to be welcomed.
Why
that's never going to happen.
Why do you need a supermajority?
Because you need 67
because that's the
senators.
constitutional requirement.
Constitutional requirement? It's not part of the filibuster?
No.
Impeachment.
Okay.
Impeachment's articulated in the
You could have a
Constitution.
constitutional.
You need a simple majority in the House to impeach, so that's easy. Simple majority, and then the Senate you need 67.
Also, people would receive that super
convict.
poorly. Also, that would suck. Also, I would be against it. I'm not in favor of violating the Constitution, and you can't just remove a justice under the impeachment clause for something that isn't a high crime or misdemeanor. So I would be against it because my oath is to the Constitution, and so I take impeaching people just for political reasons to be itself unconstitutional. I'm not going to support it.
Well, wait, the process in and of itself would be high crime and misdemeanor. I mean, the blocking of...
Yeah, but there's no basis to believe that there's a high crime or misdemeanor that has been committed that I know of.
Hold on, we have some real, like, I have to look into it more, but on Thomas Alito, there is some real evidence of corruption and taking bribes.
Conflict of interest for sure to investigate, but not that I've seen a commission of a high crime.
Pisco would argue that there's an underlying fact of the matter, and corruption doesn't rise to the
so your
standard
argument
of high
would be
crime
that
misdemeanor.
corruption doesn't rise to the level of high crime and
Yeah.
misdemeanor.
Right. I would have to be convinced that that any particular justice
at some
did
point
a high
we
crime
need
or
to fix
misdemeanor.
that. At some point, I think
Perhaps, but it wouldn't apply to Amy Coney Barrett, right? There's no allegation that she's committed a high crime or misdemeanor. It wouldn't apply to Neil Gorsuch, and so I'm limited by the Constitution as well. I'm not going to, even if it's in our interest, I'm not going to countenance a violation of the Constitution, and I think there is such a thing as an unconstitutional impeachment.
No, I agree with you. It's weird to me that the worst justices on the Supreme Court, at least in my opinion, weren't even Trump appointees. Like, honestly, I'm gonna be real with you, and maybe I'll take some shit for this. I kind of like Amy Coney Barrett. I think she generally is kind of a.
She's the least annoying, but like that's not saying much.
I don't know.
I would agree. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. Any chance of my respect for her went out the window with her Trump immunity concurrence.
From what I've seen,
in seriousness, to the caller, I just want to say, like, if our worry is about this like cascading set of consequences from the public, why hasn't it presented itself in the states? Why has that not presented itself in Georgia, where there was a flip in control of the Supreme Court?
Probably because
it is presenting itself in the public by the further partisanization, words, and also the plummeting trust in institutions. That's how it's manifesting.
Don't the Republicans
but
have
we still
a
have
death
rule of
grip in
law
those
in
states?
Georgia? But hang on a second, right? So on your own lights, is that a positive development in Georgia? If you were in Georgia, wouldn't you want to I guess you wouldn't want to change that circumstance. And then we get back to what Wick is saying on, like, I guess the best way to avoid oscillation is just to surrender. But in that context, like, what
I think
do we still have rule of law in Georgia?
I think the problem with that example and that comparison, Pisco, is that at the end of the day, the states still have like a higher law that they have to answer to, which is the federal law, and the federal law doesn't, and like the Supreme Court itself does not have a higher
on some
law to
things.
answer to.
But that's
on some things,
right?
But on other things, the state courts of last resort are the highest level.
Yes.
Like constitutionally, there are things that the United States Supreme Court can't weigh in on. Right? There's dual sovereignty here.
Versus the world, and you guys were going in. Look, you guys have been making strong arguments tonight. I can't say that you're not. But I am calling him back up. So Eucharist, welcome to the stream.
Awesome. You know,
Honey bun.
Last point on this. But even if it were the case that, okay, you can't compare state and federal, I think that's a little bullshit. But fine, if you want to say that, the instances we've had in the past of expansions of the Supreme Court of the United States have not resulted in the destruction of this country or in some endless tit for tat. There was tit for tat a little bit in the early 20th century. Then there was some additional in like the 1830s or whatever. And then what happened with Abraham Lincoln, and they shrunk it for President Johnson, Andrew Johnson, and then expanded again when he was fucking gone. Did that end our fucking country? No.
In any of those cases, was one of the two parties like explicitly falling to fascism at the moment?
No.
At the time?
So wait a minute. You're right. You're right. We should look to
Yes.
history. They were not succumbing to fascism,
Exactly.
and as we all know, historically speaking, the best way to defeat a
Is
fascist
let the
is
fascists
to
win.
appease a fascist.
Yeah, appease them.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, so
Yeah,
how does
I'm
that
not-
make
I'm
any
not
sense?
here to
That
appease
makes
them.
our
I'm not here
argument
to
strong.
appease them.
You understand that makes our argument stronger, right? If the threat
understand it
is
makes your argument
magnified from the
stronger.
okay, so then
Yes.
Okay, Kay, thanks for calling in, buddy. I love you. Okay, we're gonna let
thank you,
go.
man.
I will say this.
Bye,
just
buddy.
real quick.
I will say
I
this.
have
Hold on.
somebody who
Let me
sent.
say this. Let me hold on.
Yeah.
Let me say this before we do anything. Right. One of the things that I'm trying to do at Wick TV is be more honest about what's happening. Like again, my portion of this debate, like I still disagree with you guys, but I think I lost. I'm going to admit that, so you guys can take that. I think your arguments were stronger than mine tonight, so I just got to admit that because we're trying to admit when we do well, we admit when we do poorly, and I think you guys got the best of me on the arguments that you've made tonight so far. But I've called him back up. Okay, I've called him back up to maybe change that situation. So we're going
And
to.
by the way, the
you
person
don't
you
have to
backed
stop,
up with
please.
is one of 2, maybe 3. I don't count Jeb Tan because he's not a creator, but one of 2 conservatives that I respect. So I just want to say,
I'm
appreciate that.
concerned now that he's turned on his camera. It's like Samson when his hair got shaved.
I
What
know,
happened to your
I know.
books, bro?
Yes, I've lost my strength.
What
My
happened
books,
to your
you know,
books?
They're stacked in the corner over there. I'm moving, so the library will look better in about a month. So
You're
give me
I thought you
breaking
said you were
norms.
starting a fire. I thought you said you were starting a fire outside.
no,
You're having a book burning.
No,
Okay,
I'm moving.
Okay,
and
what's
the
your
books are
argument, buddy? What do you got for us?
Yeah,
Well, hold on,
Well,
just real quick, just real
sorry,
quick
let
before
Tom-
you go. I got somebody who's sent this numerous times now. They wanted me to ask it, and I guess we could let Pisco answer this real quick. But they said, hey guys, can you talk a little bit about the previous time the court was expanded, and why do you agree or disagree with the decision to expand the court at that time?
Yes, this was in
From my
1869.
understanding, this was. Yeah, from my understanding, this was over the what was it called? The greenbacks issue with paying off debt.
From my understanding of the history, my recollection of it, in 1866, the court was shrunk by Republicans because Andrew Johnson, the Democrat, this is Lincoln's vice president who assumed office after his assassination, they didn't want to give him like an opportunity to nominate additional justices, and so they shrunk it to 7. And then they, in 69, after they had Ulysses S. Grant in office, he was on the, I think he was in office or he was about to be in office, they expanded it to 9. That's where it's been. And so like the last example I think is explicitly partisan. Republicans, and it was Republicans, now a different Republican party for sure, but they shrunk it.
The reason they added them back was because there was a ruling from the Supreme Court saying that they couldn't use greenbacks to pay off national debt, and that this was going to bankrupt the country, and so they had to add justices in order to make it to where they could get that decision passed, so that the
Are you saying that's not partisan? That's not in their party interest? Even if it were the case that it's not the Johnson, like they shrunk it because of Johnson, they expanded after. If there was some triggering political thing, how is it not in their partisan interest? We're taking too narrow a view of partisan to only mean the composition as opposed to the outcome, going to the party's interest. That's the partisan interest we're worried about. That's why when people bring up, last point on it. That's why when fucking Brad says, oh, but in Utah, they already have a Republican majority. It doesn't matter. What we're talking about is increasing the likelihood for partisan outcomes that inure to the benefit of partisan interests. Not that they're not like some Republicans who aren't. Okay, but I'm just making that point clear.
Against the wall.
Okay, all right, yeah. I'm saying that there's some people who say like it doesn't count if it doesn't flip the overall court. It doesn't count if they were already Republican. No, it does count. The whole motive is to increase likelihood of partisan outcomes. And if there's a triggering political thing that inures to the detriment of a political party and they decide to expand the court in response, in what sense would that not be partisan?
The difference here is that I would say it's a biased outcome that they were desiring. It wasn't a partisan outcome because at the time, I don't think the parties were split on this. Everybody was in favor of it and the courts just ruled against it. But it was that they were adding people for a biased outcome. That much is.
That's a distinction without a difference, right? I mean, for all intents and
sure,
purposes.
That's why I'm saying it is a biased outcome.
I want to give it to, I'm going to get a drink, but I want to give it to you, Chris. Okay. And I'll be right back. Okay.
Yeah, I guess a question I had. I think it's been an interesting back and forth from what I've heard, the little bit I've been able to listen to it. But the concept of legitimacy has only come up a couple of times, but I'd like to hear more conversation on that because I feel like that's, to me and to the people I run with, like I guess the primary fear of it's not so much like, oh yeah, we can't do this. Obviously, as you guys have pointed out, constitutionally, legally, there are mechanisms to expand the court. It's not so much like they're going to make decisions I disagree with, because we all have decisions that the court has made we disagree with. It's the question of how seriously are we going to take those decisions, and what is the long-term ramification for something that we take as fairly crucial for our judiciary, which is this so-called independent judiciary, or, you know, the idea that we respect Supreme Court decisions at all. Is that sacrificed at the altar of court expansion? I think is one of the core questions in the background of this, and I haven't heard as much discussion of that tonight as I was hoping. So I was wondering if you guys wanted to comment on that. Like, do you think, is this a real threat to legitimacy, whatever that means? Maybe you want me to define it. We can argue about that.
We're gonna have
if
to. Yeah.
So, then
that's
like,
what I was going to ask. What do you mean by it? Because when you say like respect the court's decisions, like I already, like he said, like we're at an all-time low for Supreme Court approval, and so
do you think this is going to help that?
What?
Or do
yes,
you think that'll
I
make it
do.
worse?
Well, unironically, I do. Yes. Yeah, I think that
court will boost those
yes,
numbers. In
I do. Yes, I do. The reason is because
what mechanism do you think?
Wait, yeah. So, no, I will.
Like, what is your evidence?
Wait. I'm about to explain it. Right. One of the reasons why the Supreme Court
Pisco,
is
what's your evidence?
One of the reasons why
One
of the reasons why the Supreme Court of the United States is losing popularity is because they keep doing unpopular shit. Look at the people's responses, except in like the tariff decision, right, where people largely approved of it. Legitimacy is tied to results. This is something that Ezra Klein talks about and everyone else. Like this proceduralism, the process stuff. People don't give a shit about that stuff. And so people are going to be way more sympathetic to the Supreme Court they view as giving good results for the people than they do about process. I might wish it were otherwise. You might wish it were otherwise, but that just is the case. You can say all you want about the filibuster this, the filibuster that. People don't know shit about it. And so one of the reasons why I suspect the popularity of the Supreme Court is dropping is because they're doing dumb, unpopular shit.
Okay. I mean, that's
and
fair.
so
That's a fair point.
packing the court makes them do more popular stuff ipso facto.
Is packing the court popular or unpopular right now?
The thing itself, okay. Oh, stop though. The thing itself, the policy itself, just like Obama. Wait, no. Let me respond. No. You know what you're doing. You know what the fuck you're doing. Wait, no. Let me respond. Shut the fuck up. You know what you're doing. You know. Wait, no. Wick is laughing. Wick is laughing because you know what you're doing. No, let me just correct it. Let me correct it. You can talk. So you're conflating two metrics. You're conflating two metrics: popularity over the measure itself versus legitimacy and popularity of the court itself. And they're different things. And yeah, they're not mutually exclusive. That one could
would acknowledge that, correct?
I don't think that they're that. I don't think they're that strongly connected now. I think that you wouldn't see all the approval like just shrink for the Supreme Court if it were expanded. No, I don't think that.
I think it's fair to separate those, right? But I do think it is a legitimate concern to consider how unpopular court packing has been historically, how unpopular it is now, just as a political proposal compared to what you think they'll accomplish with it. So maybe you're optimistic that when you pack the court, they will make decisions that most people will love. But also that there's, in my mind, just as likely an outcome where these justices make decisions that people are unhappy with for various political reasons. And so like there's no reason in my mind to think that the decisions the court issues will be popular on their own, but court packing itself, as you guys are discussing, is an unpopular thing.
Roe v. Wade was popular.
The packing of itself.
Hold on, if I may.
The packing of itself.
If I may. I think one of the problems with the legitimacy of the court isn't just the decisions that they're making, but we have successfully made the argument, Democrats is what I'm talking about, that McConnell packed the court, right?
Yeah.
That the appointing
Successfully we did that. When did we successfully do that?
No, the Republicans
successfully made that argument.
Oh,
I think
me
that
or
succeeding at making that argument.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
why
Bad.
of the reasons why the legitimacy of the court is going down, right? Is because this was an illegitimate thing. Right. I don't think that is helped by court packing. I think that is hurt by court packing.
I don't have that intuition.
Okay, so again, I'm obviously against like the adding justices, but I do think that like it is true that it probably would make it to where they are more trusted. It could be, as he said, like they would, if they end up having better decisions in the end, people would approve of the court better. Like currently there are like, key issues that are on people's minds that they think this is just a horrifically unjust decision. And even the fact that like they're taking this long to try to think about,
birthright citizenship.
It hasn't been that
absolutely
long,
fucking ridiculous.
Bro,
There's no
Philip.
way. No, this is it should have been.
No, I
simple,
want them to do it
issue
faster,
one,
but
and then two on top of that, like it could be an issue politically for Democrats to pack the courts, but it wouldn't be an issue for the court. And it seems like that's what your question is like focusing on is this going to hurt the court's legitimacy? But instead, like it may hurt Democrats in popularity. And
I think it's both. I care more about the court's legitimacy. I don't care about it.
I also want to stipulate this to Pisco's point and actually touching on what Tom just said there. Okay. It's not just that the court arrives at unpopular positions, although I think Ezra Klein is right, and I think Pisco is right. There is a correlation between popular outcomes and legitimacy.
Go figure.
Right? But there's also the lack of persuasive writing on this. So not to go back to the Trump immunity decision, but it is just the textbook example.
Yes.
That decision was supermajority unpopular. Why? Because people don't see a fucking limiting principle in the immunity decision. There's a sense of entitlement among the Supreme Court justices. You hear Chief Justice Roberts bitch about it and all the others. Why don't they trust us? They see us as partisan hacks. Because you don't bother to write persuasively.
The decisions suck. They suck.
Wait a minute.
They're garbage.
Wait a minute. Philip,
let Josiah finish, then let's give it to you, Chris, to respond. Josiah,
I know you don't. Philip, remind me, you don't support the Trump immunity decision, right?
I have very complex and mixed feelings on it, but I don't like it. I don't like it.
Okay, so can I ask you something? I
wish Amy Coney Barrett's concurrence had been the majority opinion.
Wait, you preferred her opinion to the dissenting?
The majority.
No, to the majority.
No. I know.
But you prefer it to
the dissent. You wish it had been the majority. There are three buckets. You have the non-Amy Coney Barrett majority. You have Amy Coney Barrett, and then you have the dissent.
Talk later.
Who do you want to be the majority?
Concurrence, Amy Coney Barrett.
No, he doesn't. He wants the dissent.
I'm split depending on the day.
Okay. All right. We're gonna set that aside for a moment. We're gonna have. I don't know. Okay. All right. So anyway,
the more I read it, the more I've talked about it, the more I like. At the start, I was very, very anti, and the more I've like taught it,
Philip,
read it,
let me ask you something.
I'm like,
do you think
this is kind of where I am as well? Yeah.
Do you think that the justices could have done themselves a huge fucking favor if they had explained that they care about not having a president who is lawless?
Yes.
For example, their whole balancing act was, well, you got to balance the public's interest in not having a lawless president versus one that's not vigorous and energetic because they have to worry about criminal accountability.
And then they
threw this aside and never addressed it again.
They don't
and what they did was scorn and just act like total dickheads to the dissent. Like, they're worried about SEAL Team 6 and these hypotheticals.
The academy
Why
is
not
wrong.
explain?
They're inconsistent.
Why not explain what the limiting principle is? Here's why you don't have to worry.
Wait, but I thought there was a limiting principle in there. If they're talking about the fact that it's only when it comes to official acts for the president.
And we don't know what fits in that bucket yet.
It's an official act to give an order to SEAL Team 6.
Of course,
that's an official order.
Goes to the lower courts, but it didn't seem to affect any of Trump's current court cases that he was currently dealing with.
Because he's a fucking idiot. First of all, it did. It did with the DOJ stuff. First of all, it did with the DOJ stuff.
They had to rewrite it.
First of all, it did with. First of all, it did with the DOJ stuff. First of all, they did with the DOJ stuff. Second of all, they didn't decide on half of these fucking shit because he got fucking elected, and so we never got full resolution. And third, most of that is because he's a fucking idiot and he outsourced a bunch of this stuff to private actors. If he had just used the DOJ and the government officials to do all his dirty work, and he could trivially have gotten away with it. And now that he knows about it, he can use it.
Because the logic of the point is
I agree with the possibility of it going really wrong, but I'm saying that the limiting principle is in there. They haven't defined it because they are.
You just have to write a memo, Tom. Just write a memo. I'm stealing money from the IRS because it's not a robbery. It's a special weaponization fund. We're not killing someone. It's a special government operation to kill someone. That's all it is, Tom. All it is you write a memo. That's the only limiting principle.
I would love to have a debate about that decision specifically on a night when I'm actually prepared for it.
No, right. But my point is part of the reason that the Supreme Court is viewed as illegitimate isn't just because people disagree with the decisions. It's because the court doesn't go to any effort to actually address people's concerns. That's a classic
This is what
example.
I disagree with. Yes, thank you for restating. Because that's, I think, what I disagree with. I don't think that has anything to do with the public perception in the court. Yeah, I think so.
They don't like the outcome.
Example,
that's it.
For example, right, Roe, again, like we've all talked about at some point in various formats, is a thin legal decision. It's not based on history. They invent trimester systems. It's crazy. It's insane. Like, there's all sorts of crazy things about Roe, right? But the popularity of Roe is not based on the reasoning. It's not based on the history. It's not based on the law.
100%.
It's based on
but that fucks
people
you.
wanted women to have access to abortion.
But that fucks you, right? Because what Josiah is saying is the opinions aren't well received within the public, and they're not well received within the academy. And so, whatever you want to slice it, right? The opinions are not being well received by audiences, and that includes of legal commentators to the extent they matter.
Between those things?
In other words,
there's sometimes there sometimes is, but here there is sometimes.
You agree, right?
Yes, I do agree. Yes, I do agree.
Bad decisions, and the public likes them. You agree?
Yes, I agree.
Point stands.
What point is that?
Public perception and the actual legal basis are different.
No, but they're both bad right now. Is what I'm saying. They're both bad, right?
Because you can say that. You can say that.
No, I am saying that.
Hold on. Just saying they're both bad doesn't mean anything, because what Jessiah is saying is that the reason people are upset with them is because they're not giving good legal explanations.
No.
Which is not true. They don't like
no. Wait a minute. Outcome. No. I said it's not just the outcome. I want to be clear. My argument is not that they would be viewed as hyper legitimate if they give an unpopular outcome and also make a persuasive case.
He started by saying that. He gave this whole spiel about how that's not his position. I don't know how you guys forgot that.
Right.
Sorry.
Right. That's my problem. But there's more evidence than that too. When the Senate, when they are drowning in ethics scandals, and the Senate's like, come here and explain what the fuck is going on, and the chief gives the Senate the finger.
Nope.
And then the binding code of conduct, they finally were forced to go, fuck, I guess we'll write it down. And then they continue to violate the binding code of conduct. Reasons for recusal are not given, which the binding code of conduct stipulates.
Alito's giving speeches shitting on Prince Williams. Alito's going over to these conferences like Gorsuch is going on like Newsmax or shit. Like, what are we talking about here, guys?
My point, Philip,
Newsmax,
is that the court.
Okay, a little
my
bit
point.
Different.
Well, wait a minute. My point, Philip, is the court is unpopular in large part because of its own conduct. It is distrusted.
I'm also. So
Wick, wait a minute. You're not convinced?
Wait. No. When it comes to like some of the accusations
of why me?
When it comes to like the yard sign for
Philip,
you know, for what was it, like the January 6th?
Yes, the yard sign.
Like,
why is
there are a bunch of things that are actually.
You guys use Wick. Is this like
Wick is the target of all?
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Hold on, wait. But
go ahead.
There are, hold on, Philip, there are real reasons for why, like, that people are distrusting of them because of their own behavior.
The Thomas scandals, the Alito yard signs, 100%. These are all reasons why people should approach these decisions with skepticism. 100% agree.
No. But I thought you said that the Supreme Court isn't contributing to its own unpopularity.
No. That wasn't what I was saying. I guess let me back.
The decisions.
Yeah, the decisions. Yes.
I'm sorry. When I say the decisions they're making, I mean their conduct.
Okay.
I
was thinking about the court decisions.
Yeah, the court decisions suck too. They all suck.
Yes, the court rulings are often unpopular, but also their own conduct.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So let me separate two things, right? You have their conduct outside of the hearings, the questions, the opinions, and then you have the hearings, the questions, the opinions. So that
can I address that real quick? Wait. Just real quick. Their behavior is worse when they're actually doing their job. I'm more offended by their fuckery on the shadow docket. I'm more offended by their ignoring of like the factors when applying stay, whether or not to grant a merit stay. I'm more offended by this inconsistency that they have in their analytical frameworks for a range of issues. I'm more offended by that. It's worse when you look at their in-office conduct. I almost don't even give a shit about the sign anymore. I actually never really gave that much of a shit about the sign. And so like put all that to the side. All the stuff that is worse at their job.
Conduct. Let's focus on the in-office conduct. And I disagree with Josiah that the actual articulation of opinions or the basis of these opinions has much influence, if at all, on public reception of the court. I don't think any of that has like, I really like people, like the level of discourse that happens around these court cases, whether it's a unanimous opinion, whether it's not, whether it's a clear-cut case, whether it's not, whether it's one that we've predicted for years or not. I don't think the way the opinion is written, way it's reasoned, I don't think it has any influence at all in public reception. And so I think what's happening right now is general decline in institutional trust and general attaching of that distrust to the court, whether, on the basis of mostly affective partisanship. That's basically what's happening in all of American politics.
So how is this going to affect it? How is our proposal going to affect it negatively? If no one really gives a shit about that, then you're kind of making our argument.
More affectively partisan, how will it affect it? Worse.
Yeah. Well, no, but if you're saying that opinion
even right
is
now, like,
following
part
partisanship,
part of the issue is that right now, like, it's only even like 70% of Republicans who even approve of the court right now, and there's 30% of them, like, when we're saying 30% of them disapprove. The reason they disapprove is because, again, like, the court's just not making the decisions that they want, and they start talking about like impeaching
Trump is
Coney Barrett or whoever, like
they're weak on tariffs,
about impeaching different people based on, or that they're that they're just radical feminists pretending to be conservatives and shit. Like, it is both liberals and Republicans who both dislike the court just because they're not making the decisions that they want based on partisanship.
And by packing the court to 13, you would be increasing the likelihood of a moderate opinion, right? So if your fear
I agree. I think it would improve it. Yeah.
Right. So like if your fear is,
I really think that follows.
I think it by definition does. If the most moderate members of the court are the ones that are having the dispositive vote on what the opinion is, wouldn't that by definition increase the likelihood of a ruling that is more middle of the road, or maybe sometimes more Democrat, sometimes Republican, and so you have more than what we're seeing now?
The problem I have with some of the things you guys are saying is, like, you're conflating older arguments that have been around for a long time for expanding the court with your partisan proposal to pack the court. These are different things, right? There are people for decades who have been making arguments to expand the court for various, I think, excellent reasons. And I've explained this to all sorts of people in all sorts of venues, especially my students. There are lots of good reasons to expand the court. But what you guys are arguing for is not that.
Wait, hang on a second.
I come in bringing
we're arguing on your terms. So you're raising some concerns. And what I'm trying to say is, in response to your concerns about legitimacy, whatever that concept means, that at least we have no intuition to think that court packing would make that interest worse. But our argument isn't foundational to those interests. Our arguments... What is the good argument that, for example, if you make a court that's more... What question am I not answering?
Ask a question,
why? You said you have no reason to think that this would make it worse. I'm coming in asking, why wouldn't it make it worse? If you say, hey, we are, because of what the Republicans did to us, we are going to expand the court specifically to achieve our own ends, to appoint our own justices,
I'll explain.
Achieve those goals. How does that not affect the legitimacy?
I thought I explained. So let me explain. So if the interest that's being trying to be catered to right now is public perception of the court, that is the interest that you're calling out. How wouldn't it hurt that? Correct. So we're agreed on that, right?
At least part of it. It's at least part of it. Yes.
So let me address that part of it. My strong intuition is nobody but me and 0.0001% of the population reads these fucking opinions, and that people's perceptions on the Supreme Court relate to outcomes, and the news they read that fundamentally relate to outcomes. That's my strong perception.
The news they read relates to, though, the idea of expanding the court, right? And so what we saw historically with FDR's threatened court packing plan, what we've seen recently with polls on court packing, is the public perception includes the actual activity of expanding the court before the decisions come down, right?
People forget. People remember when Roe v. Wade.
Wait, you were just earlier in this stream. You were accusing people of saying that people have this long memory and they're going to remember the injustices that the Republicans did and they're going to come back and get them for it. And now you're saying,
no, I didn't. No, you're not understanding me. So you're not. So let me finish what I'm saying then. Let me finish what I'm saying and I'll explain it. So I have never argued that people have a long institutional memory of the harms done by Republicans. I think exactly the opposite. That's why I think it's a ridiculous notion that Wick offers that, like, we won the Merrick Garland, Mitch McConnell debate. We got no benefit from.
That's not what I said. Okay. What I said was that we have been making a more successful argument. In other words, it is more successful than it was before when it initially happened, that this makes the court, right, suspect, that the current makeup of the court has been fucked with because the Republicans have done a bad thing. Before that argument did not sell as well, it has gained traction. We have
okay, whatever. Okay,
more,
whatever. Put
more
that.
people that's the
Okay,
case.
forget
That
about
was
the
my
Wick
point.
stuff. You're gonna object to that because you're always gonna say I'm mischaracterizing. Fine, I
I'm not always gonna
mischaracterize.
say you're mischaracterizing.
You're always gonna say some shit
Well,
because
you always say that, but I already
put it to the side.
Look,
Oh, who
I
cares?
have so good
The
faith
point
in
is the
you.
following.
I have admitted that my arguments were weaker than yours earlier. I have been the most good faith to you that I think I possibly can, Pisco. Why do you keep doing this?
Okay,
So-
okay. Wait, can I address this fucking point? Jesus Christ! Let me respond to you. So let me respond to you. So what I didn't ever do is say people have this long institutional memory of harms done to them by Republicans. I didn't ever argue that. That's never been my position. What I'm saying to you is in response to public loss of legitimacy or public perception and public approval of the Supreme Court, that my very strong intuition is, irrespective of the fact that the plan itself might be unpopular, overall in the mid to long term, the approval of the Supreme Court is going to go up. And the reason is very clear. Regardless of the unpopularity of the Affordable Care Act, for example, it became popular. Regardless of the starting unpopularity of the plan itself, the court's legitimacy, which is the dependent variable that we're examining, will go up because they're more likely to do popular things. Isn't that a perfectly rational argument in response to the concern?
It is rational as phrased. Two things. I'm not, as I said earlier, I'm not confident in they will do more popular things, but also maybe I had it backwards before, but I think you are banking on or gambling on a short memory on an unpopular thing that I don't think is completely fair. So this is a policy or an approach to the institution of the court that I think is fundamentally unpopular, and I think you're banking on people will just forget it. They don't like it. You
can always do the thing of like
they would vote against it, but they'll forget about it and they'll be fine.
All I can go on is on cases, right? All we can go on are things that happened in the past, and they didn't really care that long about the Merrick Garland norm violation. They didn't really care that long about the nuclear option on the court-related nominations. They don't even know what that shit is. And for these kinds of the court expansion, I don't think they're going to, it's going to be some long lasting thing. Roe v. Wade was the number one issue for like 2 years. And now it's not really talked about that much, to be honest.
So listen, the American people.
I think that's punished Republicans.
Well, wait a minute. No. So a couple of things. Okay, let's synthesize this. So the American people, with our short attention span, I think we can get used to just about anything. Okay, so the Dobbs decision, for example, contributed to stymieing a red wave in 2022, even though President Biden was unpopular and inflation was at 9%.
1 year.
Yeah. It lasted 1 year because Republicans were banking on that momentum carrying into 2024. It didn't really manifest. As a matter of fact, with the exit polls in 2024, abortion, which Democrats thought would be like a number 1 or number 2 issue, was like barely top 5. Okay, so number 1, the American people can get used to things. It is an unpopular decision. They're not happy with it. They just bake it in and move on. The reason the court continues to be unpopular, and by the way, we actually see its popularity increase and decrease. It's still relatively low, but it got really low after the Dobbs decision, and then it started to tick upward. And then they would do something else.
It went down.
Clarence Thomas
Yes.
corruption scandals. It would go down, and then it would go up again. And now that's my point. The American people getting used to anything, all right? But the Supreme Court keeps behaving in ways and doing very unpopular things, which keep its approval rating relatively low. So what we are proposing, number 1, even if I grant you that court packing as a concept polls unpopularly now, that is
we just need it anyway, by the way. We just need it, even if it were unpopular, we just need it. But we're just addressing your argument.
I totally agree. I stand by its necessity, even if it's unpopular. We don't know what may or may not happen if the Democratic Party actually tries to invest political capital to make a persuasive case. We saw Gavin Newsom, for example, when he proposed gerrymandering in a state that intentionally reduced partisan gerrymandering by way of an independent commission. He was saying, let's not go from neutral to partisan gerrymandering. He's saying, let's undo the painful work that we did to prevent partisan gerrymandering with an independent commission and partisan gerrymander. It polled unpopularly at first, but he won because he was able to make a persuasive case. That may be the case for court packing, maybe not, but you can't say for certain that it's impossible. Sure. But wait a minute. Then when it happens, let's assume we're able to get court packing done. Then we would have a court, at least in theory, that would not do things that this unpopular court does.
Is doing,
so
yeah.
I can say, and Professor Bunn, with all due respect, a Democratic administration is not going to nominate Clarence fucking Thomas with a $1.4 million financial disclosure ethics thing. That sort of corruption is unique to the Republican Party. Democrats aren't that corrupt. We wouldn't nominate somebody. Ketanji Brown Jackson doesn't do it. Elena Kagan doesn't do it. Sotomayor doesn't do it. So we wouldn't nominate those sorts of assholes. We wouldn't nominate justices that believe that the President of the United States is above the law. We wouldn't do those sorts of things. So the rulings would be more popular and the conduct would be more popular, and therefore the Supreme Court would be more popular.
I need to ask you a question before I let Eucharist respond, though. I've been trying to get it out, right? Is there a point where you're trying to do the court packing and you say that even if it's unpopular, you still think it's necessary, it's still something you advocate for? Is there a point where that changes for you when it comes to unpopularity? Like, say we can,
100%.
we can point to... Yeah, I'm asking JESSIAH though, real quick, just right. Like, is there a point for JESSIAH, and you know, thank you for answering too. I would ask you next, right? But is there a point where like it's clear that people don't just dislike this; they dislike that we're advocating for this, and they're turning on us, and we're less likely to win the elections in states that we absolutely need to. What would that point be? Is what I'm asking you, JESSIAH. Like,
I'm sure there is a line. I just, but I'm trying to think. Like,
it's like a Sorty's paradox. At some level of unpopularity, we're going to be against it if it's going to really detrimentally affect us.
Can you give me an example of what that would look like?
If we thought that our chances of winning over the political branches of government were like 80% lower, I'm sure that we'd be against it. Like that is just
100%. But Pisco and I,
because like
Pisco and I believe
there is an argument that people would make that like, well, no, principally, even if it causes us to lose, we need to push for this because we need to move over to window.
Well, there's some amount of tolerance we need to have of it. Yes.
Understand that our entire position is predicated on the necessity and the righteousness of the cause, not its popularity. It's entirely possible that these things are mutually exclusive. Yes, it's the right thing to do, and yes, we'd be justified in doing it, but no, it's politically unpopular, and no amount of political persuasion by the Democratic Party will ever change that. Those three things are possible. But to me, we got to first accept that it is necessary, and it is. We also have to accept that it is righteous, and it is. And then we have to tackle the third issue, which is the political feasibility of it, because some people like Hutch would say hydropower level. Just have like the silent telepathic understanding.
But or not disclose,
Like, I don't. Yeah. I mean, when you say it's necessary, what do you mean by necessary?
In order to accomplish an end, it is, if not a but-for condition, very likely to be a but-for condition. So an example would be any kind of major Democratic legislation would be in serious risk, and not just in serious risk of not being enacted or being reversed, of being slowed down. And so it's a high likelihood to be an impediment to our goal of unfucking this country. And so that's what we mean by necessary in that respect. And anything that's like a materially slowing down in an unjustified manner the agenda, I think is something that is a huge
and it's also
stick
necessary.
in the road.
It's also necessary to undo institutional disadvantages that this partisan court's given the Republican Party. Citizens United, for
partisan
example, would be
gerrymandering,
a great one. The Voting Rights Act, partisan gerrymandering, those things, because you're not going to get a constitutional supermajority needed for
and accountability, right? Trump versus United States, unitary executive, all this stuff. If we want the goals we want, accountability, punishment, structural reform,
and
we need to do something.
And accountability for the court, because a court that's expanded by the Democratic Party is the only court that will ever accept any sort of meaningful oversight by the most powerful and important branch, which is Congress. They're not equals. The Supreme Court is supposed to be Congress's bitch, and there is supposed to be a binding code of conduct. This right-wing Supreme Court will never accept it, but a liberal Supreme Court will. That, maybe we should be held to at least the same standard as Congress people and senators and the president, probably even more of a higher standard.
I want to give
since
Tom
we're appointed for
Eucharist
life.
a chance to respond. Tom, if you want to get in here.
Okay.
I don't know if you
Well,
do.
I mean, first, Eucharist, I don't know if you wanted to respond to all of those things, or can I ask
I
you
have
a
things to respond to, but I wrote them down, so you go ahead.
Okay, so I do agree with them on the popularity, maybe for different reasons, but mostly just because I think that like I agree with you on the outcomes aspect of it, and I think that just having two more liberal justices will swing a lot of votes on the Supreme Court to where at least liberals, a large portion of liberals, would be more in favor of the Supreme Court at that point. And what small percentage of Republicans who might be more upset with it probably will not outweigh the amount of liberals who would be more in favor of the Supreme Court. So I do think it would be more popular. But I want to know why, because I listened to JESSIAH, I listened to you talk to Dylan Burns about this recently, and maybe even I think that you talked to what was
Brad?
the other guy's name?
Brad Palumbo.
Brad
as well.
Palumbo?
And it seems like yes, their issues are exactly. I mean, Dylan made exactly my argument from top to bottom. Everything that I've been saying about this for months, like everything he said was exactly what it is that I was thinking. Why is your argument not more? Why are you worried about popularity and not as much about the race to the bottom? Why is that an issue for you, or are you?
Wait, we're not.
Yeah, I don't
focused
want.
on
I don't.
popularity out
I
there?
don't want to
Wait,
race.
hold on, wait. I'm asking Philip.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I missed the last part of your
He's
question.
asking why are you
Yeah.
so Philip, in your question it's kind of presupposed that one of your main concerns is the public's popularity or the public approval of the court. Why is that one of your main things?
This goes to the rest of my question for you
I'm
guys.
asking not just why is it your main concern, but why not like the race to the bottom aspect? Is that not a scarier prospect for you?
It's not just the public perception. That's one part of legitimacy. The other part of legitimacy is the whole relationship of government to itself, the separation of powers and interrelation of the separation of powers, the various branches to themselves. So I guess I don't know how to answer the question in the sense that, like, I think we've been arguing about one part of my overall concern.
Yeah.
And I would say there's more to it than that, I guess. I don't know. Yeah.
Wait, can I
no!
Look what you did, Pisco. You scared off JESSIAH. Pisco.
I
did this.
wow, I didn't do this. I didn't do this.
JESSIAH so much.
We know you fucking.
I didn't
so much.
wait. I want to
Public
address what
perception is just one part.
Scared JESSIAH so much. It bodied him.
I want to address what was just said. So what was just said is there's more to it.
Close this one.
And one of the concerns is not just legitimacy in the sense of public perception, but legitimacy almost has a notion of separation of powers and like sort of internal structure. And that's where this is at its strongest, right? Our arguments on reform of the court and expansion of the court are at the strongest, at their peak, at their maximum when we're concerned about separation of powers, because that's the very thing the Supreme Court has fucked up the most, right? Nowadays, the executive basically has a blank check to do whatever the fuck they want, with some exceptions when there's some other interest involved that the Supreme Court like deigns to care about. But they've totally skewed the proper, by proper here, I mean just in the constitutional structure, and what is also, by the way, incidentally, something that has a policy interest we'd want, separation of powers. That is on appropriations. That is on the ability to hold executive branch officials accountable. That is as a matter of immigration law, where they're given great substantive law. So on every possible issue of separation of powers, almost consistently to a point of, I don't know how you wouldn't see it, the Supreme Court has fucked up this basic skew. And the worst example is Trump versus United States. I mean, that just to me is the worst example of how they fucked up separation of powers, to say nothing of the CASA decision, the Section 3 case. There's so many examples of this. So if your concern is a proper, good separation of powers analysis and relationship, this court has been the absolute worst at it.
I agree that those are concerns. I don't think there's a solid case to be made that this court is the worst at it. But what we're talking about right now is the idea of not just court expansion, but packing the court in a partisan way. And this is why I wanted to bring up this second part of legitimacy, which is like, you have the sort of like public facing side of it, which is just like, do people generally say, oh yeah, I trust what they're doing and it's fine. That's part of legitimacy. But then the normative side of legitimacy, I think interior to our structure of government, is we have a court that is, according to our founders, our framers, our, the Federalist Papers, relatively toothless, but nonetheless has, for most of its history, been relatively well regarded. How would this sort of thing disrupt that? And so I am not a romanticist.
But have you lost trust in this Supreme Court?
Yes, he has.
Personally lost it?
When you say well regarded, you're appealing to popularity again.
Oh, I have so many other things to say. I'll get there. Hold on.
Okay, but when you say well regarded,
wait, shut up,
appealing to popularity.
I want to hear you say.
Shut up. Eucharist was giving a great answer.
I'm not appealing to popularity.
Go ahead.
I'm not appealing to popularity. I'm appealing to presidents who do things that the court doesn't like, and the court slaps them down, and then being like, I guess I can't do that. Right? I'm not appealing to popularity. I mean, within the structure of government. That's specifically the part that I turned to, was that sometimes, at least, both other branches of government will sometimes say, look at the court and be like, yeah, they said we can't do that. We got to find another way at the minimum, or
so Trump has been really good at following the court's orders.
No.
Oh, help me out.
I'm not saying he has been.
Because
I don't like Trump.
So
what's been mistaken about this?
What's the prospect that any more than now under the current MAGA administration, where half of their commentators are saying, they're traitors when they come out a different way? What's the argument that adding members to the Supreme Court who are Democrat is going to increase the likelihood that someone is going to disobey the court? Certainly not on the Democrat side.
Likelihood. I don't know how to calculate the likelihood. I know right now I share many of your criticisms of Trump. I think that if we make the court a nakedly partisan institution, that we are packing for partisan.
Your premise is fucked. Why don't you
recognize
that it's cooked right now?
I think we will increase.
You can't. You don't even know what he's going to say. You have to let him get the argument.
I'm objecting to a premise. If we let it become this a partisan thing, we're in that world.
I said more.
No, but it's your false contention that it would be more partisan if we were to
the argument of why it would be more partisan if we pack the cart.
No, he's taking it as an assumption. He's taking that as an assumption.
I am taking it as an assumption because the current composition of the court has ruled in ways that would not be predicted if I just agreed with everything you've said about the court in the past 5 years.
Not if it were 100%. We're not saying that it's 100% in Trump's pocket.
No, but if I gave you the magic 8 ball, and I let you say,
hold on, Phil, please. What aspect would be more partisan? What aspect of it would become more partisan?
Don't say popularity. Yeah.
No, shush. Because I'm trying to think about a phrase in a way that doesn't sound nakedly ridiculous.
You guys just keep interrupting this. That's crazy.
We at least. This is terrible. I'm being forced. No, not really. Okay. At least for the last couple Supreme Court appointments before Justice Jackson, there was a. Oh, this is terrible. I'm not saying something I don't believe, but there was at least a veneer of like, this is a respectable jurist who will make decisions that are good, right? Obviously.
And we're not going to appoint good jurists? You don't think that I don't want good jurists as Democratic nominees that are going to be following?
I think that if you snap your fingers today and get what you want, what will happen is a Democrat legislature will create 2 new seats for appointees that are explicitly appointed for the sake of ruling the way.
They're going to be good jurists. Come on. They're going to be good jurists. We're going to nominate some people that come out of great law schools who are currently Court of Appeals judges, and they're going to do a good job.
You said earlier, Pisco, there are MAGA people calling for the head of Gorsuch and ACB, right?
Yeah.
There are MAGA people right now who are pissed about it, right?
Yeah.
What do you think will happen? Do you think the justice is appointed in your hypothetical ideal world court packing plan, or do you think they're ever going to rule against your preferred liberal jurisprudence?
Why would they be?
Yes, they will. Wait. Yes, they will.
Why would they be?
Yes, Anderson decision.
If they have term limits, if they have
why would they
be
on
them, if they're restrained to promise, like Kamala Harris said,
I'm not advocating. We're not here to. Wait. Stop. We're not here advocating for term limits.
Why would they be any different from Elena Kagan, Sotomayor, or Ketanji Brown Jackson?
Because none of them were held explicitly to promises that they made in Senate hearings. None of them.
We wouldn't hold them to those promises in their hearings. So that's a different thing. We're not saying that we're going to hold them to partisan promises.
Can you clarify what you mean by that? What do you mean they weren't held?
What did Kamala Harris mean when she said it?
Said what?
She said that's a proposal on the table. She said we should hold them accountable if they lie to their Senate confirmation hearings and then do something different.
That's the opposite. That's saying that we're holding the people who she says lied, the conservatives who lied.
Yeah.
When they said,
so you're saying if okay, do you think somebody who's appointed by a Democrat majority legislature who promises to rule in accordance with all the things you like,
they shouldn't promise that? I'm not going to demand that. That's a different thing. That's like a different set of things.
Yeah, that is, Philip. I'm sorry. No, Pisco's right about that. Listen, no, if she's saying if you make a commitment to
if you lie under oath,
you should be obligated to follow through. And I think you would agree with that. What fucking Supreme Court? Listen, let me put you like this. Let me put you like this. If for whatever reason, I don't even know why this would work. I think it just...
Hold on, JESSIAH, please. Eucharist, you had a question for JESSIAH to clarify that. Can you ask it? I'm going to give some room to Eucharist here. He's being ganged up on.
No, it's okay. I like being
ganged up. He needs a little room. Eucharist, ask
JESSIAH. The reason that I'm jumping in is only to clarify things.
Shut up, a couple of times Tom. Shut up.
Hold on.
Shut up.
I'm not making an argument.
I don't care.
I'm not making an argument. I'm trying to clarify something.
Let them
I'm
argue.
not making arguments. The problem is that they're arguing past each other numerous times, and they're not actually like arguing with what it is that he's saying numerous times. That's why I'm asking the clarifying questions.
So you go correct this. Let him do that. Eucharist, ask the clarifying question to decide.
Here, let me set the background, okay? I think if you all snapped your fingers and achieved your court packing plan, you would have a Democratic majority Senate that would ask of their appointees questions about their loyalty to certain principles of law that they want to see ruled on the court.
Yeah, principles. That's fine.
And so what I'm saying is that based on at least the bare, it was a soundbite. I agree. It's not this big of a deal. But if I just snap my fingers and agree with Kamala Harris, I think what happens is we get 2 or 3 or 4, who knows how many Democratic appointees on the court who are committing to rule in a certain way on an issue.
No, we put them through the same process.
And I don't think
that's not entailed.
Please go. Shut up. I'm not done yet.
Dude.
Please, I will listen to whatever you have to say when I'm done talking. Just let me finish my sentence. That I don't think has been the case with our Gorsuch and Barrett appointees, right? Who have on several occasions gone explicitly against Trump in ways that are disadvantageous to them in terms of death threats and Trump going against them and everything else. I don't think we would see that in the world you guys want. That's all I wanted to.
We're not committing. We're not committing to any additional commitments for justices that are being proposed other than what is normal and adequate and regular in the process. The same kind of commitments that we either asked or not asked to Sotomayor, Elena Kagan, and Justice Jackson. So it's a total waste of your fucking breath to make any additional claim about our pact, which doesn't entail this vision that you're presented, this fantasy that we have not committed to.
So why would you expand it if you couldn't have some sort of assurance?
We have partisan goals, but we're not going to. We have partisan.
Wait. Why, Philip?
Yeah,
why do Democrats
they nominate them?
or Republicans ever nominate
particular people?
Justice.
No,
you're too smart for this, man.
I'm asking about the case of we are going to create new seats to rectify it past
for the same reason Obama nominated Kagan. For the same reason.
Philip, the logic doesn't change at all. I'm surprised you believe that.
No, the logic y'all are presenting tonight is not the same logic as an ordinary court appointment. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this debate. This debate wouldn't exist.
No, wait. Hold on. Wait. Hold on.
In normal procedure, right? In a normal course of procedure, that we have these processes, and he points to Amy Coney Barrett, he points to Gorsuch, he points to these other things that have been comfortable ruling against the president, ruling against the party that appointed them, because that's the thing. But if you are changing the procedure, if you are changing the context in which these things happen, and putting a position where we are for the explicit purpose of fixing the court to right the injustice that was done by giving liberal justices in, that this would change the context in which these things. So it's going to make it more partisan. Is that a?
Do you guys not?
Okay,
think
so
that
hold on, wait.
No, I think it's fucking stupid.
Hold on,
no, I mean,
wait.
So you don't think it changed the context? That's the stupidest thing I've ever fucking heard in my life.
That's not. Wait, let me.
Hold on.
It wouldn't change the context, guys. It'd be just run-of-the-mill, normal, everyday thing. Just
we get it.
Like every other appointee. What the fuck?
Okay, so Philip, if all they're doing is they're adding seats, but they're adding seats while there is let's say Gavin Newsom is the president now, right? He's the president. They add seats. that process is still going to be the same process where Gavin Newsom is going to nominate 2 people to take those seats, and the Senate is going to confirm those people. The process hasn't changed. Yes, the context has changed because, yes, we're probably not going to want to do it if there's not a Democrat
why are we adding those
presidency.
seats? What are we expecting to get out
partisan
of
advantage and unskewing?
Yes.
But that's the but what JESSIAH says to you, that's the same rationale that's always activated whenever anyone makes any moves in this area.
Sure. Okay. But what we are talking about are previous appointments when there were vacancies, or as you all have aptly pointed out, withholdings of appointments when it by norm shouldn't have happened. I agree with that 100%. Right. But what we all are talking about is, well, we need to rectify this by adding seats to adjust the balance, and I just cannot believe
of good justices, of good judges, of loyal judges, of good judges, of ones who aren't. Oh, they're not just hacks. We want to nominate good people.
I'm not saying they're bad justices.
This is extremely important.
Do you think that some of the partisan judges in the past haven't been good judges?
You're trying to ascribe to us like we're gonna put, or our actions are gonna cause the judges to be like too scared to rule against Democrats. But that's not gonna happen.
Put in the people who you expect to rule exactly as you do.
That's what every president does.
Will be, yes, but I think they'll be punished. Okay, I'm sorry, Josiah. You've been saying lots of stuff that I haven't.
So two things here real quick. Somebody in Pisco's chat says, it's so weird to see Pisco debating my old poli-sci professor.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I had him
Get the fuck out.
I had him for intro to political theory.
I don't believe it.
Solo 318.
No, he's got to prove it. He's got to prove it now.
Han Solo 318. He says, yeah, I had him for intro to political theory my freshman year.
Wow.
Oh, I think I know who this is, actually.
Oh, no.
That's fucking,
oh, shit.
That's hilarious. That's so funny.
That's
so anyway,
great.
I just wanted to show that. So yeah, shout out to you, Professor.
Shout out.
But the other thing is, Professor, it's the same paradigm as when we nominate justices, or presidents nominate and senators confirm justices under the current 9-court rule. There's nothing special about the 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th seat in terms of the calculus involved. Conservative Republican presidents pick Heritage Society or Federalist Society, curated lists, not because they know the justices will rule with them every particular time, but that as a general proposition, they are going to skew to the right. They are probabilistically.
Well, then let me ask you a question, Josiah. So say we do this, we pack the courts, we had 2 justices, and then unfortunately, right, for whatever reason, they don't overturn the one that you hate.
Yeah, fine. No. I would leave it there.
They keep doing that.
I would leave it there.
Do you not think that you would not just? I'm just telling you. What you would be doing is you would be coming on my stream and saying we need to pack it more.
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I would.
So no, I don't. I can't commit to that.
I don't believe you. I do not believe you.
Wick, I understand. I don't believe you when you say, oh my God, at a certain point, I support court packing. At the end of the day, you're too much of a rules cuck, right? And then you look back respectively.
Fine,
right?
Except for anchor babies. Ironic use of that term. Except for them.
If birthright citizenship gets struck down, Pisco's going to be like, listen, I'm worried about that oscillation sort of thing.
I know. I'm going to say all the arguments.
Might say
listen,
that, but I would.
My boy Pisco has the same problem my boy Hutch does, which is he basically reverse engineers what the Democrats do to say it's acceptable. So Democrats are willing to gerrymander, and therefore Pisco's like, or Hutch and Wick are willing to support gerrymandering as well. They just look backward. Whatever the Democratic establishment does, they reverse engineer it. You don't have to believe me, but what I think
it's Schumer syndrome. They love Schumer. I don't know what it is about him.
Right.
Hold on. Can we just acknowledge?
Here we go.
Oh my God. Sorry, Josiah. Finish your line. Wait, let him finish his line. We can talk about his beauty. I'm sorry. I had to do it.
So I don't think that we are guaranteed a liberal court that decides in every instance the way that liberals want. Ketanji Brown Jackson doesn't rule the way I want every fucking time. You don't hear me saying that she should be impeached.
She was with the majority in the Fisher. She was in the majority in the Fisher decision. There's tons of examples which we can point to.
The Virginia Supreme Court,
the Anderson decision. So in the Anderson decision, it was 9-0.
Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. So no, I reject your premise. I do think we are entitled to try to pack the court with justices we believe are sympathetic to our worldview. But if they happen to not rule in our favor on major cases,
all the orders,
that's just the luck of the fucking draw.
100%.
But it sounds like the rationale isn't against the process then, because that's what you're making it sound like, Philip, is that you're against the process of adding justices where we think they're going to be liberal, where instead you're just against partisan packing the court. Like that seems to be your issue, not because you're making it about oh, well, this is different in kind with the process, but it's not. You're against just packing the court for partisan reasons.
I think, yeah, I do think it is different in kind to pursue. There are times when you can pursue the same policy for very different ends with very different public facing messaging and very different goals and everything. And that is different in kind. Yes. Right. So you, as I said at the very beginning of this, there have been people for decades who said, hey, expanding the Supreme Court is a really smart idea. We could hear more cases. We could have a rotation. They could stop taking the friggin' summers off, for example, right? There are lots of reasons why expanding the court is not a bad idea. But the thing that I've been hearing pushed from these guys, at least one of whom I kind of like sometimes, right? I love just that. Pisco, I don't know you as well, but we fight sometimes. But the thing I've been hearing has been just yeah, we gotta stick it to them Republicans because they screwed us over, and we're gonna use every mechanism and every power available to us to just stick it to them with every legal tool available, maybe even extra legal.
Hold on, just that is
wait a minute. I don't see any of these are mutually exclusive. Incidentally, it has the benefit of it has the benefit of screwing over the Republicans. I'm not going to apologize for that.
You can do whatever legal mechanisms are available to you, and I'm free to say I think these are the reasons these are bad.
Wait, but Philip, the difference is that they're saying that they already did this for partisan reasons. They essentially did the same exact thing for partisan reasons.
I can say those things are
but
bad.
criticizing it isn't all that beneficial, right? This is what people do with
Why
Trump
not?
all the time.
Wait,
because
hold on.
because
Why is
people
it not?
people
What else
vote
can
for
I
Trump
do?
and then
What
they
else
sit
can I
around
do?
saying
Take
all
some
the time.
action.
You can
Take some
actually
fucking
do
action.
something to even the
Rectify
opposition.
it.
You can actually fight
Pisco,
back.
tell me. Pisco and Tom, tell me what action would you like me to take?
I just told you, expand the court to 13 or fuck it. If you want to go a little bit
I
lower, you
can't
can go to
take that
11. Why can't? In virtue of what can't you?
Can I snap my fingers and
Saying
change
you
the
can be
composition?
in
of the court?
Oh my.
You
Okay.
can be in favor of it.
No, in favor.
sorry,
You know
I'm sorry.
what we're
I said, what
saying.
action
This
do I
is
take?
so.
I'm asking. No, hold on.
No, Tom meant criticism in and of
Pisco just
itself
got
means
Pisco.
nothing. You know what Tom is saying. Tom isn't saying criticism for the end of achieving the policy goal. He's just saying that talk is cheap and you can criticize the previous action, but when there's a viable solution and a good solution to address it, we should embrace that.
They're giving a solution, and that's the point, though, is that they're giving a solution. You're saying this is a bad solution. Your reason for it being a bad solution is that it's a partisan reason. But then when I say, well, the other side did this for partisan reasons, you say, oh, well, I can just call that bad. What else can I do? What you can do is be in favor of the argument for partisan court packing.
Wait, I'm sorry. I can say something that happened before is bad, and a response to it
is also bad.
Let's say similar but analogous principles is also bad.
You can, but
still prefer the status quo.
No, you can. You can, and you would maybe you're consistent on some principle, but we're just trying to suss out what is that principle, and so maybe there's something to do with legitimacy. Okay, and we can cash out legitimacy in partially relating to public approval. Okay, Josiah and I say we think that having a court that will be in the composition that we propose will have more popular outcomes and will lead to more popularity. Okay, so we've addressed that. You disagree with that. You think that perhaps the initial taint of the action taken will be more prolonged and perhaps it will have a sticking power.
The action taken will be more publicly popular.
Okay, I mean, there's no guarantee of anything. There's no guarantee the sun comes out tomorrow. I mean, are we talking about guarantees?
Thank you for the logic problem, Pisco. I appreciate it. It's amazing.
But that's not a basis under which you order your life on guarantees of 100%. That's not reasonable to expect us.
I'm saying if you expect me to think that this will lead to better outcomes, I need strong reasons to think that this will
I've got to make my transition out of here. I'm not seeing my wife all day, and I've got to pee so bad.
We can end.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just, if you don't mind, I'm gonna
turf over here.
Yeah,
this is the Tom hours.
I'm gonna dip out in just a second. But again, Professor Bunn, You're a
It was
work in
good to see you.
progress. I'm
Yep,
going
yep.
to
Work in
persuade you of this. It will happen. Wick as well. I mean, Wick, we made more progress with Wick than I thought. Wick, I appreciate.
Yes, I appreciate
how fair
honesty.
you were.
Yeah.
I
I
try
really
to be
do.
honest.
Yeah.
I don't know why
Okay.
people say I don't.
Yeah,
I was
I
heated,
get it.
Wick.
Honest, fuck
Wick,
like
I
that.
was heated.
I
I
get it.
was
No,
heated.
it's fine. We're
I'm
all
sorry.
Tom,
I'm
shout
sorry.
out to you, buddy, for both, actually hearing what we had to say and considering it. And
Yes,
like, well,
yes.
let me think about this for a moment, and especially since you popped in super late, because
Appreciate
this
you,
is
Tom.
the
Tom
single
is
most
fair.
important issue for
Yes.
Pisco and I. So we're very passionate about
Well,
it. Pisco,
I am actually setting up a panel to do this in the future, and
Sick.
I'm probably going to invite JESSIAH on. But I did want to talk to you in the future as well about maybe about the broad immunity decision.
You should.
Yeah.
You guys should do that.
Don't know if I
Right.
want to talk about it all that much. I hate
it's
sounding like I'm in favor of it, but yeah.
No, and listen, you should feel that guilt deep down.
You should- you
Both
really
of you
should.
Both
should
of you,
really-
and Professor Bunn. I mean, if I'm disappointed with
crazy.
anything more than the court packing resistance, it's like, well, no, okay, we'll talk
Okay,
about
the
that.
convinced
How about we
by-
just all give our closings? JESSIAH, where can people find you?
Okay.
They can find me at youtube.com/@ponderingpolitics. After 3 fucking years, I finally got in the mail this thing.
Yo!
Finally, after 3 years, it was back ordered for 3 years, right? And we're getting close to 1 million. So
What
if
a
I
bro.
can get
That's
my
sick.
1,000,000 subscribers, yeah.
Never
I just
forget
say
your
it's-
roots, bro. Never forget
It's
them.
wild to me that I used to have more subs than this guy. Okay, like there was a
Oh.
point where he was
The
coming on
come
my
up
He was
shows,
he was
and I was the
platforming
big
me.
dog,
That's a big
okay?
boy.
I
He
like,
was-
yeah.
He was the he was although man, I just want to make a joke about platform. Pisco, I know you know what I'm
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
about. If you know, you know. People flexing about their platforms.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, listen, I appreciate it. Thank you guys for the conversation. And Wick, thank you for the fucking 5-hour marathon on this. So I appreciate
That's gonna
it, man.
be
Thank you.
sick.
It's good to be
video.
on a panel with you again after a while.
Yeah, it was good to see you, man. Hey, by the way, you got a shout out in the Brad Palumbo
You
video.
did,
I need to
yes.
put you two
And
in
somebody sent it to me, and
Yeah,
I
You're
need-
cited
I
as
need
one
to,
of 2
yeah.
principled conservatives in the
one of
country.
two, one of
Yes.
two.
Yeah. He's like,
maybe
who's,
I'll
he's
maybe
like,
I've
who's
gotten
the
down
other
on
one?
your rankings after today.
No, I don't think so. He said, "Who's the other one?" I was like, "Philip Bunn." And like he wears tweed jackets. He's a professor. I need to put you guys in touch. So that would be a good conversation you two should have. So thank you guys again. I'll talk to you later.
Appreciate you,
Bye.
man.
Bye. Okay, Pisco, closing statement. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just think that it's really important to do it. I'm not convinced by the popularity arguments. I'm not convinced by the institutional arguments. I don't think it'll render worse opinions. I think it'll render better opinions. I don't think that it will cause the destruction of the rule of law. I have no basis to believe that. It didn't do it in the state supreme context, didn't do it in the federal context of the 19th century. I don't think that it'll lead to this parade of horribles of tit for tat that is unrecoverable. I think it will lead to good outcomes for liberal democracy, and I think it's justified in virtue of self-defense and retaliation, as we already talked about with the Merrick Garland, Mitch McConnell situation. That said, I'm always open to further critique and argumentation. You can find me at Pisco at YouTube and other platforms.
Check him out, gang. Thank you for coming on. I
Thank
do
you.
appreciate you.
Thank all of you.
We fight, but I love you, man.
Yeah.
See you later. Okay. Bye-bye.
Later.
Tom Foolery.
Yeah, I was happy to help Pisco with his arguments and teach him.
Fuck, Tom. Hey guys, we gotta go. It's gotta be over. Absolute domination, absolute, complete, total domination. I don't know what to say about that. There's just like no good arguments being rendered. I don't know what to say. On everything. I mean, it starts with Connor just giving the game away, where he's like proposing solutions that are Democratic court packs, to the extent that they're engaging instantly folding on self-defense. There was no argument attempted for why legislative court packing is worse than non-legislative court packing. None, right? Trust in the virtues. The virtues are there. Bicameralism, presentment, judicial review, not present for Mitch McConnell. I don't know what to say. If you haven't been convinced, I think you should jump on stream some point, because like, really, what is there? What is there left? Absolute vindication, completely cooked. And we're going to do this again. And we're going to do it again. You'll see on my Twitter timeline, it'll be a one-on-one, which I prefer. Against Ryan Mullally himself. He was colluded against. They tried to indict me. Oh, I should never do that impression again. But I love you guys. Thank you. Love the channel. Like the channel. Sub to the channel. Stay cool, my hombres. and mujeres, damas y caballeros, konbanwa. Pisco-san, konbanwa. Stay cool.